Shakio never imagined that upon waking from a single, dreamless sleep, she would find herself flung backward in time, to a world unmarred by apocalypse, to the fragile calm before the storm. In her past life, her parents had been among the first casualties when the world unraveled. Her fiancé, whom she had once trusted to weather the chest with her, had long since conspired with her cousin behind her back. Together, they betrayed her, tormented her for 3 agonizing years, and finally cast her into a writhing horde of the undead. Her life ended not with a scream, but with a silence that echoed betrayal. Hou Jinji's voice was steady, each word deliberate as he read from the novel's pages. Haunted by memories, Shakio unearthed the jade bracelet stolen by her fiancé and gifted to her cousin. She nicked her finger and let her blood beat and fall onto its surface. The bracelet, heirloom, and talisman revealed a secret, an expansive, otherworldly space, with mountains that loomed like sentinels and rivers that sang of eternity. It was a world unto itself, vast and unfathomable. The bracelet vanished, leaving only a faint mark on her wrist, recalling her cousin's so-called spatial abilities from her previous life. Shakio clenched her teeth. This time, she vowed. Summarize it, Shingen interrupted, her tone flat, her patience frayed. She spat out a cherry pit and popped another into her mouth, her voice muffled, disinterested. And getting a headache. It was a marvel she had endured this long, sitting there, listening to such a tale with anything resembling composure. Hou Jinji flipped through the pages with practiced efficiency and offered a concise summary. In the end, Shakio exacts her revenge on her ex-fiancé and the cousin. The cousin's life spirals into misery and culminates in a gruesome death among zombies. The ex-fiancé, consumed by regret, meets an equally tragic end. Meanwhile, Shakio finds love with a dashing, supernaturally gifted man. They retreat to a secluded paradise, their days filled with love and abundance, and they even have a child together. Chang Yan's expression shifted imperceptibly, a flicker of something unreadable crossing her face. After a long pause, she asked, and then? Hou Jinji blinked, confused. That's it. Chang Yan's eyebrow twitched. That's it. Hou Jinji studied her face cautiously, then ventured, Shang-Jia, you don't like it. Her lips tugged into a taut, reluctant smile. Don't read me these romance heavy stories, they're unhealthy. Hou Jinji hesitated, then protested, but this platform has strict content guidelines. No explicit material. It's perfectly wholesome. Chang Yan's smile sharpened, edged with irony. I meant unhealthy for my sanity. For someone like you're a woman of action, pragmatism, and sharp edges, the idea of squandering a second chance at life, let alone in a post-apocalyptic wasteland, on romantic entanglements, seemed laughable. With a space as vast as a universe, capable of altering the very fabric of a dying world, how could one remain so myopically fixated on love and betrayal? The thought alone made her temples throb. She bit into another cherry with a vengeance, forcing herself to sit still, to endure. Hou Jinji, sensing her growing irritation, quickly shuffled through his tablet. His eyes lit up. Here's another one, a story about rebuilding civilization in the apocalypse. Chang Yan's interest peaked slightly. She spat out the cherry pit, her tone less dismissive. What's it about? Hou Jinji skimmed rapidly, his voice quickening. Sir King is reborn. In her past life, the apocalypse stripped her of everything: her wealth, her status, her comforts. Bank accounts were rendered meaningless. Properties and cars became useless burdens. She vows to prepare this time, to stockpile resources, to never go hungry again. Then she discovers her golden ticket, a spatial dimension. She sells off her assets, amassing a fortune of 10 billion yuan, and begins hoarding supplies: rice, oil, flour. She's determined to convert every last yuan into survival essentials, ensuring she can live in luxury even as the world burns. Chang Yan's hand froze mid-motion, her expression incredulous. Stockpiling. Hou Jinji nodded earnestly. Yes, it's a whole genre, rebirth and hoarding, very popular. The first half is all about buying in bulk. Later, when the apocalypse hits, the protagonist retreats to a mountain hideout, well-fed and self-sufficient, occasionally venturing into human settlements to show up antagonists. She lives quite comfortably. Qin Yan's furrowed. And the government, the military, the state. Hao Jinji hesitated, then shrugged. Ellipses, Shia's reigns. That's why it's called an apocalypse. In other words, the systems of power dissolve into irrelevance. Qin Yan's silence stretched, heavy and pointed. Finally she asked, and the 10 billion yuan worth of supplies? Hao Jinji replied cautiously, she consumes some, but most of it remains untouched by the end. Qin Yan stared at him, her expression inscrutable. She didn't need to say it. Hao Jinji understood. 10 billion yuan worth of supplies in the hands of someone like Qin Yan could unify a fractured world, not languish in some hidden dimension. Of course, it was just a story, meant for idle amusement. But Qin Yan wasn't in this for amusement. As a civil servant, tasked with navigating the unthinkable, her interest in apocalyptic narratives was far from casual. Next, she said curtly. Pick another. From a different site. Hao Jinji nodded, flipping to a new story. This one's about Zhang Oshin. When the apocalypse hits, he awakens a powerful dark ability. He rises from obscurity, crushing those who underestimated him, gathering followers, building a harem, and ultimately ruling the post-apocalyptic world. The cherry in Qin Yan's hand fell back into its paper bag. She pushed open the car door and stepped out, her patience finally spent. She was a striking figure, tall and lean, her ponytail high and unyielding. Her unadorned features carried a sharp, clean beauty, her skin kissed by the sun with a healthy bronze hue. Clad in a simple windbreaker, her every step exuded purpose, her phoenix eyes glinting with a natural ferocity. Hao Jinji scrambled to gather his devices and follow her. Qin Jai, aren't you going to keep researching rebirth stories? I've seen enough, she said, her voice clipped. Let's get to the real work. Hao Jinji's demeanor shifted instantly, his posture straightening. The air between them grew taut with unspoken resolve. They approached a residential complex, its aging facade softened by well-maintained greenery. Hao Jinji spoke in a low voice, his tone professional. Target Jianyu. Lives in Building 3, Unit. Residents reported unusual behavior starting 5 days ago. She replaced all her windows, installed a reinforced steel door, and ordered iron barricades. She has also been linked to other anomalies. High probability of being an aberrant. Aberrant humans touched by the supernatural. Qin Yan's gaze was sharp. The fifth one. Hao Jinji nodded. Their newly formed Apocalypse Special Affairs Division was an unorthodox unit, wielding unparalleled authority. It was also destined to deal with the inexplicable. Let's start with the complainants, Qin Yan said, her voice steady. The complex was alive with the chatter of retirees, gathered in clusters under the shade of trees. 2 elderly women, upon seeing their police badges, were more than eager to share their observations. That young woman she's been acting strange, broke up with her boyfriend, replaced all her windows. And the door, another chimed in. A steel one, thick as a bank vault. She even ordered iron barricades, custom-made, said it had to withstand explosions. She's hiding something, one whispered conspiratorially. Maybe she's a spy. Meanwhile, upstairs, Jianyu was oblivious, lost in the comforting vastness of her spatial dimension. Unbeknownst to her, suspicion was already coiling like smoke around her name. After the inquiry, Qin Yan and Hao Jinji found a secluded corner within the residential complex to sit down. Qin Yan held a cigarette delicately between her fingers, unlit, her brows faintly furrowed as she sank into a contemplative silence. Meanwhile, Hao Jinji was busy typing away on his laptop, the rhythmic clatter of keys filling the stillness between them. A moment later, he pressed his lips together, dry and cracked, his expression a tempest of conflicting emotions. Qin Yan turned her sharp gaze toward him. Speak, she said simply. He was, after all, a professional, a man with the kind of access that could uncover the most well-guarded secrets in mere moments. Hao Jinji exhaled, his voice taut. From the surveillance footage we retrieved, the report checks out. Not only that, but Jianyu was seen purchasing a suspiciously large quantity of goods at the wholesale market. She disappeared into an area with no cameras, carrying bags so heavy they seemed to weigh her down. When she emerged minutes later, her hands were empty. It was a behavior that, on the surface, might seem innocuous, but beneath its thin veneer lay a disquieting implication. Wine supplies, slipping into a shadowed alley, and reappearing with nothing. That was far from ordinary. Shane nodded, her expression unreadable. Hao Jinji hesitated before continuing, his voice dropping lower. And that's not all. The iron gate to the basement after something was brought in, no one was seen taking anything out. No trucks, no deliveries, nothing, except Jianyu entered the basement once, at dawn, alone. He drew a sharp breath, as though the air itself had grown heavier. She knew she might be one of them, an aberration, someone who knows the apocalypse is coming. Shane Yan's lips curved upward, a faint, almost imperceptible smile. A reborn with spatial abilities, she concluded, her tone as calm as a still lake. They'd read enough novels to grasp the concept instantly. The realization settled between them like the echo of a distant storm. Hao Jinji's breathing quickened. He looked at Shane Yan, his gaze filled with unease, a glimmer of fear flickering in his eyes. Shane Yan slipped the cigarette back into its box and chuckled lightly. Little Hao, she said, her voice tinged with amusement, didn't we already know the apocalypse was coming? Why the shock? You look like you're still trying to wake up from a bad dream. Her tone was playful, but there was an undercurrent of understanding. She knew how hard it was to reconcile information with reality. Hao Jinji was a rare talent, personally assigned to her as an assistant by the higher-ups. He'd only recently reported to their newly formed Apocalypse Special Affairs Division. But knowing something and accepting it were two entirely different beasts. Shane herself occasionally found her mind slipping into brief, surreal lapses. Her thoughts drifted back to the chain of events that had brought them here. 6 months ago, scientists had tracked the trajectory of a cluster of meteors. Their calculations concluded that the meteors posed no threat to the blue planet. But 3 months ago, everything changed. The meteors veered off course. The news sent shockwaves across the globe. Every nation turned its gaze skyward, while scientists worked tirelessly, their calculations and predictions running day and night. Social media platforms buzzed incessantly, flooded with speculation and debates. Yet, amidst the noise, no one truly believed the meteors would bring any catastrophic consequences. Until 9 days ago. That was when the first aberration was discovered. He was an ordinary man, or so he had thought, until he woke one night to find water streaming inexplicably from his body, soaking his bed. Alarmed, he called emergency services. Soon after, the government intervened. The incident was swiftly classified. The news was buried to prevent widespread panic. But the discovery shook the nation's leadership. And then the second aberration appeared, a man who claimed to have been reborn after dying in the apocalypse. According to him, when the meteors struck, 90% of the global population perished in an instant. He had been among the dead. As proof, he predicted a series of seemingly unrelated events: the assassination of a foreign leader, a sudden earthquake in one city, and a catastrophic car accident in the capital. Each prediction came true with unnerving precision. The government's alarm escalated. The third aberration followed a pyrokinetic. Then the fourth, the government insider with abilities tied to rainfall. 4 aberrations. And the scientists' grim calculations regarding the meteors. Beneath the surface of a nation that still appeared vibrant and orderly, tremors of upheaval began to spread. The higher-ups initiated disaster preparedness plans, issuing top-secret directives to every level of government. And in the shadows, the Apocalypse Special Affairs Division was born, a unit tasked with managing aberrations, operating under direct national authority, wielding the highest level of clearance. Shang Yin was one of its leaders. Their mission was clear: to gather and control the aberrations, to stand at the forefront of humanity's resistance when the end inevitably came. Because, no matter how the novels depicted it, no matter how the world unraveled, as long as the nation stood, it would fight to preserve order, even in the face of annihilation. And they had been forewarned, had they? How Jinji's demeanor shifted, his resolve hardening as he met Shang Yun's gaze. Jin Yu isn't just any aberration. She's a reborn, and unlike Wu Zai, her knowledge is critical. The higher-ups have started planning, but they're still not fully convinced. Jane, yes, information could tip the scales. Shang nodded thoughtfully. Exactly, Jane Yu is key. Wu Zai died on the first day of the apocalypse in his previous life. If Jane Yu has survived further into the end times, her insights are invaluable. And according to Wu Zai, they had only 21 days left. 21 days. Enough time to hoard supplies, perhaps, but woefully insufficient for implementing large-scale disaster response measures. How Jinji's face grew sullen. Should we apprehend Jian Yu immediately? There was no room for delay. Extraordinary times called for extraordinary measures. Direct apprehension and interrogation seemed the most efficient course of action. The world outside still seemed tranquil, but the government was already mobilizing in secret. Jane wouldn't be here otherwise. She only handled the nation's most critical, most classified missions. She raised an eyebrow, her phoenix-like eyes glinting with a trace of humor. Little Hao, why use such harsh words? Prehend. Jian Yu is your future colleague, a member of our Apocalypse Special Affairs Division. Let's keep things cordial. Hao Jinji blinked at her, bewildered. Not apprehend. Shang Yun smiled faintly. First, report to Old Zhang. Hao Jinji nodded hastily. Old Zhang was their superior. Only Shang Yun dared to address him so casually. The rest of them treated him with the utmost reverence. But Shang Yun was Shang Yun. And Shang Yun was always right. Her considerations were always more thorough, her judgments sharper. Take Jian Yu, for instance. Shang Yun's insistence on cordiality made perfect sense. After all. Also, Shang Yun added, her tone light but firm, bring in reinforcements. Secure Jiqing Bay, especially Building 3. We're dealing with a reborn with spatial abilities. Be prepared for anything. Arm everyone and bring tranquilizers. If she doesn't cooperate, well, invite her to come with us by force. She rose to her feet, her smile both warm and enigmatic. Let's have a little chat with Miss Jian Yu. Hao Jinji froze, his mind spinning. Ordeal. Armed and tranquilizer-equipped cordial. Ah yes. That was Shang Yun for you. Jian Yu sat hunched over her laptop, her fingers moving deftly across the keyboard. The glow of the screen cast an eerie, bluish hue on her face, highlighting the tension in her furrowed brow. She was shopping online, meticulously compiling a list of supplies, her mind racing as she calculated how much money she had left. Not much, she realized with a sinking feeling. She had already bought a considerable amount of provisions, and now her funds were dwindling. But selling the apartment? That was out of the question. After all, it was only 21 days. Food could spoil if stored too long, she reasoned. Instead, she could stockpile items with no expiration date as things she could barter for sustenance when the apocalypse arrived. Her mind churned with possibilities, but the cold reality remained. She didn't have enough money. The thought made her grind her teeth in frustration, a bitter taste rising in her throat. And whose fault was that? Li Shen. That scumbag. She had met him in college. Back then, they were inseparable, a picture-perfect couple, or so she had thought. Unlike her, a native of the sprawling capital city, Li Shen was a Phoenix man, a term whispered with equal parts admiration and disdain, a boy from a small, impoverished town who had clawed his way to the top. He was handsome in an unassuming, almost delicate way, his features sharp yet soft, like a porcelain figurine. Many women admired him, but he had eyes only for hair, so he claimed. His relentless pursuit of her had been the stuff of campus legend, his devotion so fervent it seemed to border on obsession. For a time, she had believed herself the luckiest woman alive. How mad she had been. Now Jiang Yu saw the truth with the clarity of hindsight. Ye Lishan had loved her. He had loved her money. Her appearance was average at best, but her background, that was another story. Her parents, long gone, had left her a considerable inheritance, including the very apartment she now sat in. She had met Ye Lishan through her college roommate, Chen Jiajiao, who, as fate would have it, hailed from the same hometown as him. The three of them had been inseparable, or so she had thought. She had never minded Chen Jiajiao tagging along on dates, vacations, even quiet dinners. She had been the third wheel all along. Ye Lishan and Chen Jiajiao were childhood sweethearts, their bond forged long before Jiang Yu entered the picture. He had courted her not out of love, but out of greed, seeing her as a golden ticket to a life of comfort and security. For years, she had unwittingly financed their deceit, paying for their meals, their travels, their whims. By the time she graduated, her parents' hard-earned savings had been nearly drained. And still, she had thought herself happy. The memory made her stomach churn. She slapped her forehead with the palm of her hand, the sound sharp in the quiet room. What an idiot I was, she muttered under her breath. In her past life, she had realized the truth too late, her final days consumed by bitterness and regret. But not this time. This time, she had been given a second chance. This time, she would rewrite the ending. She clenched her fists, her nails digging into her palms. Ye Lishan and Chen Jiajiao had enjoyed years of luxury at her expense. Now, she would make them suffer. She would strip them of everything, leave them destitute and desperate, just as she had been. Only then would the scales of justice feel balanced. And when the world descended into chaos, she would thrive. She had her space, her supplies, her plans. She would live a quiet, comfortable life, watching from a distance as the two of them sank into the abyss. Her lips curled into a smile, cold and sharp as a blade. But first she needed more supplies. Every last cent would go towards stockpiling. And if her money ran out, well, when the apocalypse arrived, the rules would change. She could always resort to zero-cost acquisitions. The thought sent a thrill down her spine, a wicked, almost giddy excitement. A sudden knock at the door shattered her reverie. "Who was it?" she called, her voice sharp, her mind already calculating. "Delivery," came a woman's voice from the other side. Jiang Yu frowned but stood to answer. She had been ordering so many things lately, food, tools, essentials, that deliveries had become a near constant interruption. Still, this was unusually fast. She had only just placed her dinner order. Her hand hesitated on the doorknob, but curiosity won out. She opened the door. Standing in the hallway was not the delivery person she had expected. A tall woman leaned casually against the wall, her posture relaxed, but her presence commanding. She was flanked by two men, one bespectacled and scholarly, the other nondescript, but with the solid build of a bodyguard. Behind them stood two more men, their expressions unreadable. They had her surrounded. Jiang Yu's gaze darted to the tall woman, her instincts screaming that this was no ordinary visitor. The woman's eyes were sharp, calculating, and her smile held no warmth. "Who are you?" Jiang Yu demanded, her voice edged with suspicion. The woman stepped forward, her movements fluid and deliberate. Her long legs carried her across the threshold with an air of quiet menace, each step a whisper against the tiled floor. When she stopped, she was close enough for Jiang Yu to smell the faint trace of perfume as something sharp and floral, like lilies left too long in stagnant water. "My name is Sheng Yan," the woman said, her voice low and gravely, like the rasp of a blade against stone. She extended a folder toward Jiang Yu. "And with the Apocalypse Special Operations Division, we need to have a little chat about the secrets you've been keeping." Her tone was almost conversational, but the document in her hand was anything but. Jiang Yu's eyes widened as she saw the bold, unmistakable words, "Arrest warrant." Her mind went blank, a deafening roar filling her ears. Apocalypse Special Operations Division. Her thoughts spiraled into chaos. No one was supposed to know. The apocalypse had even begun. The meteor rumors had been dismissed as conspiracy theories, whispers on the internet that no one took seriously. Ah, they knew. They knew about her space. About her rebirth. And they clawed at her throat. What no? Could she kill them? No, there were too many. I'd in her space. Impossibly required her to return to the same spot every 24 hours. Damn it. Damn it. Damn it. She forced herself to breathe, to think. Her voice, when she finally spoke, was steady, almost defiant. I don't know what you're talking about. Shane Yan's smile widened, a predator toying with its prey. Oh, I think you do, she said softly. Space, rebirth, should I go on? Shane Yan's blood ran cold. She staggered, her knees threatening to buckle. They knew everything. Ridiculous, she spat, her voice trembling. You've been reading too many novels. Space, rebirth, you're insane. She reached for the door, ready to slam it shut, but Shane Yan's hand shot out, holding it effortlessly in place. Jin Yu glared at her, rage and fear warring in her chest. What do you want? She demanded, her voice rising. I haven't broken any laws. You have no right. Shane Yan pulled a gun from her holster, the motion smooth and practiced. She tapped it lightly against the doorframe, her expression calm. We have every right, she said. And I have excellent aim. One shot, no pain. Shall we try? Jin Yu swallowed hard, her bravado crumbling. Please, she said finally, her voice barely above a whisper. Come in. Shane Yan sat on the sofa, her posture immaculate, as though carved from the same cold, unyielding stone as her gaze. Across the room, Hao Jinji had made himself at home at the dining table, his laptop, camera, and an assortment of equipment sprawled across the polished surface. A tripod stood rigidly in place, its lens trained on the room, capturing every flicker of movement in real time. And Jian Yu. She perched uneasily on a small wooden stool opposite Shane Yan, her back as stiff as the legs of the chair beneath her. The 3 plainclothes officers stationed around the room only heightened her discomfort. One loitered near the door, a silent sentinel, while the other 2 flanked her on either side, their presence oppressive, their eyes unrelenting. They watched her not like she was a person, but a riddle to be solved, a specimen to be dissected. Jin Yu felt the scrutiny crawl over her skin like 1,000 tiny insects, sharp and invasive. Her fingers twitched in her lap, and she couldn't stop herself from glancing up at the camera, its unblinking eye a silent judge. The weight of its gaze made her want to shrink into herself, to vanish. "Do we really have to keep filming?" she asked, her voice barely more than a whisper, frayed at the edges. She felt acutely aware of her sulfur unwashed hair clinging to her scalp, the faint sheen of oil on her forehead, the absence of makeup that left her feeling exposed. And then there was Shane Yan, poised and radiant, her beauty a cruel mirror held up to Jian Yu's own inadequacies. Shane Yan's response was maddeningly calm. Yes, she said, her tone clipped, professional. It's important to document everything. Jian Yu swallowed hard, trying to reassure herself. It's just a record, she thought. Just a routine procedure. Nothing to worry about. But across the city, unbeknownst to her, the live feed from the camera was being broadcast to a cavernous conference room. Over 100 officials and personnel sat in rapt silence, their faces bathed in the cold glow of the massive screen. Notebooks and pens were poised in their hands, ready to capture every detail, every nuance. They scrutinized Jian Yu with the intensity of scientists examining a rare and dangerous specimen, their eyes narrowing as if even the grace on her hair might hold some critical clue. Back in the room, Shane Yan leaned forward slightly, her voice smooth and deliberate as the click of a lock turning. Why don't you start talking? Jian Yu blinked, her throat tightening. Talking about what? Shane Yan said nothing at first. Instead, she reached into her jacket and withdrew a pistol, placing it on the table between them with a deliberate clatter. The barrel pointed directly at Jian Yu, a silent but unmistakable threat. Shane Yan's fingers, however, played idly with the pen, her lips curling into a faint, almost amused smile. Jian Yu, she said, her voice dropping to a low, coaxing murmur, we don't have the luxury of time for games. My presence here should tell you one thing, I already know everything about you. You're out of options. So let's not waste time. Tell me about the rebirth. Tell me about the space. I suspect you'd prefer to explain it yourself. Jane Yes's heart seized in her chest. Her mind raced, thoughts colliding in a chaotic storm. Explain it herself. The words hung in the air like the blade of a guillotine. The implication was clear, there were other ways to extract the truth. But she couldn't admit to anything. Her voice wavered as she forced the words through clenched teeth. I don't know what you're talking about. Jane turned her gaze to Hao Jinji, her expression unreadable. Hao straightened, his face a mask of stern professionalism. Jane Yu, he began, his voice crisp, clinical, age 24, graduated a year ago. Parents deceased 5 years ago. Lives alone. Recently broke up with boyfriend Yulishan after discovering his infidelity. During her 4 years at university, she financially supported both Yulishan and his roommate, Shen Jiajiao. Jane Yes's head snapped toward him, her eyes wide with horror. It felt like her very soul was being stripped bare, every secret, every shameful detail laid out for all to see. She wanted to scream, to run, to do anything but sit there under their merciless gaze. Jane arched a brow, her tone laced with mockery. You really are the perfect mark, aren't you? Jane Yes's lips pressed into a thin line. She didn't need her mistakes spelled out for her. She already knew. Hao Jinji continued, relentless. But 5 days ago, you began to change. You installed steel doors, replaced your windows with bulletproof glass. That was because I was afraid. Jane Yu interrupted, her voice rising in desperation. Afraid my ex and his mistress would come after me. What's wrong with that? Isn't it reasonable? Shane tilted her head, her smile faint, but unyielding. Reasonable, perhaps. But then tell me this, where is the iron gate, the one that was in your basement? Why did it vanish after you went down there empty-handed, I might add? Jane Yu froze, her breath catching in her throat. Hao Jinji pressed on. In the past 2 days alone, you've purchased 135 bags of rice, 120 bags of flour, 5 crates of salt, 5 crates of sugar, and an assortment of other goods from the supermarket. Shannon's gaze swept the room, her smile sharpening into something predatory. And yet, there's no sign of any of it here. Tell me, Jane Yu, where are you keeping it all? Jane Yes's mind went blank. Her mouth opened, but no sound came out. How did they know? How could they possibly know? Her thoughts spiraled, frantic and incoherent. She could explain it. She couldn't deny it. The facts were laid bare, irrefutable. Jane leaned forward, her voice soft but unrelenting. Jane Yu, I have 100 ways to make you talk, but I've chosen the peaceful route, because I don't just want your information, I want you. I want you to join us in fighting the apocalypse. The word hung between them like a thunderclap. Apocalypse. Jane Yu stared at her, incredulous. Fighting the apocalypse, do you even know what that means? Her voice dripped with scorn. You think humans can fight the end of the world? Do you have any idea what you're up against? Shannon's expression did waver. Her voice remained calm, steady as a heartbeat. If we do nothing, the future you live through will repeat itself. Our land will be ravaged, our civilization reduced to ashes, but we are not just individuals. Behind us stands a nation of over 1 billion people. We cannot afford to retreat. Knowing what we do, we must act, we must try. Jane Yes's laughter was bitter, hollow. Trying won't change anything. It's hopeless. I know, Shannon said, her voice dropping to a near whisper. In 21 days, the meteor shower will strike. It will come without warning, devastating the earth, and even after that, the disasters will keep coming, relentless, merciless. Each word struck Jane Yu like a blow. Her body tensed, her breath shallow. How could they know? How could they know so much? Believe me, Shannon continued, her eyes locking onto Jane Yes with unflinching intensity. We know more than you think, and we've already done more than you can imagine. She gestured to Hao Jinji, who handed her a tablet. Shannon placed it on the table, its screen glowing faintly. 9 days ago, we discovered the first individual with powers. 7 days ago, We identified the first reborn. 6 days ago, the government began drafting emergency protocols. 5 days ago, preparations started nationwide. Her voice was steady, unyielding, as she laid out the timeline. In 21 days, every city will have multiple shelters, each stocked with food and supplies. Communication systems are being developed to ensure connectivity even if satellites fail. Factories are working around the clock. Resources are being reclaimed. The nation is mobilizing. Jane Yu could only stare, her mind reeling. Jane Yan's gaze bored into her, sharp as a blade. You are the key, Jane Yu. With your knowledge we can do more. We can save more. Your rebirth isn't just a second chance for you, it's a chance for all of us. The words cut deep, stirring something in Jane Yu she had felt in a long time, hope. But fear still gripped her, its claws sinking deep. Could she trust him? Could she risk it? Jane Yu reached out, her touch warm, grounding. Join us, she said, her voice soft but resolute. You'll be protected. You'll be valued. You'll be part of something greater than yourself. Jane Yu hesitated, her heart a battlefield of conflicting emotions. Finally, trembling, she whispered, "For the nation I'll tell you everything. I returned from a year after the apocalypse. I lived through an entire year of it," Jane Yu stated, her voice calm, yet carrying the weight of unspeakable horrors. That single sentence made Hao Jinji sit up straight, his posture snapping to attention as though struck by an electric current. On the other side of the camera, in a sterile, high-tech conference room, countless figures froze. Eyes sharpened, breaths held, they focused intently on the woman displayed on the massive screen. Even Shengyan, seated at the head of the table, narrowed her gaze, her expression hardening. Jane Yu, oblivious to the scrutiny of so many strangers, stared at Shengyan with an unfocused gaze, as if lost in a labyrinth of her own memories. Her voice softened, stretching thin like a thread pulled taut. To be honest, I can't say for sure if it was exactly a year. Every single day felt like a lifetime. 21 days after the meteor struck, the world unraveled. On that day alone, at least 90% of the global population vanished. Coastal nations were consumed by tsunamis, monstrous waves triggered by the meteor's impact. Our country was no exception, scorched to ash in an instant, as if countless atomic bombs had detonated simultaneously. Her tone grew more distant, detached, as though recounting someone else's tragedy. The capital was directly hit, but the cities that were they ceased to exist. Here, we were merely collateral damage. It felt like an earthquake of unimaginable magnitude. Entire neighborhoods crumbled. Our residential area was lucky it still stood, though it was deemed uninhabitable. In those days, she added, her voice hollow, every neighborhood was a death trap. Jane Yu listened intently, her fingertips grazing the armrest of the sofa in a slow, deliberate rhythm. Her phone screen lit up with a soft glow. She glanced at it briefly. Old Jiang asked her about the nearest meteor. The question came smoothly, her voice steady. Xiaoyu, do you know where the nearest meteor struck? Or perhaps, can you recall any specific impact sites? Jane Yu thought for a moment, then spoke with quiet certainty. The closest one should be in Shishi. There were so many meteors, scattered across the globe. For a time, I heard rumors about the largest when it fell into the Pacific Ocean, drowning several nations in its wake. There were almost no survivors. Her body shivered involuntarily at the recollection. She wrapped her arms around herself, as if warding off an invisible chill. But you think the disaster 21 days later was the worst of it? Her voice cracked, trembling with a terror that seemed to seep from her very bones. No, that was just the beginning. Everyone who perished that day, they were the lucky ones, because from then on, every single day was a new nightmare. Her face, pale as winter frost, betrayed the depth of her fear. Shengyan, ever composed, handed her a cup of hot water, her touch light as she patted Jane Yu's head in a rare gesture of comfort. Jane Yu managed a weak smile, fragile but grateful. The warmth of Shengyan's gesture seemed to anchor her, if only briefly. Shengyan returned to her seat, her expression unreadable. Her phone buzzed again. Old Zane, Sun Academician and the others just verified her claims. Based on prior research and new calculations, the meteor closest to the capital likely did fall in Shishi. Everything she has said it might all be true. While the others scrambled to confirm and prepare, Xingyan had already made up her mind. She believed Jiang Yu every word, every tremor in her voice, every shadow that flickered across her face. Jiang Yu had lied. Her actions, her expressions, her very being exuded an authenticity that couldn't be fabricated. She had truly returned from a future drenched in calamity. And her warnings were not mere predictions, they were truths, etched in the scars of her soul. Meteor impacts will inevitably bring devastation, Shangyan said, her tone measured, her gaze steady. You're right, 21 days after the impact is merely the prologue. The true apocalypse begins after that. Hao Jingji nodded gravely, his face a mask of solemnity. A meteor slamming into Earth is no less catastrophic than a barrage of nuclear explosions. The seismic shock alone would be devastating, and it wouldn't stop there. The impact would destabilize tectonic plates, triggering relentless earthquakes. The aftershocks alone could last for years. And that's just the beginning, he continued, his voice low, but unyielding. The heat generated by the meteors would ignite uncontrollable fires. Entire continents would burn. Civilization, as we know it, would be reduced to cinders in mere moments. And then there's the atmosphere, he added, his words like a knife carving through the silence. The destruction would tear apart the ozone layer, smoke and ash would choke the skies, poisoning the air, acid rain would become the norm, and that's not even considering the possibility of radiation. Genius breath hitched. She stared at him, her eyes wide with astonishment. Every word he uttered struck a chord of grim recognition within her. He was right. All of it. The meteor's impact was only the beginning. The disasters that followed were endless, relentless. Even in her previous life, when death finally claimed her, the nightmare had not abated. Shangyan noticed the unease flickering in Jiang Yu's eyes. Her lips curved into a faint smile, one that carried both reassurance and resolve. Don't worry, now that we know we can prepare. The machinery of the state is powerless, this time it won't be the same, not entirely. But Jiang Yu's face remained ashen, her voice hoarse as she whispered, that's only part of it, because there's something far worse, a crisis that no amount of preparation can fully prevent. Shangyan's gaze sharpened, her body leaning forward, her focus unyielding. The emergence of superhuman awakened ones. That alone is unnatural. Are you saying the meteors brought something else? Something more? Jiang Yu hesitated, then nodded, her expression grave. The meteors didn't just bring destruction, they brought change. Her next words fell like a thunderclap. In my previous life, I heard whispers at a temporary base. Scientists studying the meteors discovered fragments that could awaken abilities in certain people. The mechanism is unknown, she continued, her voice hollow. But it said that prolonged exposure to these fragments could turn ordinary people into superhumans, and for those who already had abilities, the fragments made them even stronger. In my previous life, everyone fought for these fragments. I was just an ordinary person. I never even saw one. The room fell into a suffocating silence, the weight of her words pressing down like a storm cloud. But the worst was yet to come. And the greater danger. Shangyan prompted, her voice steady despite the tension thickening the air. Jiang Yu drew a shaky breath. Mudon. Hao Jingji frowned. Zombies. No, Jiang Yu said, shaking her head. Something far worse. They look just like us. They think like us. They remember everything, who they were, who they loved. Some are superhumans, others just ordinary people. But they're not human anymore, she said, her voice trembling. They kill. They eat. They hide among us, waiting for the moment to strike. They have no empathy, no humanity. Parents, siblings, lovers, it doesn't matter. To them we're all prey. The room grew colder, the silence more oppressive. Hao Jingji felt his chest tighten, his breath shallow. He turned to Shangyan instinctively, seeking her reaction. Shangyan didn't speak immediately. Her eyes, sharp as a blade, swept over the room, lingering on Jiang Yu's pale face and Hao Jingji's clenched fists. When she finally spoke, her voice was calm, almost detached. The greatest threat isn't the disasters themselves, she said, her tone icy. It's the erosion of trust. Earthquakes, fires, poison skies, these are obstacles we can face together. But when the enemy hides among us, when no one knows who to trust. She let the thought hang in the air, its implications more terrifying than any meteor. For a moment, her eyes closed, her long lashes casting shadows against her cheeks. When she opened them again, her gaze was resolute, unyielding. No problem is without a solution. There will be a way to identify them. Earthquakes, wildfires, toxic air, acid rain, and now a virus. Mutants are a virus, she declared. And as long as we're not all infected at once, there's hope. Her calm, decisive tone seemed to anchor the room, pulling Jiang Yu and Hao Jingji out of their spiraling dread. Fear was useless. They couldn't afford to surrender to despair. Shen Yan's phone lit up again, the screen casting a faint glow. Old Sang continued. Shen Yan turned back to Jiang Yu, her expression steady. Enough about the apocalypse. Now, tell us about your space. After Shen Yan finished speaking, Jiang Yu visibly froze. It was clear this was the topic she wanted to broach. When it came to her personal golden finger, she was reluctant to reveal anything. Shen Yan glanced at her, a gentle smile curving her lips, worn yet edged with an unsettling calm. Jiang Yu, as I said before, we won't harm you. You must know that in the future, there will be many ability users, and spatial ability users won't be a rarity, right? The implication was clear. She wasn't special enough to warrant fear. Jiang Yu hesitated. Because, in truth, she was a little special. Hao Jingji, catching on, narrowed his eyes with suspicion. Wait a second, you're not a spatial ability user, are you? Is there another reason you have access to a space? His mind worked quickly, piecing together fragments of information had gathered downstairs. A jade bracelet. Hao Jingji's voice rose, his eyes widening in alarm. The one you got back from your ex-boyfriend is that jade bracelet your space. His intuition was sharp, almost unnervingly so. Jiang Yu blinked, utterly flummoxed. How do they know this? Her expression betrayed her shock, her disbelief. Shen Yan's face twisted into something half amused, half incredulous. Your ex-boyfriend betrayed you, ran off with someone else, and they even stole your space. That's why your last life ended so tragically, and now that you've been reborn, you've reclaimed your space and vowed to make that scumbag and his mistress pay. Jiang Yu was dumbfounded. What in the world? How do they know everything? Where had she slipped up? She had been so careful, so meticulous. Shen Yan's expression shifted, a flicker of realization crossing her face. She nodded thoughtfully, then turned to Hao Jingji, speaking with a strange certainty. Xiao. Hao Jingji nodded in agreement, his tone equally resolute. Definitely Xiao, the protagonist. At that moment, a notification popped up on the phone. Old Sang, who is Xiao? Jiang Yu frowned. Who's Xiao? Shen Yan explained, her voice calm, almost clinical. Someone not entirely stable. Jiang Yu's confusion deepened. What is going on here? Shen Yan dismissed the thought with a clearing of her throat, refocusing the conversation. So, if you're not a spatial ability user, then your space must be different from the usual ones, right? At this, Jiang Yu seemed to deflate, her shoulders slumping in resignation. I may not be a spatial ability user, but the space is already bound to me. The jade bracelet has completely disappeared. Even if you wanted to take it, you couldn't. Shen Yan's expression remained impassive. No one's going to take it from you. To her, it didn't matter who owned the space as long as it was usable. Jiang Yu, her tone tinged with self-pity, muttered. It is different, but not in a good way. Unlike other spatial ability users, whose spaces can grow over time, I don't even know if mine can expand. And their spaces maintain a fixed time flow, items don't spoil. Mine, though mine is just a barren patch of black soil, Whatever I put inside rots just as quickly as it would outside. It's useless for stockpiling supplies. She sounded almost petulant, dissatisfied with her lot. But Cheng Yan's expression turned grave. Hao Jingji abruptly sat up straight, his voice sharp. Black soil. Qin Yu nodded, bewildered by their reaction. Cheng Yan leaned in, her gaze piercing. How large? Qin Yu hesitated. Very large. The edges are shrouded in mist. Haven't measured it exactly. Cheng Yan exhaled slowly, deliberately. Hao Jingji let out a low whistle of disbelief. So let me get this straight, you have a vast space filled with black soil, with the time flow identical to the outside world, and you're upset because you can't use it to store perishables. His gaze on her was almost pitying, as though he were looking at someone profoundly foolish. Qin Yu blinked, more confused than ever. Hao Jingji, exasperated, turned to Cheng Yan, who remained composed, her expression unreadable. Shake yourself, Cheng Yan murmured, her tone laced with irony. Indeed, this was precisely the kind of protagonist she found most aggravating. Black soil, fertile, precious, and in a post-apocalyptic world reduced to ash and ruin, a treasure beyond measure. A perfect experimental ground for agricultural research, no less. Cheng Yan and Hao Jingji exchanged a glance, an unspoken understanding passing between them. Qin Yu couldn't shake the feeling that their silence boded ill. But the mention of her space had dredged up memories of her past life. You don't know what I've been through, she said, her voice trembling with suppressed rage. You have no idea what those two did to me. Yulishan and Chen Jiajia, they stole my space, ground me into the dirt, and made my life a living hell. Her hands clenched into fists, her nails pressing into her palms. You don't know what they did to me. Her voice cracked as she recounted her story, the words spilling out in a torrent of anguish. When the apocalypse began, Chen Jiajia hoarded supplies in my space, and Yulishan thrived by her side. I did realize Yulishan was a problem back then. We had broken up yet. In the apocalypse, they kept me around, treating me like a slave. They starved me. If I wanted food, I had to crawl on the ground like a dog to pick up scraps, and they handed me over to one ability user after another to be humiliated. Her body shook violently, her voice growing hoarse and raw. I tried to escape. Every time, they caught me and beat me senseless. Later, when a temporary base was overrun by mutated creatures, Chen Jiajia shoved me in front of them as bait. I was torn apart while she ran. I barely managed to escape, but they decided I was worth keeping around, and threw me back to the monsters. Her voice trailed off, choked with emotion. The weight of her memories bore down on her, suffocating. Cheng Yan stood and placed a hand on Cheng Yan's shoulder, steadying her. Qin Yu, on the verge of breaking, leaned into her, finding solace in the strength of Cheng Yan's presence. Cheng Yan's hand moved in soothing circles, her patience unwavering. Qin Yu wept, her tears hot and bitter, her voice trembling with fury. The day I was reborn, I almost killed them on the spot. If it weren't for the fact that the world hadn't descended into chaos yet, I wouldn't have held back. I wouldn't have stopped at merely exposing their affair and breaking up with Yulishan. The world was still intact, its laws still in place. She could act recklessly. But the anger burned within her, unrelenting. Cheng Yan ruffled her hair gently, her tone matter-of-fact. Of course you can hate them, and of course you should take your revenge. They deserve it. Her words carried the weight of absolute conviction. Cheng Yan looked up, meeting Cheng Yan's gaze. In those eyes, she saw the depth of understanding, a quiet, unshakable support that warmed her from within. This feeling, being understood, being supported, it was intoxicating. Cheng Yan leaned closer, as though drawing strength from Cheng Yan's calm resolve. Cheng Yan continued to pat her shoulder, her movements steady and reassuring. Hao Jingji, watching from the side, couldn't help but twitch at the corners of his mouth. Cheng Yan. She could be ruthless when she wanted to be, yet her gentleness was disarming, capable of breaking down even the most fortified walls. My sister is incredible, he thought, half in awe, half in exasperation. After a moment, Cheng Yu straightened, taking a deep breath to regain her composure. Her voice was steadier now, though still tinged with weariness. I've told you everything I know, and since I'm not really a spatial ability user, what do you want from me? Another notification buzzed. Old saying, bring her back. Shenyan ignored it, instead clasping Jian Yes's hand gently. Her phoenix-like eyes bore into Jian Yes, her voice soft yet probing. One last question, can people enter your space? The room fell silent, the air heavy with anticipation. Elsewhere, in a dimly lit conference room, eyes were glued to a screen, waiting for her answer. The utility of Jian Yes's space hinged on this crucial detail. If people could enter, the vast black soil would be little more than a curiosity. Jin Yu hesitated, Shang Yan's unwavering gaze pressing down on her. Finally, she gritted her teeth and confessed. I can go in, but no one else can. She paused and added with a bitter laugh. If others could enter, I would have already thrown Yulishan and Chenjai Ajiao inside and killed them. Her eyes locked onto Shang Yan's, pleading. You have to believe me. Shang Yan's lips curved into a faint smile, her tone as sincere as her gaze. I believe you. The honesty in her voice was disarming, almost too perfect. Under Shang Yan's scrutiny, Jian Yes's eyes flickered, her gaze darting away, guilt and hesitation lurking in their depths. Shang Yan pretended not to notice, her expression serene as she looked away. Hao Jinji frowned, opening his mouth to speak, but Shang Yan silenced him with a single, icy glance. Just lying, Hao Jinji thought. But Shang Yan didn't seem to care. The truth would come out eventually. The black soil was too valuable, too vast to remain untapped. There was no rush. The conversation reached its natural conclusion. We'll exchange contact information, Shang Yan said, taking out her phone. Do you want to come with us to the Special Affairs Division? If not, you can rest at home for a day and come by tomorrow. Jian Yu hesitated. What would I do there? Shang Yan's smile deepened, a glint of amusement in her eyes. We have some things we'd like to put in your space. Jian Yes's eyes lit up. Of course. Aligning herself with the government, joining the Special Affairs Division, she wouldn't need to stockpile supplies herself. They would prepare everything for her. And what the government could provide would surely surpass anything she could gather on her own. Restricted items, weapons, advanced medicine, only the government could supply such resources. The thought filled her with excitement, her earlier hesitation melting away. She was about to agree when a voice called up from outside, accompanied by hurried footsteps. Xiaoyu, are you home? Jian Yes's expression darkened, her features twisting with hatred. Shang Yan raised an eyebrow. Yulishan. Jian Yu nodded grimly. Do you want to see him? Shang Yan asked, her tone calm as she reached out to brush a strand of hair from Jian Yes's face. If you don't, I can ensure you never have to face them again in this life. Jian Yes's voice was firm, her eyes burning with a fierce determination. I want revenge. I want to see their downfall with my own eyes. She took a deep breath and stood, her resolve hardening. Let him in. Why should she suffer alone while they escape the consequences of their actions? She would ensure they live to see the apocalypse. She would wait until the world turned to chaos, until their suffering matched her own. Her mind made up, she gestured for them to let him in. Shang Yan said nothing, her expression unreadable. She would respect Jian Yes's choice. Shang Yan ordered the equipment to be packed away. This site is under my control now. Don't worry, she said, addressing the camera as though it were a confidant. Jian Yu blinked, puzzled. Who are you talking to? To the higher-ups, and the researchers, Shang Yan replied offendedly, not even lifting her head. Jian Yu frowned, her confusion deepening. What? Her fingers instinctively brushed through her unwashed, oily hair, her mind struggling to catch up. Meanwhile, from the computer in Hao Jinji's hands, a deep, resonant voice emerged, cutting through the air like a blade. Jian Yu, welcome to the Doomsday Special Affairs Bureau. Together, we will fight against the apocalypse. Hao Jinji swiveled the laptop screen toward her. On it, an expansive conference room came into view, the kind one only sees in high-budget political dramas. Rows upon rows of heads filled the screen, a sea of faces stretching into the distance. And there, in the front row, were the leaders she had only ever glimpsed on television, nodding at her, acknowledging her presence. Jane Yu froze. Her mind blanked, her body locked in place. Then the screen went black. For a moment silence. And then a scream erupted from her, so loud it seemed to shake the very foundations of the building. I did wash my hair. To speak with such esteemed figures, even in the shadow of impending doom, was an honor she could scarcely fathom. But she had washed her hair. Only women could truly understand the sheer, existential weight of meeting someone important without freshly washed hair. Shane Yin turned to her, bewildered, clearly unable to grasp what had driven her to this level of hysteria. Jane Ya's eyes brimmed with an accusatory sorrow, as though the world itself had wronged her. Before she could recover from this mortifying moment, the door creaked open, and Yulishin stepped into view. He was a man of delicate, almost porcelain-like features, his face framed by a pair of glasses that gave him an air of studious charm. Unlike Hao Jinji, whose rigid demeanor was like a suit pressed too many times, Yulishin exuded a boyish appeal, the kind that had surely made him the heartthrob of his class back in school. "Say, you, what's going on with you?" he asked, his voice tinged with both concern and impatience. "These past few days, I thought you'd—" His words faltered mid-sentence as his gaze swept across the room, finally registering the presence of others. Yulishin's brows furrowed slightly, his eyes scanning the strangers. The three plainclothes individuals seemed utterly unremarkable, nearly invisible in their ordinariness. But Hao Jinji was a different story. His aura alone betrayed a complexity that Yulishin couldn't quite place. And then there was Shane Yin. His gaze lingered on her, a fraction too long. She was striking in a way that was almost disconcerting, her beauty sharp and unyielding, like a blade glinting in the sun. But the moment Yulishin opened his mouth again, the wave of disgust that surged through Jane Yu was enough to snap her out of her daze. Inwardly, she cursed herself. How had she ever fallen for someone like this? "What are you doing here?" she demanded, her voice laced with venom. Yulishin's attention snapped back to her, his expression morphing into one of wounded sorrow. "Xiaoyu," he began, his tone plaintive, "how much longer are you going to stay angry with me? You've misunderstood me and Chen Jiajia. We're just old friends from the same hometown, nothing more." His performance was flawless, his face a canvas of earnest regret. If she had lived through it all before, if she had been reborn with the memories of her past life, she might have believed him. She might have been swayed. But not this time. Jane Ya's lips curled into a cold, mirthless smile. "Yulishin, drop the act. Your little tricks don't work on me anymore. If I could, I'd skin you alive and grind your bones to dust." The years they had spent together in university, graduation, the early days of adulthood flashed through her mind like a grim montage. There had been signs, of course, moments when things did quite add up. But he had always been so adept at smoothing things over, at weaving his lies with such finesse, that she had let herself be fooled. Now in retrospect, her gullibility felt like a personal betrayal. Her gaze hardened, a glacial chill seeping into her eyes. This was a side of her that had never existed before, a darkness born of pain and betrayal. Yulishin hesitated, a flicker of unease crossing his face. But he pressed on, his voice softening into a plea. "Xiaoyu, what's happened to you? Was everything we shared just a lie? 5 years Xiaoyu, 5 years of our youth, does that mean anything to you? You had the audacity to bring that up." She spat, her fists clenching. "Those 5 years were nothing but a game to you, weren't they? Did you enjoy making a fool out of me?" His face crumpled, as if her words had physically struck him. "How can you think that?" he murmured, stepping closer. He reached for her hand, his eyes glistening with unused tears. "Xiaoyu, I've always been sincere with you. Do you remember the promises we made by the sea, the time we climbed the Great Wall, and I carried you when you couldn't go on, the sunsets we watched together, when you said you wanted to be with me forever?" The moment his hand touched hers, Jane Yu recoiled, yanking her arm back as though his touch had burned her. A wave of nausea churned in her stomach. No matter how many times she encountered his shamelessness, it never failed to astonish her. If she had been reborn, if she had seen the truth with her own eyes in her past life, she might have been moved by his words. But she remembered. She remembered the apocalypse, the year when the world fell apart. She remembered overhearing him and Chen Jiajiao mocking her, their latter echoing in the ruins of what once was. Every so-called happy memory they had shared had been tainted by their deceit. How could he stand there now, spinning these lies with such ease? Xing Nin and Hao Jingji watched the scene unfold, their expressions a mixture of curiosity and amusement. Xing Nin tilted her head. Who paid for all this? It was a simple question, but it struck like a thunderclap. Yulishan froze. Xing Nin sighed, her tone dripping with mock pity. Ah, the classic case of the sucker footing the bill. Jinyu. She didn't want to hear those 3 words ever again. Her glare could have burned a hole through Yulishan. I know everything now. I know about you and that woman. You've been together since high school. You only latched onto me in college because you were broke. Her voice rose, each word laced with fury. Every trip we took, every meal we shared, you were playing me for a fool while sneaking around with her. Did you think I would find out? Xing Yin and Hao Jingji exchanged glances, their expressions saying everything and nothing. Whoa, Xing Yin murmured. Indeed, Hao Jingji agreed. Yulishan's mask slipped for a fraction of a second, his expression hardening before he quickly recovered. Jinyu, he said, his voice cold now, you are making baseless accusations. Do you have proof? And then, as if a switch had been flipped, his demeanor shifted again. A sneer curled his lips. Or is it you who's been unfaithful? Are you trying to pin your guilt on me? His gaze swept across the room, finally settling on Hao Jingji. Is it him? He demanded, pointing an accusatory finger. Hao Jingji blinked, startled. What? He had been happily enjoying the drama, and now he was being dragged into it. Jin Yes's fingers twitched, itching to grab something sharp and end this once and for all. Hao Jingji adjusted his glasses, his expression calm. Rather, if you're going to be a catman, at least do it with some integrity. Taking money from one woman while cheating with another. That's just low. What did you say? Yulishan's face turned an alarming shade of red. Hao Jingji gave him a once-over, then shook his head in mock disappointment. Honestly, with your looks, you probably had a good run in your younger years, but now, you're past your prime. You should be grateful for whatever scraps you're getting. The disdain in his voice was palpable, each word landing like a slap. Yeah. Yulishan sputtered, his rage boiling over. Jinyu cut him off, her voice ice cold. Yao. She pointed to the door, her expression a mask of contempt. I'm letting you go for now, but don't think this is over. When the time comes, you'll regret ever crossing me. The apocalypse was coming, and when it did, she would make sure he and Chen Jiajiao paid dearly. Yulishan took a deep breath, his eyes narrowing as he studied her. He couldn't understand what had changed. The Jinyu he knew had always been soft, easy to manipulate. Jinyu, he said slowly, you're the one who wanted to break up, but if you're going to slander me like this, you'll have to compensate me. Otherwise, don't think you can just walk away. Hao Jingji clicked his tongue, shaking his head in exaggerated disapproval. Yulishan shot him a glare before turning back to Jinyu. She laughed, the sound cold and sharp. Are you threatening me? It's not a threat, he said, his tone smug. It's simple. Either we stay together, or you compensate me. Fair and square. Jin Yes's smile widened, her eyes gleaming with a dangerous light. What do you want? The bracelet, he said without hesitation. For a moment, the room seemed to freeze. Jin Yes's breath caught, her anger surging like a tidal wave. Memories of her past life crashed over her, drowning her in their weight. Her eyes burned with fury as she stared him down. You want the bracelet, so that's what this has been about all along. You knew its value, didn't you? That's why you stole it when you left. That bracelet wasn't just a family heirloom. It was a key, a treasure, a lifeline in the coming apocalypse. The realization made her stomach churn. You suggested the breakup, Yulishan said, his voice turning colder. If you don't want to give me the bracelet, then give me money. Otherwise, it'll make sure every near classmates, your colleagues knows what kind of person you are. Before Jian Yu could respond, Shen Yan stood abruptly, slipping her phone into her pocket. This sudden movement drew everyone's attention. Her expression was one of utter exasperation, as though her patience had finally reached its limit. Jian Yu, she said, her voice clipped, did he take the bracelet after you broke up? Jian Yu nodded, still stunned. Yilishan jumped in, his voice rising. She took it back. Shen Yan ignored him, her gaze fixed on Jian Yu. How much is the bracelet worth? It is priceless, Jian Yu stammered. It was my grandmother's. That it, Shen Yan said, nodding. An irreplaceable family heirloom, worth a fortune. She glanced at Hao Jinji. What's the penalty for theft and extortion? Hao Jinji's eyes lit up, and he stood straighter, his voice ringing out like a judge delivering a verdict. For a non-family related theft of significant value, the sentence ranges from 3 to 4 years in prison. Extortion of a large sum carries a penalty of up to 3 years. Shen Yan's lips curved into a smile, one that didn't reach her eyes. Take him away, then. Yilishan's jaw dropped. What? Jian Yu blinked, equally stunned. What? Jian Yu was utterly bewildered, her gaze fixed blankly on Shen Yan. Shen Yan's voice was clipped, her tone laced with a faint edge of irritation. Your time is precious, but mine is even more so. You've already wasted 12 minutes. There was an exasperation in her demeanor, a kind of weary resignation. Did this girl really not understand? The world had only 21 days left before it would come crashing down. 21 days. And yet she squandered them, sparing with words, indulging in petty squabbles. Was it truly entertaining to watch a lowlife like Yilishan flail and squawk like a cornered rat? Jian Yu remained frozen, her confusion palpable. Shen Yan sighed, her voice cutting through the haze of Jian Yu's thoughts. What now, dissatisfied? Do you want to deal with him directly? For a moment, she seemed to consider the idea, her head tilting slightly. Then she nodded, her expression decisive. Straightforward, extraordinary times call for extraordinary measures. That could work, and let's... Wait. Jian Yu's voice broke through, sharp and urgent. She shook her head, her voice trembling but firm. No, he can't die just like that. He has to live until the 21st day. In her past life, everyone had said that dying before the apocalypse was a blessing, a mercy. But not for Yilishan. Not for Chen Jiajia. They didn't deserve an easy death. No, Jian Yu would not grant them that reprieve. The thought of them escaping her vengeance, or slipping away without suffering as she had suffered it, was intolerable. It would haunt her, gnawing at her in the dead of night. Shen Yan's face betrayed no understanding, but there was a grudging respect in her expression, a silent acknowledgment of Jian Yu's resolve. Fine, she said, waving a hand dismissively. As long as you cooperate with the state, trivial matters like this are entirely up to you. Her tone was indulgent, almost patronizing, as though she were humoring a child. Yilishan, still struggling to process the scene unfolding around him, was abruptly jolted to reality when 2 plainclothes officers clamped handcuffs onto his wrists. His face twisted in panic, his voice rising in protest. Wait, what are you doing? Why are you arresting me? Shen Yan did bother with explanations. A mere flick of her wrist, and the officers dragged him away, his protests echoing down the corridor like the pitiful yelps of a beaten dog. Outside, a woman's shrill cry pierced the air. Yilishan, what's happening? Why are they taking you? Jian Yu's teeth clenched, her voice low and venomous. Chen Jiajia. The words had barely left her lips when a woman burst into view, her movements frantic as she threw herself at the door, clutching Yilishan like a lifeline. Her eyes blazed with fury as she turned on Jian Yu. Jian Yu, how dare you have him arrested, you? Shen Yan cut her off, her voice cold and detached, as if she were discussing the weather. Oh, another one. Her gaze shifted to Yilishan, her question sharp and unyielding. Yilishan, was it Chen Jiajia who told you to steal the bracelet? Yilishan hesitated, his mouth opening and closing like a fish out of water. Shang Yin didn't wait for a response. She stepped forward with a deliberate calm, and with a swift, brutal motion, twisted his hand. The sickening crack of bone was followed by his agonized scream. Was it her? Yes, yes, it was Jiao. She told me to. She released him, her expression as impassive as ever. Accomplice, take her to. The command was barely out of her mouth when another officer stepped forward, handcuffing Chen Jiao with practiced efficiency. The two of them were dragged away, their cries fading into the distance as the wail of sirens rose, then receded, leaving only silence in their wake. Jin Yu stood there, stunned, her mind struggling to catch up. What just happened? From the moment Chen Jiao had appeared to the moment she was hauled away it had all unfolded in less than a minute. Shang Yan's voice broke the silence, her tone sharp with faint incredulity. Under the premise of legality and compliance, resolving problems efficiently is so simple. Did it never occur to you to call the police? Jin Yu opened her mouth, then closed it, her expression conflicted. No, it hadn't. But she began hesitantly. The apocalypse is almost here. What's the point of jail time when? Shang Yin cut her off with a sigh, her voice tinged with a kind of weary patience. Silly child, the apocalypse may be imminent, but the state will issue warnings instructing people to stockpile supplies. Where do you think they'll stockpile anything from inside a detention center? When the 21st day comes, and they're penniless and starving, won't they still end up at your mercy? Her words were matter of fact, but there was an undercurrent of exasperation, as though she couldn't quite believe she had to explain something so obvious. Jin Ya's eyes widened, a spark of understanding lighting up her face. Hao Jinji, who had been silent until now, nodded in agreement. If you want revenge, don't give them 21 carefree days. Don't worry about the detention center, make sure they're well looked after. Shang Yin tried, and failed, to fully comprehend the depth of Jin Ya's vendetta. She shrugged, her tone resigned. Personally, I'd find it simpler to deal with them directly. But if you insist on keeping them alive, that's your choice. Her expression remained inscrutable, but there was a flicker of something in her eyes, perhaps amusement, perhaps disdain as she reached up and ruffled Jin Ya's hair like one might a particularly stubborn kitten. Good girl, stick with the state, and you'll have your back. The country will protect you. Just focus on doing your part and stop overthinking. Jin Yu nodded vigorously, her voice clear and decisive. Yes, Sister Shang. It did matter that Shang Yin might not have been much older than her. The title came from the heart, unreserved and sincere. Shang Yan's lips curved into a faint smile. Come on, she said, her tone light. Time to report to the Special Affairs Division. Jin Ya's eyes sparkled with anticipation as she followed, practically bouncing on her heels. Reporting in meant one thing, the chance to fill her spatial storage with supplies. Her hands rubbed together, barely able to contain her excitement. Shang Yin, watching her, felt a flicker of satisfaction. Jin Yu, this overly sentimental chosen one, had officially joined their ranks. This question was answered by Shang Yin. I'll take Captain Kailing Wu from Team Zero. The 3 heretics will be assigned to Group A. Team Zero. That name again. She couldn't help but recall what Hao Jinji had just said, that both Shang Yin and Kai Yu hailed from Team Zero. Her eyes widened in confusion. What exactly is Team Zero? Are they that impressive? Very impressive, Hao Jinji said, his expression tinged with reverence. Back when I was in the intelligence division, I always dreamed of collaborating with Team Zero. Let me put it this way, Team Zero is a group of people who can do anything. They're tasked with carrying out the nation's most secretive and challenging missions. He paused, then summed it up in one chilling sentence. The nation's human-shaped weapons. Flesh and blood war machines. Jin Yu felt her breath catch. Human-shaped weapons. Flesh and blood war machines. What a terrifying appraisal. Her gaze instinctively shifted to Shang Yin, who was driving with a sharp, detached profile that seemed to cut through the air like a blade. Jin Yu was skeptical. Shang Jai looked so slim, even frail. Could she really be that strong? Hao Jinji caught her doubt and rolled his eyes. Shang Yu, never doubt Shang Jai, stick around long enough, and you'll understand. Shane Yu hesitated, then nodded reluctantly. Welly. She was half convinced, half doubtful, but decided to let it go for now. Instead, she asked, if Team Zero is so incredible, and Captain Kai leads them, he must be unbelievably strong, right? Hao Jingji nodded, lifting his chin with pride. Of course, Captain Kai is a legend. He's a top-tier sniper. Among ourselves, we often describe him like this: the eye's vision may be limited, but for Captain Kai, a sniper's range has no bounds. Captain Kai knows no limits. Jane Yu felt a strange, inexplicable awe. Hao Jingji rubbed his hands together, a hint of smugness in his demeanor. Captain Kai joining Group B means Shang Jie can now command the entirety of Team Zero. Tell me, do you think Shang Jie got a raw deal here? Xin Yu instinctively shook her head. Cheng Yan, still focused on the road, spoke in a lazy, almost indifferent tone. I've seen those two elementalists, the water and fire ones. Let's just say, not now, not in the future. They'll never be a match for Team Zero. Elementalists could be powerful, yes. But Team Zero, they were already beyond powerful. They were a group of people both endearing and utterly terrifying. And she came from there. Jane Yu had another question. She leaned toward Hao Jingji, her eyes sparkling with curiosity. If Captain Kai is so amazing, and he represents Team Zero, wouldn't Group A's leader, Kai Yu, have an issue with that? After all, Group B was supposed to suppress Group A, and Group A wanted to suppress Group B just as much. Hao Jingji suddenly broke into a sly grin, though he quickly composed himself, pushing his glasses up with mock seriousness. No choice, Captain Kai happens to be Shang Jie's lover. Even if Kai Yu wanted to poach him, she'd worry about him sabotaging her. Jin Yu. She whipped her head toward Shang Yan, her disbelief almost palpable. This person actually had a lover. Wait. Jin Yu asked, why lover, why not just say boyfriend? Hao Jingji sighed, exasperated. That's something you'll have to ask Shang Jie herself. Jin Yu turned her wide, expectant eyes to Shang Yan, blinking like a child waiting for a story. Shang Yan glanced at her through the rearview mirror, her lips curling into a faint smile. Stop crying, then fill your head with love and romance. Stay healthy. Jin Yu pouted. What dating isn't healthy? Resting her head against the back of the seat in front of her, she gazed at Shang Yan. Shang Jie, you're so beautiful. The more I look at you, the more I think no one could possibly be good enough for you. Hao Jingji shot her a disdainful look. Seriously, it's only the first day, and this girl is already Shang Yan's little fangirl. Hey, did you forget how Shang Jie had a gun pointed at your head earlier? Their idle chatter carried them all the way back to the unit. The so-called unit was, in truth, an entire camp carved out of a mountainside. Remote and secluded, the place was heavily guarded, surrounded by several experimental bases and office buildings. After all, with elementalists around, a cramped space wouldn't do. Jin Yu kept looking around, marveling. I've lived in the capital for so many years and never knew there was a mountain here, let alone what's inside. Hao Jingji replied, of course not. Confidential locations aren't for ordinary people to access. Shang Yan led the two of them straight in without hesitation. This building is shared by Groups A and B. Upstairs are several laboratories and some researchers. So you might run into people from Group A here, Hao Jingji whispered. Jane Yu instinctively craned her neck to look. Hao Jingji pulled her back. Don't bother, Leader Kai took 3 of her people out to track other heretics. She won't be here now. Maybe tonight. Jane Yu withdrew her gaze. There are more heretics. Hao Jingji nodded. Of course, every anomaly must be investigated. You're the 3rd one we've checked today. The first 2 were false alarms, but you're the real deal. And a rare one at that. Jin Yu felt a twinge of disappointment. Realizing she wasn't some one-of-a-kind chosen heroine left her a little deflated. But curiosity quickly replaced her gloom. So we're still tracking other heretics. Do we have targets? Hao Jingji nodded. At you. Shang Yan swiped a card, ushering them into an elevator, and pressing a 4 button. Logistics has been preparing since we set out. You'll need to register, undergo some tests, and then help us load supplies into your space. There are other arrangements as well, Shane explained. Jane Yu barely heard the rest, her excitement bubbling over. She had only stored basic supplies in her space, leaving vast swaths empty. Sure, things might expire, but the thought of filling it to the brim thrilled her. Weapons and controlled substances, the possibilities were endless. How secure she'd feel. Upstairs, Jane Yu was subjected to a thorough examination, scans, blood tests, and even a demonstration of her space ability, which involved pulling out a pot of black soil. Only after all this was she respectfully escorted out. She'd been terrified of being dissected, but Shannon had stayed by her side the entire time, her presence inexplicably reassuring. When it was all over, Jane Yu let out a long breath, her spirits soaring. "Let's load the supplies now," she exclaimed. Shannon nodded, speaking as they walked. "You can keep what's already in your space. The nation is stockpiling food, the apocalypse won't leave you starving." She paused, considering that Jane Yu, new to the Special Affairs Division, might not fully trust the government yet. "Forget it," Shannon added. "Keep your supplies. It's not much, and leaving it there might give you peace of mind." Jane Yu nodded so vigorously she resembled a packing chick. "Perfect. The nation must be giving her loads of supplies. Why else would they need her to clear space?" Shang Jie was even considerate enough to let her keep her stockpile. Jane Yu felt a surge of gratitude, but also a twinge of guilt. Shannon glanced back, immediately catching the mix of excitement and guilt on Jane Yu's face. Her lips curved slightly. Jane Yu's thoughts were easy to read. She'd lied. Her space, one just for her personal use. After all, it was a golden finger, wasn't it? Keeping a few secrets was only natural. Shannon understood. But still. Her eyes glimmered with amusement as she walked with a light, unhurried step. Shannon led Jane Yu to a warehouse near the camp. As they approached the massive doors, Jane Yu's eyes grew brighter and brighter, barely suppressing the urge to leap for joy. The two of them stepped closer. A middle-aged man emerged from the warehouse, his expression stern. "Hey Jane, the supplies are ready. Everything's inside, and the researchers have arrived as well." Jane nodded. Jane Yu frowned. "Researchers?" As they ventured further in, Jane Yu finally saw what the enormous warehouse contained. Tractors, plows, seeders, sprinklers, fertilizer, seeds, and rows upon rows of saplings and peculiar plants. Nearby, a group of elderly researchers in lab coats hovered nervously. "Oh, finally, someone's here. These things need careful handling. Get them planted immediately," one of the old men called out, waving them over. Jane Yu. She looked at Shannon. "What's going on? Where are the supplies she was supposed to load?" Shannon met her gaze, a smile playing on her lips. "These are the supplies you'll be loading. Your mission is to preserve Hope's seedlings and experiment with Hope's seeds. Your space must bear fruit, so that even if the earth becomes a wasteland, your space will remain lush and vibrant." The words felt convoluted, leaving Jane Yu slightly dazed. She murmured to herself, "Seedlings, seeds, fruit, vibrant." Then, as realization dawned, her pupils dilated in shock. Pointing at herself, she turned to Shannon, incredulous. "So, you're asking me to farm?" Shannon's smile widened. "It's called cultivating Hope's seedlings." That vast expanse of black soil in her space had to serve a purpose, after all. Sure, it wasn't as grand as the Shaxiao space with its mountains and rivers, but it would do. Jane Yu, that's still farming. At that moment, one of the elderly researchers approached, visibly excited. "You're the space ability user, aren't you? Ah, thank goodness you're here. Ever since we received the apocalypse notice, we've all been worried sick, but then we found you. If the world turns to ash, your space will be our last hope. Come, let me teach you how to plant these." "Who are you?" Jane Yu asked, annoyed. Jane Anne's smile deepened. "This is Academician Zhao, one of the world's foremost botanists. You don't know how to farm, so from now on, they'll be your teachers, guiding you on how to sow seeds. Chen Yu. For a moment, she thought she had misheard. Shen Yan took her hand, her smile radiant. They're experts in this field, from wasteland farming to apocalypse agriculture. Your space will be critical for research. They're your teachers and also your subordinates. Chen Yu. She blinked in confusion. What do you mean? They'll be under my charge. Shen Yan reassured her. Don't worry. As a distinguished contributor, your food rations will be more than enough to support them. Chen Yu. That's not what I meant. Wait. So all her hard work farming would go toward feeding a group of people who'd then tell her how to farm. Shen Yan spread her hands, feigning regret. What can you do? Your space only allows you inside. Chen Yu. If this was the definition of wasting oneself with one's own petard, she didn't know what was. Chen Yu opened her mouth, as if on the verge of speaking, but no words came. Shen Yan turned her gaze toward her, her expression calm, patient, expectant. Moments passed, the silence stretching taut between them, until Jian Yu clenched her teeth and blurted out, Fine, I'll go farm. Farming, was it? How hard could it possibly be? Could it truly be worse than the life she had endured before? Her space was her trump card, her golden ticket, and her most closely guarded secret. If anyone discovered that others could enter her space as well, it would no longer be hers alone. It would be dissected, studied, stripped bare by prying eyes and greedy hands. She didn't know why the bracelet contained this mysterious dimension, nor could she guarantee that it couldn't be taken from her. After all, this wasn't her innate ability, it was something else entirely. In this precarious situation, keeping the space to herself was the only way she could feel secure. Chen Yu made up her mind. To protect this secret, she would learn to farm. Shen Yan arched an eyebrow at her declaration, a flicker of amusement in her otherwise composed demeanor. She nodded. All right, then, stay here and learn from Teacher Zhao and the others. We'll see each other tonight. Chen Yu instinctively glanced at the sky. Is it already night? The horizon was smeared with the deepening hues of dusk, darkness was settling in. Shen Yan's voice carried a cryptic edge. There are only 21 days left. Did you think our rest would come so early? Keep at it, little fish. She clapped Jian Yu on the shoulder, a gesture both encouraging and dismissive. At that moment Hao Jinji hurried over, his tone urgent. Sister Shang, there's been significant movement from the other anomaly today. Shen Yan's expression sharpened instantly. Without a word, she turned to leave. The words anomaly and significant movement tugged at Jian Yu's curiosity. She grabbed Shen Yan's sleeve. Sister Shane, take me with you. I want to see what the other anomalies are like. Shen Yan brushed her off without hesitation. No, you have your own tasks to complete. Then, can I join you after I finish my tasks? Jian Yu's eyes sparkled with hope. Shen Yan's gaze flickered, her lips curving into a faint, enigmatic smile. If you finish your work, I'll send someone to fetch you. She emphasized the words your work, her tone leaving no room for misinterpretation. But Jian Yu, oblivious, nodded enthusiastically, her determination ignited. All right, Sister Shang, wait for me, she called out. Shen Yan was already walking away, her coat fluttering slightly in the breeze, her stride confident and unhurried. Without looking back, she raised a hand in a casual wave. Jian Yu took a deep breath and turned around. So, what do I need to do? First, basic training, Zhao Yun said matter-of-factly, gesturing toward a pile of materials nearby. If you don't understand the fundamentals, we can't trust you with the seeds and plants. He pointed to several researchers carrying over stacks of books and other items. Start by reading these. I'll highlight the key points for you. And these videos and documents, you'll need to go through them all as well. Jian Yu followed his gesture, her gaze landing on 2 large cardboard boxes crammed with thick books. On the table, a stack of papers towered as high as her arm, and an open laptop displayed a folder containing over a terabyte of files. Zhao Yun continued, tonight focus on these. Tomorrow we'll move on to the next batch. Jian Yu's vision darkened. The car moved smoothly through the dimly lit streets, its engine low, steady hum. Shang Yin drove with a precision that was both swift and controlled, her focus unwavering. In the passenger seat, Hao Jinji flipped through his notes, his voice brisk as he reported. Elation and Chen Jiajia have already been interrogated. Their interest in the bracelet was purely coincidental. Chen Jiajia thought Jiang Ye's family heirloom might be valuable. Shang Yin nodded slightly, signaling for him to continue. Hao Jinji skimmed through the documents in his hand. Lai Wenyan, age 23. Her parents passed away a year ago, leaving her a hefty inheritance. 7 days ago, she was embroiled in a bitter dispute with her uncle over her parents' company. 3 days ago, she abruptly offered to sell her shares to him for 30 billion yuan. On the same day, she began liquidating her assets, selling cars, properties. Everything was put up for urgent sale. So far, she has brought in 10 billion in cash, with another 10 billion in assets still on the market. Shang Yan's expression remained impassive. Today, the 30 billion transaction was completed, and the sale of fixed assets brought in another 10 billion. The total of 40 billion is currently sitting in her bank account untouched. Hao Jinji's laptop screen pinged with a notification. He glanced at it before adding, "Just now Lai Wenyan contacted a professional broker, once again urging them to expedite the sale of her remaining assets. She wants everything converted to cash within 7 days." Shang Yin raised an eyebrow, her tone laced with irony. The apocalypse is looming, and she's hoarding 50 billion yuan to stockpile supplies for doomsday. Hao Jinji's expression was complicated. If Lai Wenyan is also a reincarnator, then she's following Sir King's script. Shang Yin finished, her voice tinged with dry amusement. Xin Yu lived in rebirth in the apocalypse, the overpowered protagonist's devotion. It's so. Then Lai Wenyan was living in starting with 50 billion, thriving in the apocalypse without starving. What has Lai Wenyan been up to these past 3 days? Shang Yin asked. Hao Jinji responded promptly. 3 days ago, after her argument with her uncle escalated to the point of bloodshed, she suddenly decided to sell her shares for 30 billion. She contacted other buyers that same day, offering the shares at the same price, while simultaneously arranging for the sale of her assets. Her urgency was palpable. Sudden was it? Based on the information we've gathered, yes, we strongly suspect that something unusual occurred, possibly her rebirth. Hao Jinji's tone was clinical, his professionalism unyielding. Shang Yin nodded thoughtfully. After her uncle agreed to the deal, Lai Wenyan did stop. She continued selling assets, even down to jewelry and luxury goods. Shang Yin's brow lifted slightly. And last night, Hao Jinji added, after signing the sales contract, she hired a team to renovate her villa. She has poured an enormous amount of money into it, working around the clock. As of this afternoon, the modifications are already taking shape. Renovations. The car turned onto a darker road, the surrounding landscape cloaked in shadow. Shang Yin frowned, but did slow down, her grip on the wheel steady as they approached the site. The sounds of construction grew louder. Machines, whirring, hammers clanging, a symphony of urgency. Hao Jinji pointed ahead, his voice tinged with something between disbelief and resignation. Sister Shang, take a look for yourself. Shang Yin glanced up, her gaze settling on the scene before her. She froze. Under the glaring floodlights, the villa stood amidst the chaos of construction. Its silhouette was unmistakable. Her lips twitched. A bunker. Who in their right mind would suddenly renovate their villa like this? Lai Wenyan is starting to look more and more like a reborn individual. Her source of information clearly isn't the state, Shang Yin said with unshakable certainty in her voice. Hao Jinji nodded, fully agreeing. Anyone who obtained information from the state, no matter how clever, would never dare to act so openly. Hiring people to build a literal bunker, that kind of behavior was more akin to someone who had grown accustomed to living without the protection of a national system. Or perhaps, someone who had nothing left to fear. There was no concrete evidence yet, but Shang Yin was already convinced this was another reborn individual. Her fingers tapped rhythmically on the steering wheel, echoing the metallic clanging from the construction site ahead. This villa complex, still under development, lay eerily empty save for the workers. Not a single other soul stirred. A stray calico cat poked its head out from the greenery, then nonchalantly sauntered across the road in front of their car. Xingyan closed her eyes briefly, her face half hidden in the shadows. The floodlights from the construction site outside spilled through the car window, casting her features into a chiaroscuro of light and shadow. Her voice, hoarse yet steady, broke the silence. This place, I've seen the blueprints. Wasn't designated as a core shelter zone by the state. The neighborhood was newly built, located on the outskirts of Beijing. With its exorbitant price tag, few units had been sold. The sales had only just begun, with no major promotions yet, let alone any completed handovers. When they first drove in, the entire area was shrouded in darkness. The front rows of the complex were lined with villas, while further back sprawled larger apartment buildings and high-rises. The sheer size of the development was staggering. The houses were well constructed, the underground parking garage solidly built. According to the plans, the basements could be repurposed as shelters. When foreseeing, the underground garage and coordinating it with surface structures would make for an ideal refuge. Hao Jinji took a deep breath and nodded. Yes, that's correct. For a moment, neither of them spoke. The state had arrived at this location through rigorous calculations, simulations, and predictions, identifying it as a potential safe zone in the event of an apocalypse. The positioning of Beijing's core shelter was critical, and the state was still in the planning stages, yet to break ground. Even with all their resources, the state couldn't guarantee this place's safety with absolute certainty. Lei Wenyan had zeroed in on it with uncanny precision. This was a neighborhood where the houses hadn't even been handed over yet, and she had already begun remodeling it. Because she had lived through the apocalypse, she knew this was a safe zone. Another reborn individual, someone who had returned from the end of the world. Even Hao Jinji could help but sigh. There are so many reborn individuals. If we find a few more, this world might as well be riddled with holes. Wei Zai Jianyu, Lei Wenyan, these three were all from Beijing. And beyond Beijing, there was no way the rest of the country didn't also have reborn individuals. The density was overwhelming. Xingyan murmured, yes, it's far too concentrated. There was an old saying, when something unusual happens, there's always a reason. Faced with reborn individuals and those with supernatural abilities, Xingyan didn't feel much fear. Her primary concern was how to harness their talents for the state, ensuring they wouldn't spiral out of control. But the sheer number of reborn individuals was a puzzle she couldn't quite piece together. A sudden craving for a cigarette hit her. Xingyan pulled one out, placing it between her lips. With a flick of her fingers, a lighter appeared in her hand. Flick. A spark flared to life. She raised it to her face, paused, and then extinguished the flame. Slowly, she lowered her hand. Qingje? Hao Jinji asked, puzzled. The way she held a cigarette so effortlessly cool, exuding both elegance and defiance, was enough to leave him momentarily dazed. But then, she stopped herself. Xingyan tucked the cigarette back into its box and tossed it to Hao Jinji. I've it. Hao Jinji blinked. What? Just moments ago, Xingyan had thought of Kai Lingwu. The two of them had learned about the impending apocalypse at the same time. That night, they stayed on the phone, neither speaking a word. Both were strong-willed individuals, but the knowledge that their world was about to be upended, that the nation they had sworn to protect was on the brink of catastrophe, had left them far from calm. For half an hour, the line remained silent. Finally, Kai Lingwu broke it. Xingyan, you should quit smoking. It won't be as easy to find cigarettes after the apocalypse. Xingyan had chuckled softly. Do you think I won't be able to get cigarettes in the apocalypse, or are you admitting you're too incompetent to get them for me? Kai Lingwu had laughed too. With just those two sentences, they had both accepted the reality of the apocalypse. Before hanging up, Xingyan had said, almost casually, all right then, I'll quit. She had always been a rebel at heart. In the past, during missions, she rarely cared about her own survival, focusing only on completing the task at hand. But when a cruel, unforgiving world suddenly decided to wipe humanity off the map, her rebellious streak flared. She did want to die. Nicotine cravings might not be a big deal in the apocalypse, but ultimately, quitting was the better choice. Hao Jinji caught the cigarette box, visibly surprised. Obediently, he stowed it away. When Sheng Jai said she was quitting, she meant it. Any other updates? Sheng asked. None for now, Hao Jinji replied. Then, as if remembering something, he added, "Oh right, Lei Wenyan bought a ticket for tomorrow's flight from Beijing to a major grain-producing province in the northeast. She also booked a flight for the following evening to the grasslands and even browsed tickets from there to the southwest and coastal cities." Xing Yan raised an eyebrow. Stockpiling supplies. Hao Jinji shrugged. With 50 billion at her disposal, it's possible. Xing Yan laughed, a low mocking sound. Just dreaming. Hao Jinji paused, then realization dawned, and he laughed too. Right, just dreaming. Where's she staying? At a hotel, her mansion is up for sale. Sheng Yan flexed her fingers and started the car. Let's go, I want to take a look at the mansion just selling. To see what's left inside. Hao Jinji guessed. Sheng Yan nodded. He understood immediately. Lei Wenyan was selling the home her parents had left her, a place filled with traces of their lives. If she had spatial storage abilities, she would likely have taken everything of value with her. And someone with such abilities, who chose to live in a hotel, would waste time or energy hiring movers. If Lei Wenyan had thought of everything, her house would look like a fortress. Shouldn't we arrest her now? Hao Jinji asked. Not yet, Sheng Yan replied. Let's see what cards she's holding first. She paused, then smiled faintly. If she does have spatial storage and one large enough to hold 50 billions worth of supplies, then I might have some other plans for her. Hao Jinji noticed the curve of her lips and felt an inexplicable chill down his spine. Send a message to old Lei, Sheng Yan said. We can finalize this location as the core shelter site. After all, had the Reborn already confirmed it for them? Lei Wenyan almost burst into laughter. Earlier today, Li Jianli transferred the money to her account. And that decrepit old woman, her grandmother, who seemed to have one foot in the grave, but refused to step in, immediately called to threaten her. Sign the papers, leave the company, hand everything over, the old voice demanded. Without a moment's hesitation, Lei Wenyan signed on the spot. Ah, what's the point of holding on? In 21 days, the stocks, the company, everything will turn to dust. Why bother dragging it out? She clutched a stack of bank cards to her chest, collapsing onto the bed in a fit of laughter. She could hardly wait to see the regret etched across their faces. In 3 weeks. In her last life, they had ruined her. In this life, it was only fair that she ruin them. The laughter on her face slowly faded, replaced by a cold, detached gaze, one laced with a venomous hatred. She had returned. Reborn. 3 days ago, she had been locked in a vicious battle with her uncle's family, fighting tooth and nail to protect the company her parents had left behind. That wretched cousin of hers, Lei Qianxing, had shoved her hard, sending her head first into the door frame. The impact split her scalp open, blood pooling in her hair. Lei Wenyan instinctively raised a hand to touch the still tender wound on her head. That blow had done more than crack her skull, it had jolted her future self 2 years forward into the past. In her previous life, she had suffered the same injury. But back then, it only deepened her hatred for her uncle's family, fueling her stubborn refusal to yield. They had fought bitterly, even as the apocalypse loomed closer. And then, 21 days later, the end of the world came. Everything, money, power, possessions, dissolved like foam on the crest of a wave. She had nothing. Stripped bare, she stumbled into the apocalypse. Her uncle's family had been just as unprepared. At first. But fate had played its cruel hand. Lei Qianxing awakened to a water-based stability, becoming one of the coveted gifted. That alone elevated the entire family. And they hated her for it. In their twisted minds, It was Li Wenyan's stubbornish refusal to release the company that had entangled them in petty disputes, blinding them to the signs of the coming catastrophe. What a joke. That company had been her parents' life's work. Why should she have handed it over? After Li Qianqing awakened, they pursued her relentlessly. With his newfound powers, they stole the food she had scavenged with her bare hands, beat her senseless, and even tried to kill her. But Li Wenyan was hard to kill. She survived. She fled to another city and, 6 months into the apocalypse, finally awakened her own ability to space manipulation. A spatial ability was a rare gift, a treasure among treasures. Through grit and suffering, she carved out a semblance of survival. By the 2nd year of the apocalypse, she was no longer a mere shadow of a human being. And that was when her uncle's family found her again. Her grandmother, wielding the authority of blood ties, demanded that she provide for them. Li Jianlei and Li Qianqing sought to leech off her hard-earned resources. And latter. Li Wenyan's breathing quickened, her gaze growing colder, sharper. Out of some misplaced sense of familial obligation, she had only crippled Li Qianqing, sparing the rest of them. She had not expected Li Jianlei to spread rumors about her stockpile of supplies, banding together with other gifted individuals to hunt her down. In the end, Li Wenyan died in the 2nd year of the apocalypse, a cruel and ignoble death. Not all spatial users had vast reserves of resources. Far from it, her supplies had always been meager, her awakening too late to stockpile anything substantial. But now she had been given a second chance. Everything had risen. This time, she would be the richest person alive. Tears welled in her eyes as she thought of her spatial dimension. In her last life, her space had grown incrementally, expanding bit by bit until, by the time of her death, it was no larger than a Soxer field. But upon her rebirth, something inexplicable had occurred. Though her ability was still at its most rudimentary stage, the space itself was immense, monumental even. It must be at least the size of 10 Soxer fields. Fate, it seemed, had finally smiled upon her. Not only had it granted her a second life, but it had also bestowed upon her such a miraculous gift. This time, she would live well. This time, she would make Li Jian's family pay. Thinking of the 5 billion yuan she now possessed, and the vast expanse of her space, Li Wenyan couldn't help but laugh aloud. With an opportunity like this, there's probably no one else in the entire world who could compare. A chosen daughter of destiny. That's me. Let's see who dares to cross me now. Crushing gifted ones underfoot, kicking villains to the curb. This is the life I was meant to lead. She laughed, a sound that echoed through the room, sharp and triumphant. Meanwhile, Xingyan and Hao Jingji stood in the cavernous emptiness of the luxury villa Li Wenyan had just sold. The place was utterly bare. Not a single piece of furniture remained. Xingyan's expression was unreadable. Xu Hao, tell me, how large would a space have to be for someone to clear out every single piece of furniture in a villa worth 5 billion yuan? Indeed, Li Wenyan had emptied the entire mansion of its furnishings. 5 billion yuan could buy an unimaginable amount of supplies. And yet, she had wasted space on her parents' old furniture. Hao Jingji swallowed hard, his voice low. This space, it must be enormous, really, really enormous. The repetition of enormous carried both awe and disbelief. Another critical clue had been unearthed. Hao Jingji frowned. Xingjie, you think her space ability, how did she get it? She's probably not just a regular spatial user, right? But there is no record of any family heirlooms or artifacts. Based on their current information, spatial users typically started with minimal space. If Li Wenyan's space was as vast as they suspected, it defied all known logic. Xingyan glanced at him, her tone dry. With so many reborn individuals running around, do you still think logic applies? These chosen ones, these daughters of destiny, their cheat codes don't follow any rules. Hao Jingji was silent for a moment. Then he muttered, fair point. She has a massive space. She is in a hurry to collect funds. Her flight destination is a region known for grain and livestock production. I probability her space has a preservation function. Spatial users' dimensions usually have time stasis. If hers does, then she's likely a spatial user. The unusually large space is an unknown variable. We might need to confirm it with her directly. There's also a chance she doesn't know the reason herself. Based on her actions, she's clearly reborn. And she's suffered greatly in her past life. If she's already a spatial user before the apocalypse begins, then she must have been one in her past life too. At the onset of the apocalypse, food buried under rubble wasn't yet contaminated. Early spatial users wouldn't have struggled as much as she seems to have. She likely awakened 3 months after the apocalypse began. Shanian concluded calmly, Sukinki no Lewenyan, a spatial user reborn from the apocalypse, vast space, late awakening in her past life, 3 months post-apocalypse, suffered greatly, now gathering 5 billion yuan, likely to stockpile supplies. One deduction after another, Shanian and Hao Jingji had practically stripped Li Wenyan bare with their logic. Hao Jingji hesitated. Shinjai, you mentioned earlier that you've made arrangements for her space. Shanian's lips curved into a cryptic smile. Very good arrangements, let's go. We'll finalize our plans after confirming her situation tomorrow. Hao Jingji still looked puzzled, but refrained from asking further. He followed Shanian back to the Apocalypse Special Operations Bureau. Jin swore she had worked this hard since her senior year of high school. A group of so-called experts and academics buzzed around her like a swarm of bees, their voices a relentless drone in her ears. For heaven's sake, I've explained this twice already, and you still don't remember. Who the hell can memorize half a book's worth of material after hearing it twice? Look at this, do you recognize this plant from the video we just showed? Thank you very much, but that video was 2 hours long and covered 100 different plants. And they'd fast-forwarded through it. Surely you know this one. It's basic biology. Since when was plant pathology considered basic knowledge? And this? Jin clutched her head in frustration. I can't take it anymore. Her outburst earned her a series of disdainful glances. And then another. I had emissions outside. I've never had such a slow student in my life. At admission I tried to console him. Old Zhao, just bear with it. Do you think I ever taught anyone this slow? Shane chimed in with heartfelt sincerity. Her egg might not even break. Shane, what happened to being a chosen daughter of destiny? Why, despite having space powers and being reborn, was she still being ridiculed? It was at that moment that Shane returned. Tears welled in Jian's eyes as she called out desperately, Shinjai, save me. The scene before her was exactly as she had anticipated. Shanian, ever composed, reached over and tousled Jian's hair with a faint smile. Well, fish, what's wrong? Jian's eyes brimmed with tears, her voice trembling. Sister Shane, I don't want to study anymore. It was unbearable. The so-called chosen one, the predestined heroine, why did it feel even more grueling than her previous life as a struggling university student? Shanian's tone was soothing, almost maternal. You've had it rough, I know, but there's no other way. You're the only one who can enter the space. Ye good girl and keep studying. Get admissions out and the others aim to turn you into a professional agricultural expert in just 15 days. Jin was silent. Once again, she found herself lamenting her own missteps. Truly, she'd hoisted a stone only to drop it squarely on her own foot. Back in university, she had spent more time chasing fleeting romances than pursuing her degree, barely scraping by with a diploma in an utterly useless field. And now, here she was, surrounded by a cadre of esteemed academics and experts, all hell-bent on cramming her mind full of specialized knowledge at breakneck speed. By the end of just one night, she felt as though her brain had been stuffed to the brim, her head spinning, her vision blurring. This was the treatment of a chosen one. This was the plight of a beleaguered student, drowning in coursework. Grinding her teeth, Jian muttered, I can't do this. It's not that I'm being uncooperative, it's just... She couldn't take it anymore. What could the government possibly do to her if she refused? Chang Yen remained unruffled, her smile unfaltering. Her voice dropped to a soft murmur, almost conspiratorial. "Oh, I'm afraid that's not an option." Jin Yu's eyes widened, incredulous. "Why not? What is the government going to force me to do something against my will?" "Of course not," Shang Yen replied, her tone as light as ever. "But," she continued, her smile sharpening into something far more pointed, "the government might decide not to hand over Yulishan and Chen Jiao to you anymore. After all, they are citizens of this nation. The state could very well provide for them, ensure their safety in this apocalypse. And if they work hard enough, perhaps they might even enjoy warm meals, decent clothes, and a semblance of comfort." She interrupted, her voice a raw, strangled cry. "No, absolutely not." It was a dagger to the heart. Every single word Shang Yen uttered was a calculated blow, each more devastating than the last. Her hands balled into fists, nails digging into her palms. Through gritted teeth she spat fine, "I'll study." The thought of Yulishan and Chen Jia, those two insufferable parasites living well, thriving even, was a fate worse than death. Behind Shang Yen, Hao Jinji cast a sympathetic glance at Jian Yu. What a joke. Did she really think Shang Yen had detained Yulishan and Chen Jiao without a reason? That was Jian Yu's Achilles heel, her most vulnerable spot. The girl had fallen into Shang Yen's hands, and yet she still harbored the illusion of free will. Did she think Shang Yen was some kind of benevolent, understanding confidant? Jian Yu, seething and unwilling, was promptly dragged off by the impatient academics, their urgency palpable. It wasn't until the next morning that Shang Yen saw her again. Jian Yu drifted into the makeshift camp's cafeteria like a ghost, her face pale, dark circles etched beneath her eyes. Her lips moved soundlessly, as if reciting something from memory. Shang Yen waved her over. "Little fish, come eat." Jian Yu glanced at her, her gaze heavy with reproach. She floated over, her voice hoarse. "Did you sleep well last night?" "Well enough," Shang Yen replied, eyeing her curiously. "What happened to your voice?" Jian Yu sighed, her tone bitter. "From all the memorizing." Her resentment was palpable. "I barely slept. They gave me 2.5 hours, then played audio recordings next to me, saying even sleep shouldn't be an excuse to stop learning." Shang Yen offered her usual refrain, calm and unyielding. "Be good, endure it. You're the only one who can access the space after all." Every time she comforted Jian Yu, it was with this line. There was a certain weight to her words, an undercurrent of meaning that Jian Yu, with her perpetually distracted mind, had never thought to probe. Jian Yu opened her mouth, hesitated, then closed it again. Shang Yen watched her, her expression expectant. Finally, Jian Yu clenched her jaw and declared, "Fine. I'll endure it. This hardship, I can take." Her golden sheet, her trump card, must remain hidden at all costs. Beside them, Hao Jingyi adjusted his glasses, his tone laced with exasperation. "Is it really that bad? It's just farming. Do you have to act like it's the end of the world?" Jian Yu, wary of lashing out at Shang Yen, immediately seized upon Hao Jingyi as her outlet. "You have no idea how complicated farming is, do you? You probably think it's as simple as planting seeds in the ground." She was practically shouting now. "I used to think the same thing. How hard could it be? But now those damned academics say that many research crops are incredibly rare, requiring specialized cultivation techniques. Each one is different, and I'm supposed to memorize them all. And then there's this whole thing about the space being an experimental field, and I have to learn how to compare." Hao Jingyi, unfazed, interjected matter-of-factly, "Compare the growth of different crop varieties under the same conditions, the same variety under different conditions, and different varieties under varying conditions, identify the strongest, and even manipulate their traits to cultivate the desired plants." Jian Yu stared at him, dumbfounded. How do you know all that?" Hao Jingyi adjusted his glasses again, his tone as nonchalant as ever. "I got bored during my FID and picked up a secondary degree in applied biological sciences." At that moment, his glasses seemed to glint with an almost supernatural brilliance. "Bored, a secondary degree." Jane Yu echoed, her voice barely above a whisper. Yeah, Hou Jinji replied, sipping his porridge. I've studied quite a few fields. 20-something, I think. And the government recruited me for a specialized role, so I focused on a handful of disciplines. Oh, and I picked up over a dozen languages along the way. He sighed, as if lamenting a minor inconvenience. But with the apocalypse coming, all those languages are pretty much useless now. Jane's jaw dropped. She tilted her head, her face a portrait of bewilderment and disbelief. Her lips twitched as if struggling to form words. Was she hearing this right? Xing Yan chimed in, her tone matter-of-fact. Don't compare yourself to him. He has a photographic memory. Jin Yu, what the? There were people like that in the world. Of course, Hou Jinji added, rolling his eyes. Do you think they'd assign me to assist Cheng Yin in managing such a critical post-apocalyptic task force if I didn't have any special skills? Jin Yu. Up until today, she had completely underestimated Hou Jinji. Now, looking at him, at Cheng Yin, and recalling the researchers who had openly mocked her for not having an ache above. What kind of monsters were these people? She was supposed to be the chosen one, the reincarnated heroine. So why did she suddenly feel so painfully ordinary? It did make sense. Jin Yu spiraled into a pit of self-doubt, her confidence thoroughly shattered. Deflated, she slumped in her seat. Cheng Yin gestured toward the table. Eat. Academician Zhao specifically requested this breakfast for you. You can even pick your lunch later. Jin Yu glanced at the food before her. A bowl of rice, accompanied by several meticulously prepared dishes, meat and vegetables alike, even some rare ingredients. The steam rising from the plates carried an enticing aroma. It was the work of a master chef, visually stunning and tantalizingly fragrant. Swallowing hard, Jin Yu felt a pang of gratitude. At least they had some semblance of humanity left. Perhaps this was their way of making amends for pushing her so hard. Not that she planned to forgive them. Shang Yan mid-bite remarked casually, he said you're too dim, so you should eat more to nourish your brain. Jin Yu. Just let the world in already. Her despair was met with silence. Hou Jinji, having finished his meal, was now scrolling through his tablet. He glanced up at Cheng Yin. Xing Jai, Lei Wenyan boarded a plane early this morning. She's on her way to the northeast now, with Lao Xiao and his team shadowing her. Cheng Yin nodded, a faint smile playing on her lips. A wasted trip. Should we follow? Hou Jinji asked. No need, Xing Yin replied. Just monitor her phone and pull surveillance footage as needed. With Lao Xiao's team on her, she won't get into any trouble. We'll wait here in the capital for her to return empty-handed. Curiosity got the better of Jin Yu. What are you talking about? Your future colleague, Xing Yin said, her tone breezy. Another space ability user, Lei Wenyan. Another one. Jin Yu felt a pang of jealousy. So why will she come back empty-handed, she asked. Hou Jinji smirked, casting her a sidelong glance. Because against the machinery of the state, all individual efforts are futile and powerless. Jin Yu. Could they not speak in riddles for once? Can I come with you? She asked, her tone almost pleading. Xing Yan's smile was serene, almost pitying. No, you should focus on protecting the hope seedlings and experimenting with the hope seeds. Jin Yu wanted to cry. It's just farming. Stop making it sound so grandiose. Hou Jinji raised an eyebrow. What's on your schedule this morning? Jin Yu's expression turned blank. Learning to drive a tractor, she replied flatly. After Xing Yin and Hou Jinji departed, Jin Yu found herself wanting to stall for time. But she was immediately caught by Academician Zhao and the others, who dragged her off to learn how to operate tractors and other agricultural machinery. It seemed as though the entire Doomsday Special Operations Bureau was in a state of perpetual business. Jin Yu had arrived here just yesterday, yet she had seen a single member of Group A, nor had she encountered anyone from Team Zero. She had even had the chance to ask Shang Yin about it. The Doomsday Special Operations Bureau appeared to be a small organization, but its actual reach was vast, sprawling like the roots of a great, ancient tree. Kate Jinyu herself, for instance, she was tied to the entire agricultural research system that operated in the shadows. These individuals were technically members of the Bureau, but they were undeniably part of its machinery. And that wasn't even counting the nationwide armed forces they could mobilize at will, or the omnipresent network of information at their disposal. Seated atop a tractor, Jinyu turned her head curiously and asked, "Where are the group of people, and Team Zero? Why haven't I seen a single one of them?" Mission Zhao sat beside her, his face as impassive as a stone carving. "Focus on driving. Professor Zhao, don't be so serious. It's just driving a tractor. How hard can it be, hey hey?" Her smugness lasted all of 3 seconds before she managed to drive the tractor straight into a ditch. Jinyu. What followed was a cacophony of voices from the surrounding workers, their collective scolding echoing like the incessant chanting of a monk reciting scripture. 20 days remained until the end of the world. Xingyan and Hao Jingji were inundated with tasks, juggling their own responsibilities while keeping a close eye on Lei Wenyan. Jinyu, for her part, had little left to worry about. Lei Wenyan, however, was only just beginning. At this very moment, Lei Wenyan had just stepped off a plane and was heading straight to a place where she could purchase food supplies. To avoid drawing attention, she had rented a large truck and was driving it herself. But unbeknownst to her, she was already under surveillance. The truck she had rented near the airport had been fitted with cameras by their operatives long before she arrived. On the screen, Lei Wenyan's expression was barely contained excitement. She was a woman whose temperament stood in stark contrast to Jinya's. Jinyu was mild-mannered, her demeanor like the soft ripple of a pond. Lei Wenyan, despite her gentle-sounding name, was a tempest of arrogance and aggression, her sharp features carrying an undercurrent of violence. This was someone who, in her past life, had seen her fair share of bloodshed. Jinyu withdrew her gaze with the calm precision of someone accustomed to chaos. Beside her, Hao Jingji was meticulously sifting through information. "How's it looking?" Jinyu asked. "Among the people who posted yesterday's doomsday warnings, how many are suspected anomalies?" Anomalies did all appear at once. The internet had to be combed through daily. At midnight, the Information Division would capture any unusual activity and conduct a preliminary screening. From midnight to AM, they would perform background checks to the filtering process. By the time the data reached Shenzhen and Hao Jingji, there were usually only a handful of cases left. There were over 200 people who posted related content yesterday. After the Information Division's screening, 9 individuals remain under suspicion, Hao Jingji reported promptly. 9 wasn't a large number. After all, these were merely suspects. The Information Division was thorough to a fault. If they could rule someone out with absolute certainty, the case would be escalated. Most of the time, none of these suspects turned out to be genuine threats. "Any anomalies among them?" Jinyan asked. Pushing up his glasses, Hao Jingji summarized. 2 posts stand out as particularly strange. One was made yesterday at an internet cafe in Dongyan district and predicted the apocalypse with pinpoint accuracy down to days from now. Because of the meteorite rumors, the world was still relatively calm, but speculation about the end times was rampant. Posts predicting doomsday weren't uncommon. Most could be dismissed after a single round of screening. But a prediction with such precise timing, that was worth investigating. This individual was definitely a suspect. The other post is even stranger. The poster claimed to have seen Iron Man in their neighborhood, and according to them, Iron Man told them the world was ending and advised them to stock up on supplies. Hao Jingji's expression grew increasingly peculiar as he spoke. It was as if the weight of his role sifting through bizarre claims day after day had finally taken its toll. But this one was particularly absurd. Shane nodded, her composure unshaken. "What makes you take this post seriously?" she asked. "First, the poster's background check. The individual is a rational and highly regarded researcher. Yesterday, they abruptly began stockpiling supplies, insisting with absolute conviction that they had seen Iron Man, The police questioned them, and while their claims sounded nonsensical, they didn't appear to be lying, Hao Jingji explained with gravity. Xing Yan's gaze sharpened. This suggested that, regardless of the truth, the researcher genuinely believed they had encountered Iron Man. If it's true, we can't rule out the possibility of an ability user, Shang Yin concluded. Iron Man. A metal-based ability user, perhaps. Her eyes flickered with a trace of intrigue. Hao Jingji had clearly considered the same possibility. What's the second reason for suspicion? Shang Yin asked. Hao Jingji continued, in the same neighborhood. Late last night, a family reported a break-in. The incident allegedly disturbed their child. Shang Yin frowned slightly, puzzled. The family had gone out, leaving their child home alone. They locked all the doors and windows before leaving, but when they returned, they found their child perched on the open windowsill. The child opened it. Shang Yin asked. No, the child couldn't have reached the window, it's too high. And upon inspection, it was confirmed that the window had been opened from the outside. On the outer windowsill, there was a handprint with no fingerprints. Hao Jingji took a deep breath, his voice steady but tinged with unease. The family lies on the floor of a story building. It's nearly impossible for someone to reach their window from above or below, and the child claims to have seen Iron Man. 2 individuals in the same neighborhood, both claiming to have seen Iron Man. And a handprint with no fingerprints on this floor windowsill. The suspicion was undeniable. Is there surveillance footage? Hao Jingji shook his head. None so far. Shang Yin's brows furrowed. So no direct evidence. As if struck by a sudden thought, she asked, the family reported a break-in. What was stolen? Hao Jingji's expression turned strange. They reported that the child's Ultraman figurines were taken. According to the child, Iron Man asked if they believed in the light, and took the figurines. What? Shang. Even someone as composed as she was couldn't suppress a twitch at the corner of her mouth. If all of this were true, then they were dealing with a light-believing Iron Man. After a long silence, Shang Yin finally said, follow up on the first individual. Let's start by contacting the person who predicted the apocalypse days from now. As for the second case, she wasn't particularly eager to investigate. Hao Jingji was about to respond when his phone buzzed with a notification. He glanced at it, then looked at Shang Yin with a conflicted expression. Sister Shang, Team Leader Caillou and the others have already gone to monitor the first suspect. In other words, only the second anomaly was left for them to investigate. The light-believing Iron Man. Shang Yin fell into a contemplative silence. In the northeast, Lai Wenyan had braved rugged terrain to finally reach her destination. The quantity of supplies she needed to stockpile was massive, far beyond what could be purchased at wholesale markets, let alone through delivery services or online shopping. Those options were inconvenient and far too expensive. Prideful as she was, she believed herself clever enough to devise the perfect plan, buy directly from the source. By purchasing at the origin, she could secure the lowest prices and the largest quantities. When the apocalypse came, what would she have to fear? What? No food for sale? Her voice rose in disbelief. How can there be no food? Rice, flour, sorghum, corn, none of it. Was this some kind of joke? He had traveled so far to buy food, only to find there was none. The private farm owner she was speaking to scratched his ear nonchalantly. Nope, all sold out. Who bought it? Everything's gone. Lai Wenyan took a step closer. Yeah. The owner waved her off dismissively. The granaries are empty. Haven't had anything for a while now. Lai Wenyan drew in a sharp breath, her chest tightening. She pressed on urgently. Then where can I still buy food? If you need a small amount, the supermarkets or wholesale markets might still have some. But if you're looking for a large quantity, you're out of luck. Everything's been bought up. The owner, clearly uninterested in continuing the conversation, turned and walked away. Lai Wenyan's brace came faster, but she had no choice but to leave. She visited several more private farms, state-owned farms, and even middlemen and rural households. Everywhere, she received the same answer. On it. All of it. Lai Wenyan stood frozen, her mind reeling. She couldn't understand. Why, who bought up all the food? Finally, someone gave her an answer. The Grain Bureau. All the food nationwide is allocated by the Grain Bureau. Whatever's sent to local supermarkets and middlemen comes from them. Lai Wenyan. She was decisive by nature. Gritting her teeth, she pivoted to another plan, targeting livestock farms and slaughterhouses. If she could buy grain in bulk, she'd stockpile meat instead. Without hesitation, she booked a flight to her next destination. What? She exploded. To purchase more than a ton of meat, I need a permit from the Bureau of Commerce. The owner of the livestock farm, a cigarette dangling from his lips, nodded nonchalantly. That's right, it's the new regulation. What are the requirements for getting approval? Lai Wenyan asked, her voice tinged with confusion. Depends on what you need the meat for. Ordinary people don't need such large quantities. If you're running a business, just bring your business license and past transaction records. The Industrial and Commercial Bureau will approve it, no problem, the owner replied matter-of-factly. Lai Wenyan fell silent, her lips pressing into a thin line. The problem was, she had none of that. Taking a deep breath, she tried again. So if anything over a ton requires approval, what if I buy kilograms instead? The owner gave her a sharp glance, his eyes narrowing slightly. What do you need so much meat for? That's not your concern, she said, her tone firm. We'll pay market price, no, above market price for kilograms. Then I'll need you to contact other farms for me. I'll buy the same amount from them. Young lady, the owner interrupted, shaking his head. Don't waste your energy, all the meat here has already been allocated. The surplus has been sold, and the rest is reserved. If I sell to you, it'd be breaching contracts. Even with her offer to pay extra, it was worth the risk. 900 kilograms of meat would net him enough profit to outweigh the penalties for breaking existing agreements. The owner wasn't a fool. Why would he agree to such a thing? Lai Wenyan's breathing quickened, frustration blooming in her chest. What she had thought would be a straightforward plan to stockpile supplies was already hitting roadblocks at the very first step, buying meat and grain. But she was ready to give up. Determined, she set off again, her mind racing for alternatives. If the larger farms would work, what about the smaller ones? At one of these smaller operations, the owner shook his head as well. Meat, it's all been reserved, even the next batch has already been spoken for. Lai Wenyan stood there, speechless. Who on earth had swept the market so clean? Was this some cosmic joke, leaving no room for a reborn survivor like her? She ran herself ragged the entire day, her legs aching from the effort. By the end, she had managed to scrape together a scattered collection of goods worth no more than 2 million yuan. Standing in the middle of a bustling street, she felt utterly lost. This wasn't how things were supposed to go. Not at all. One day. 2 million. At this rate, she wouldn't even manage to spend 1 billion before the apocalypse hit, let alone 50 billion. And worse, the 2 million she had spent was on a mishmash of items. Whenever she tried to buy a significant quantity of a single resource, she hit the same wall, approval required. The only other option was to buy piecemeal from supermarkets and stores. But if she went that route, even if she ran herself into the ground, she'd never stockpile enough. Why is the government suddenly regulating grain, oil and meat? Did they discover something? She muttered under her breath, pacing in circles. Damn it, how am I supposed to spend 50 billion like this? Her mind whirled as she spun around on the spot. Whatever the reason behind the government's intervention, she didn't have time to dwell on it. Her priority was singular and urgent: stockpile, stockpile, stockpile. But how? The market was a dead end. On a nearby screen showing a live feed from outside the hotel, Lai Wenyan's figure flickered into view. She alternated between standing and squatting on the street, her agitation palpable. Watching from a distance, Hao Jingji couldn't help but comment, how does she expect to stockpile 50 billion worth of supplies? He shook his head. Never mind the government clamping down on resources. Just the sheer purchasing power of 50 billion is enough to raise red flags. The authorities wouldn't miss it. Shen Yan, sitting beside him, remained silent. This outcome had been well within their expectations. On the screen, Li Wenyan suddenly froze. Her head snapped up, and a glimmer of realization lit her eyes, bright and sharp, cutting through the night like a blade. She murmured to herself, "If I can't buy it domestically, then you'll just have to go abroad." Of course, she could source supplies from overseas. While the domestic market was under strict regulation, the situation abroad was different. There were independent farmers, and more importantly, the black market, where anything could be bought for a price. She had already planned to go abroad to stock up on weapons. Now she could add grain, meat, and other essentials to her list. A triumphant smile spread across her face. She had known, deep down, that being reborn could possibly leave her powerless. A minor setback like this wouldn't stop her. The arrogance returned to her expression, her confidence shining once more. Elsewhere, Shen Yan removed her headset and glanced at Hao Jinji. Her voice was calm, almost indifferent. The fish has taken the bait. Arrange for her to go abroad, quickly. From the moment she had confirmed the vast capacity of Li Wenyan's spatial ability, Shen Yan had been planning to push her out of the country. That was the role she had assigned her. Hao Jinji blinked, then comprehension dawned on his face. "Shen Jie, are you saying you want her to help us purchase supplies abroad?" He sucked in a sharp breath. "That makes sense. With only days until doomsday, any large-scale procurement by our country is bound to attract attention. Some nations, even without understanding why, would instinctively move to oppose us. If her spatial ability can carry it, why not let her handle it?" But Shen Yan shook her head, her tone faintly amused. "That's only part of it." Hao Jinji frowned, puzzled. "There's more." A knowing smile tugged at Shen Yan's lips. "Have you forgotten what Team Zero is working on?" Hao Jinji froze, his eyes widening as realization struck. Meanwhile, Shen Yan had already dialed a number. On the other end, a voice crackled to life. It was Wan Yuan, Team Zero's communications specialist. "Shen Jie, what's the occasion?" His breathing was hurried, his voice deliberately hushed. "What's going on?" Shen Yan asked, her brows knitting together. This batch of arms is massive. It's inevitable that some people will catch on," Wan Yuan admitted, pausing before adding with a chuckle, "but Kaidu is here. He'll handle it soon enough. Hold on, I'll let you talk to him." "No need. I can talk to you," Shen Yan replied casually. "Don't be like that," Wan Yuan protested. "Shen Jie, do me a favor and wait for Kaidu. Every time you call, just a few words from you make his week. If he doesn't get to talk to you, he'll be the one suffering for it." His tone was a mix of complaint and resignation. Beside her, Hao Jinji's curiosity was written all over his face. Shen Yan sighed resigned. She knew that as long as Wan Yuan refused to cooperate, she had no choice but to wait. Quite literally, his mastery of communication touch left her no room to hang up. Fortunately, the wait wasn't long. A cold, clipped voice soon replaced Wan Yuan's on the line. "Who is it?" "I do it, Shen Jie," Wan Yuan replied with a grin. There was a brief pause, a hitch in the other man's breath. Then his voice returned, softer now, low and gravely, like a whisper brushing against the ear. "What's the matter?" Hao Jinji couldn't help rubbing his face in disbelief. Was this really Kai Lingwu? Propping her chin on her hand, Shen Yan spoke lazily, her tone light. "How are things on your end?" "Fine," came the terse reply. In the background, Wan Yuan muttered, "Fine. We're constantly being hunted down. Moving this batch of arms is anything but easy." Kai Lingwu ignored him, his focus entirely on Shen Yan. "And you?" Shen Yan's lips curved into a smile. "Also fine. In fact, I found you a helper. You won't need to worry about that batch of arms anymore. It will be transported back soon." Before Kai Lingwu could respond, Wan Yuan's voice rose sharply. "Really?" He could hide his excitement. "Shen Jie, what's your plan? The shipment is enormous, absolutely massive. If it weren't for us holding the line here, it would have been exposed ages ago. How are you going to get it back? Chang Yan's gaze shifted back to the screen, where Lei Wenyan's triumphant figure strode with renewed purpose. Her voice was steady as she delivered her answer. A spatial ability user. Team Zero had been stuck in the country because of this shipment, a catch of arms so vast it defied belief. Their mission was to bring back as much as possible before the apocalypse descended. With the country tightening its checks in response to the growing unrest, even old Zane had been ready to abandon the effort. And yet, sometimes, fate delivered exactly what was needed. Lei Wenyan had surfaced, and with her, a solution. Hao Jingji's lips twitched as he glanced at the screen. There, Lei Wenyan's bank account had just received another deposit of over 10 million yuan. She walked with a spring in her step, her expression smug, utterly unaware of the truth. Unaware that Chang Yan had already drafted her into the role of an international courier. Without another word, Chang Yan ended the call. Hao Jingji's eyes sparkled with an almost childlike eagerness as he gazed at her expectantly. Sister Shang, so we're not contacting Lei Wenyan first? No, Chang Yan replied, her lips curving into a faint smile. Lei Wenyan is like Jian Yu. Their personalities are worlds apart. She won't be so easily persuaded. People only become truly invested when it's their own interests at stake. Her voice was calm, measured, as if she were explaining a fundamental truth of human nature. The plan was clear: let Lei Wenyan take the initiative, let her protect her own assets, and in doing so, hasten Team Zero's return. Different anomalies required different approaches. Jane Yu could be swayed by appeals to emotion, but Lei Wenyan, she was a fortress of pragmatism. Straightening her posture, Chang Yan turned to Hao Jingji. Let's get started. Time to help our courier get to work. Hao Jingji immediately snapped into seriousness, his demeanor shifting like a soldier receiving orders. Meanwhile, on the other side of the city, Lei Wenyan had already made her decision to leave the country. Reclining on the stiff hotel bed, she opened her phone and began scurrying Taobao for visa services. Her fingers hovered over the top-rated listing, and without hesitation, she initiated a chat. Can you process a visa for country Miss? She typed, her tone curt even through the screen. Country Miss, renowned as the world's largest grain producer and notorious for its lax gun control. If she played her cards right, she might even procure some firearms from the black market. Time was of the essence. The response came almost instantly, as if the customer service agent had been waiting just for her. Of course, dear, please contact our agent, Xiao Hao at. Lei Wenyan wasted no time dialing the number. The call connected immediately. Hello dear, thank you for reaching out. I'm Agent Xiao Hao. Are you looking to process a visa for countrymen? The voice on the other end was young, enthusiastic, too chipper for her liking. Yes, she said flatly. What's the fastest you can do it? Her mind raced. She couldn't afford delays. There was food to stockpile, weapons to acquire. Every second was precious. 2 days, Xiao Hao chirped. 2 days. Lei Wenyan sat up, her skepticism sharpening her tone. Yes, dear, it's very quick, the agent assured her. How much? Only 99 yuan, Xiao Hao replied, his voice tinged with a smile. Hao Jingji, monitoring the exchange from his end, couldn't help but think smugly, 99 yuan, 2-day show, can anyone resist? But Lei Wenyan merely snorted, a cold laugh escaping her lips. Simmer. Beep beep beep. She hung up without another word. Hao Jingji blinked, stunned. He had overplayed his role. Glancing nervously at Chang Yan, he found her watching him with an inscrutable smile. The look sent a chill down his spine. Hastily, he turned to his computer, feigning diligence. Back in her hotel room, Lei Wenyan smirked, her expression laced with disdain. Do they really think him that gullible? A country visa in 2 days for 99 yuan. What kind of fool do they take me for? She clicked back to the search results, her fingers moving with practiced efficiency. This time, she skipped the first listing and opened the second and third options, sending inquiries to both. The replies were instantaneous. Yes, dear, please contact Agent Xiaojinet. Of course, dear, you can view the required materials via the link above, or for urgent cases, contact Agent Xiaojiet. Lai Wenyan chose the latter, dialing Xiaojiet's number. The call was answered on the first ring. Hello, this is Agent Xiaoyi. Are you looking to process a visa for countrymen? The voice was deep, professional, a stark contrast to Xiaoha's overly cheerful tone. How much? Lai Wenyan asked, cutting straight to the point. For our standard service, which includes expert guidance, phone consultations, and in-person interview accompaniment, the VIP price is yuan, Xiaoyi explained. Lai Wenyan felt a flicker of relief. At least this sounded more plausible. How long does it take? Standard processing takes about 25 days, Xiaoyi replied. We can't guarantee anything sooner. 25 days. By then the apocalypse would already be here. Her voice remained steady, but her impatience was palpable. What's the fastest option? For our VIP service, it's yuan, 3 days, guaranteed, Xiaoyi said smoothly. Are you certain? She pressed. Absolutely, if we fail you won't pay a cent. Without hesitation, Lai Wenyan agreed. Fine, start immediately. But before she could end the call, Xiaoyi added, if you're in a real hurry, we also offer a visit package. For an additional yuan, you'll have your visa by tomorrow, and for yuan, we can arrange a private jet to countrymen. Lai Wenyan bolted upright, her suspicion flaring. Tomorrow, at fast. Yes, dear, for a price anything is possible. Our agency has certain connections. You can pay after receiving the visa. We pride ourselves on our integrity. Her doubt lingered, but the promise of speed was tempting. Switching to her browser, she glanced at the agency's Taobao storefront. The name read, Special Affairs Travel Agency. Post-payment seemed safe enough, and the timing was perfect. Fine, she said coolly. Added, I want the visa by tomorrow. Money wasn't an issue. With 50 billion at her disposal, this was a drop in the ocean. As for the private jet, she scoffed at the thought. Safety was her priority, not extravagance. Trusting strangers with her life was a risk she wasn't willing to take. Excellent, dear. I'll send you a list of required documents via WeChat. Please add me, if you have any other needs, domestic, international, even large loans, he can handle it all. Lai Wenyan's ears perked up. Once. Yes, dear, Xiaoyi confirmed. Are they reliable? Absolutely, all through proper banking channels. The idea intrigued her. More funds meant more supplies, and in the chaos of the apocalypse, who would bother collecting debts? Still, she decided to wait. If Xiaoyi delivered on the visa, then she'd consider the loan. I'll think about it, she said. Good night. Ending the call, Hao Jinji turned to Shang Yan, his grin triumphant. Mission accomplished. He switched to the Taobao interface, shaking his head in admiration. Lai Wenyan is far more cautious than Jian Yu. Harder to fool. Shang Yan did even glance up. She is clever, but not too clever. Typing quickly, she sent a message to another contact. It's done. Once she's in countrymen, she'll definitely reach out to a local agent. Handle it. The reply came swiftly. Got it. Thanks, Sister Shang. You're a lifesaver. Hao Jinji scratched his chin thoughtfully. She hasn't mentioned loans yet, but once we deliver the visit tomorrow, I'm sure she'll bring it up. How much should we approve? Unbeknownst to Lai Wenyan, her trip abroad was less about escape and more about becoming an unwitting courier. The more funds she gathered, the more supplies she'd stockpile a boon for the nation's reserves. Shang considered this for a moment before shaking her head. Not too much. We don't want to raise suspicion. Prove 50 billion. Hao Jinji's jaw dropped. 50 billion wasn't exactly a subtle amount. But his job was to ensure she didn't suspect a thing. Shang Yan's assessment was accurate, clever, but not too clever. Lai Wenyan's confidence in her rebirth and abilities made her blind to the finer details. With Lai Wenyan's situation temporarily settled, Shang shifted her focus. Any updates on Iron Man's neighborhood? Did the surveillance catch anything today? Hao Jinji quickly reviewed the reports. Shaking his head, he replied, nothing. We've pulled all the footage, but there's no trace of the so-called Iron Man. Just those two witnesses and the handprint outside the window. Shannon stood, her movements deliberate. Let's go, time to meet those two witnesses and figure out what's really going on with this Iron Man. Chapter. Where residential complex. It was already nightfall, the hour when shadows lengthened and the air turned cool, but the presence of the police at the door ensured full cooperation from the resident in question. When the real questioning began, the officers remained stationed outside. Inside the dimly lit room, Shannon and Hao Jinji sat across from the man they had come to interrogate. His name was Sun Linwei, a researcher by trade, and his face, at this moment, was alight with a peculiar fervor, as though he had been waiting for this encounter his entire life. Before Shannon could even begin, he launched into speech, his words tumbling out like water breaking through a dam. Does this mean it's confirmed that the end of the world is coming? The police did believe me, but you must be from a higher authority, right? Shannon's expression remained unreadable, her features carved into a mask of calm detachment. Her voice, when it came, was soft, almost offhand. And you truly believe in the so-called Iron Man? Sun Linwei smiled, a sharp, knowing smile that didn't quite reach his eyes. You wouldn't be here, asking me these questions again and again, if there wasn't something unusual about it, would you? If everything were fine, that post of mine wouldn't have caught your attention at all. A single posted doomsday prophecy had spiraled into this. The police, skeptical as ever, had dismissed him outright, but still couldn't seem to leave him alone. Tonight, they had brought reinforcements. People with authority that far exceeded their own. Shannon studied him, her gaze cool and incisive. There was no mistaking it, this man was sharp, frighteningly so. His mind was lucid, his thoughts deliberate. He was in full control of himself, which meant one thing: he wasn't insane, nor was he rambling nonsense. Setting her notebook down on the table, Shannon leaned forward slightly, her voice deliberate. What kind of research do you do? The question seemed to catch Sun Linwei off guard. He hesitated for a moment before answering truthfully. Physics. Shannon nodded, her expression unchanging. Then you must be someone who believes in science. And curious, how exactly did this Iron Man convince you? She leaned in closer, her eyes narrowing as they bored into his. Sun Linwei chuckled, though there was no humor in it. His very existence defies science. He tapped the side of his temple, and gestured toward his eyes. And I saw him with my own two eyes. Shannon leaned back, her body sinking into the sofa. A faint smile played at her lips, but her gaze remained inscrutable. All right then, Mr. Sun, could you describe this Iron Man for me? The smile faded from Sun Linwei's face. His brows furrowed. I've already told the police. I'd like to hear it from you directly, Shannon replied, her tone light, her smile unwavering. Sun Linwei sighed, shrugging as if resigned to the absurdity of it all. Fine, I'll say it again. Yesterday morning, just before I left for work, I noticed something flash past my window. I've always been observant, so I went to take a look, and that's when I saw him, Iron Man. A figure entirely covered in gold. No, not gold exactly, but metallic, humanoid. He was clinging to the outside of my window, and for a moment, we were face to face. Could you make out his features? Hao Jinji interjected, his voice sharp. Sun Linwei shook his head. Not exactly. He wasn't so much a golden man as a metallic figure. If you saw him, you'd know instantly that he was different. Unmistakably so. Shannon's voice was steady, almost conversational. And what did he say to you? Sun Linwei exhaled deeply, his gaze distant as he recalled the moment. I was startled, of course, took a few steps back and instinctively grabbed the broom to defend myself. But before I could do anything, he spoke. He said he was Iron Man. Shannon's brow arched ever so slightly. Even Hao Jinji frowned, his expression darkening. He really did look like Iron Man. Like actual iron, Song Linway continued, his tone laced with something between awe and dread. I told him I was going to call the police, and he just laughed. He said the end of the world was coming, that calling the police wouldn't make a difference. He told me to stock up on supplies instead. And that's why you believe the apocalypse is imminent? Shannon asked, her voice calm, almost clinical. When something so extraordinary happens, when even the stars seem to fall from the sky, is it really so unreasonable to suspect the end is near? Song Linway shot back, his tone defensive, but measured. No, it's not unreasonable. You're a perceptive man, Shannon replied, shaking her head slightly. You could tell Iron Man was male. What about his age? Song Linway shook his head again. Impossible to tell. He leaned forward suddenly, his expression troubled. He seemed confident you would be able to catch him. Can you? Do you want us to catch him? Shannon countered, her tone light, but edged with something sharper. Of course I do. I want answers. I want to know if the apocalypse is real. His voice faltered, his gaze dropping to the floor. So tell me, do you know, is it true? Is the world really ending? His voice was barely a whisper now, tinged with fear and desperation. Hao Jingji opened his mouth to speak, but Shannon cut him off. Yes, in 20 days, an asteroid will strike, the world will face catastrophic destruction. Song Linway's pupils dilated, his face a mask of shock and disbelief. Even Hao Jingji turned to her, stunned into silence. Song Linway's composure crumbled. For a moment, he seemed utterly lost, his shoulders sagging under the weight of her words. So it's true, he murmured, his voice hoarse. Shannon's gaze remained fixed on him, unflinching. Now that you know, what will you do? I don't know, he admitted, his voice hollow. What's there to do when the end is coming? He took a deep breath, his lips dry and cracked. Don't worry, I won't tell anyone. There was nothing more to glean from him. Shannon rose from her seat. Well, take our leave then, Mr. Song. If you learn anything new, don't hesitate to contact us. Song Linway nodded mutely, escorting them to the door. As soon as they stepped outside, Hao Jingji turned to Shannon, lowering his voice. Why did you tell him? She didn't answer. Instead, they were led to another apartment. This time, it was a child. Shannon's questions were softer, gentler. What did the Iron Man look like? The child frowned, his lips pursed. Not like the one on T. He was mean. Oh, what did he do that was so mean? He stole my Ultraman. The boy's voice cracked, tears welling in his eyes. Is awful. Shannon crouched down, pulling a pristine Ultraman figure from her bag. How about this? I'll give you this one. Will you tell me everything you remember about him? The child's eyes lit up as he clutched the toy, nodding eagerly. Piece by piece, the story unfolded, fragmented and chaotic in the way only a child's recollection could be. But the key details aligned. Later, as they drove away, Hao Jingji spoke, his voice heavy with realization. The stories match. They don't know each other, yet their accounts are consistent. This Iron Man, he might be real. He is real, a metal element ability user, Shannon replied, her tone matter of fact. Her gaze hardened as the car sped through the darkened streets. Keep digging into Song Linway. His life, his family. Everyone has been in contact with recently. I want everything. Hao Jingji stiffened. You suspect him? Shannon smiled faintly, her eyes glinting. He's not lying, but he's not telling the whole truth either. Shannon remained silent for a moment, her gaze fixed forward, a flicker of intrigue gleaming in her eyes, the corners of her lips lifting ever so slightly. Is not the one, she murmured, her tone calm yet laced with certainty. But if I'm not mistaken, he knows who the gold element ability user is. Song Linway knows. The realization struck Hao Jingji like a hammer to the chest. His breath quickened, his voice trembling with urgency. Sister Shang, aren't we going to press him further? Shannon shook her head, her movements deliberate, measured. He's a clever man. He did utter a single lie from start to finish, because he knew he'd be interrogated. He also knew precisely how to avoid leaving traces of deceit. They were all seasoned experts in the art of interrogation. A single slip of wavering voice, a misplaced word would have betrayed Song Linwei. Yet, he had chosen not to lie, opting instead for omission, slicing the truth into fragments, revealing only what he wanted them to know. His narrative, seamless and logical, left no visible cracks, no discernible anomalies. A man like that was nearly impossible to break. Of course, there were ways to force him to talk, but those methods would shatter the fragile equilibrium they had carefully maintained. Not the best choice. No, there was no rush. She had other ways. Hao Jingji, though still restless, could sense the unshakable confidence radiating from her. He hesitated, then asked, his voice tinged with awe, "Sister Shine, how did you figure it out?" He prided himself on being sharp, a prodigy even, yet in that moment, he had missed what she had seen so clearly. It was humbling, almost disheartening. If only he could learn from her. Xin Yan's answer was maddeningly simple. Instinct. Hao Jingji stared at her, dumbfounded. Well then. So much for learning. Countdown days. The government had intervened, and Lai Wenyan's visa was expedited with astonishing speed. No interviews, no delays, just a swift resolution that left her stunned. When Hao Jingji met her to deliver the news, she blinked in disbelief behind her dark sunglasses. That fast, no interview required. Hao Jingji's smile carried a hint of mischief, a shadow of something unspoken. As I said, we have connections, otherwise, how could we justify charging you million yuan? It was an exorbitant fee for a visa, to be sure. Lai Wenyan remained skeptical, her expression guarded. Producing a contract with a flourish, Hao Jingji's demeanor shifted to one of utter professionalism. You're a decisive person, Miss Lei, willing to spend million on a visa. Clearly, you're someone of considerable means, and we trust you won't default on the agency fee. You even had the option to pay us after you arrive in use. The terms were straightforward, devoid of hidden clauses. If the visa failed to get her through customs, she would owe them a cent. The only stipulation was that she had to purchase a ticket and leave for the US within 2 weeks. Lai Wenyan scrutinized the document, turning it over in her hands, her sharp eyes searching for any trap. Finding none, she finally concluded, these people knew what they were doing. The contract, designed to assuage her doubts, was a gesture of good faith. The service is excellent, she remarked, her tone neutral, but laced with a hint of approval. Hao Jingji adjusted his glasses with a practiced motion, his smile polite yet impenetrable. Naturally. While our fees are high, we pride ourselves on providing the best, most comprehensive service. That's our agency's philosophy. She signed the contract without further hesitation, taking her copy and tucking it away. Something about the whole exchange left her with a peculiar sense of reassurance. Can you exchange currency for me? She asked, her voice dropping to a near whisper. Of course, Hao Jingji replied smoothly, his expression unchanging. Hesitating briefly, she finally said, a large amount. Are you sure you can handle it? His smile widened, almost imperceptibly. As long as the agency fee is paid, we can handle anything. 50 billion, she asked, her tone casual, though her eyes betrayed a flicker of tension. He froze for a fraction of a second, then inhaled sharply, his voice rising with exaggerated disbelief. 50 billion. Yes, she said, her demeanor calm, though her heart raced beneath her composed exterior. 50 billion. Can you exchange it, and quickly? He appeared to deliberate, the conflict playing out on his face in a carefully orchestrated performance. Then, with apparent reluctance, he nodded. It's possible, but the agency fee will be steep and the exchange rate will be lower than the official rate. Her lips curved into a faint smile. Perfect. If he had promised the official rate, she would have suspected a scam. But this was exactly what she needed to confirm her suspicions. This Xiaoyu was clearly operating through an official channel, risky, but capable. And as someone planning to purchase black market weapons abroad, she wasn't afraid of a little risk. Quite the opposite, in fact. Their willingness to handle such a transaction only solidified her trust in their abilities. 3 hours later, 50 billion yuan minus, the agency fee was converted into US$ and deposited into her account. The speed was staggering, almost surreal. Lai Wenyan stared at the balance, her mind reeling. This special travel agency was far more capable than she had imagined. "What kind of operation are you running here?" she murmured, half to herself. Hao Jingji's smile was enigmatic. "Our boss has connections in high places." Understanding dawned on her, followed by a surge of exhilaration. Her doubts melted away, replaced by a fierce determination. "Can you arrange a loan?" she asked, her voice low, her excitement barely contained. "A large one, and don't worry about the agency fee." Hao Jingji met her gaze, his tone conspiratorial. "As much as you want, if you have assets to back it, we can make it happen, but for amounts that large, a loan term won't be long." She almost laughed aloud. 19 days until the apocalypse. Who cared about repayment terms? At the end of the day, she had leveraged her only property, a fortress-like villa, to secure another 50 billion yuan, which was promptly converted into US$. As she boarded the plane to Dios, her heart soared. Everything was falling into place. She would stockpile supplies, arm herself to the teeth, and when the end came, she would be untouchable, wealthy, powerful, and prepared for anything. This was her second chance, her destiny. The world was hers for the taking. Meanwhile, Hao Jingji reported back to Shang Yan, his voice brimming with excitement. "Sister Shang, Lai Wenyan's on the plane, everything's in motion, Sha's on board to ensure her safety, and Team Zero is ready to intercept. Wenji has already made contact, everything's going according to plan." Shang Yan nodded, her expression serene, her focus elsewhere. Lai Wenyan was already ensnared in their carefully laid trap. All that remained was to wait for her to return with the goods. Then they would close the net. Her fingers danced across the tablet in her lap, her brow furrowing ever so slightly. "Sister Shang, is something wrong?" Hao Jingji asked, his curiosity piqued. The entire day had been spent running errands with Lai Wenyan, yet no one seemed to know what Sister Shang had been up to this time. Shang Yan glanced up from her phone. And reviewing the investigation results on Sun Linwei. Hao Jingji immediately straightened in his seat, his curiosity piqued. "Did you find anything?" "There's something odd," Shang Yan murmured, scrolling through the screen with a thoughtful expression. Yesterday, she had ordered a thorough inquiry into Song Linwei's life, his living environment, family background, relatives, and the people had interacted with over the past 3 days. It was an extensive web of information, sprawling and intricate. But by now, Shang Yan had unraveled its threads. Song Linwei's life was pristine, almost unsettlingly so. His parents were university professors, both still employed on rehire contracts after retirement. His elder sister and her husband were successful entrepreneurs, thriving in their respective fields. Song Linwei himself was a graduate of the nation's top university, now engaged in physics research of notable repute. The entire family resided in the capital, each immersed in their own demanding careers. There was also a nephew, 16 years old, currently a sophomore in high school. From the investigation, it appeared that this family was not only accomplished, but also harmonious, a model of middle-class stability. Song Linwei, in particular, stood out for his brilliance. Throughout his academic and professional journey, he had garnered nothing but glowing evaluations. A comfortable living environment, a supportive family, relatives who were all thriving in their own ways. There wasn't a single flaw to be found. Furthermore, ever since he posted the cryptic message online, Song Linwei had taken leave from work and remained at home. In the past 3 days, apart from interactions with family members, he had barely stepped outside. His phone calls had been monitored, and all were routine. The people he had come into contact with were few: a delivery driver, a courier, a supermarket cashier. Everything about him screamed normalcy. In fact, The investigation painted a picture of someone so normal it bordered on the extraordinary. Hao Jingji frowned. He seems perfectly ordinary. Sister Shang, what do you think is strange about this? Shang Yin raised an eyebrow. What kind of person do you think Song Linwei is? Without hesitation, Hao Jingji replied, a good person. And a smart one. The intelligence was evident from their brief encounters and the background check. The goodness that came from his decision to post a warning about the impending apocalypse, presumably out of altruism. Shang Yin chuckled softly. Now let's reverse the logic. Suppose my intuition is correct, and he does have something to hide. If we found no anomalies, does that suggest he's even smarter than we initially thought? Hao Jingji nodded slowly. And if he's that intelligent, why would someone like him post a vague warning online? A post that, apart from catching our attention, serves almost no practical purpose. Shang Yin's sharp, phoenix-like eyes narrowed, a glint of intrigue flickering within them. Hao Jingji froze. That was a contradiction. And if they were to speculate further if Shang Yin's intuition was wrong and Song Linwei truly had no ulterior motives, then what would a brilliant physicist do upon encountering something as extraordinary as Iron Man? Would he alert random strangers online? Or would he report it to higher authorities? The answer was obvious. He would go to the authorities. The very act of posting the message was, in itself, uncharacteristic of a rational, intelligent person. Hao Jingji inhaled sharply. So if Song Linwei really does have something to hide, what's his endgame? What's he concealing? And if he is Iron Man, then who is? Shang Yin tapped her fingers lightly against her phone. The investigation is ongoing. Do you want to know today's findings? Hao Jingji nodded eagerly, his eyes brimming with anticipation. Until today, Shang Yin began, her voice calm but laden with implication, his parents, sister, brother-in-law, and nephew all followed their usual routinous work, school, the like. She smiled, her eyes curving into crescent moons. But today they all took leave and returned home. Hao Jingji blinked, stunned. It took him a moment to process her words. Then, slowly, he spoke, so he only confirmed the apocalypse last night. Which meant that cryptic paused. Shang Yin tilted her head, her voice dropping to a near whisper. Exactly. The Iron Man he believes in must be someone close to him. Is protecting that person. As for the post. She paused, her lips curling into a faint, enigmatic smile. Song Linwei is fishing. Fishing. For the government. He wanted to verify the apocalypse's inevitability and, in doing so, draw them out, probing for information. Hao Jingji exhaled slowly, the weight of realization settling over him. Yes, Song Linwei was undeniably brilliant. His plan was meticulous, nearly flawless. But unfortunately for him, he had crossed paths with Shang Yin. Hao Jingji glanced at her, suddenly understanding why the nation had entrusted her with leading the Doomsday Special Affairs Division. They believed in her ability to subdue the anomalous. Sharp, cunning, and utterly terrifying, she did even need supernatural abilities to outmaneuver those who possessed them. And if she ever awakened powers of her own. Hao Jingji found himself almost eager to see it. At the Sung residence, the family had spent an entire day digesting the news of the impending apocalypse. Song's father, his brow deeply furrowed, seemed to have aged overnight. Song's mother, equally distraught, murmured, how could it come to this? The end of the world. Song Linwei's sister, Song Linlin, turned to him, her voice tinged with anxiety. Why did you post the message and draw the government's attention? What if they? Song Linwei sighed, cutting her off. Because I needed to confirm whether the apocalypse was real. It was just an ordinary post, something that wouldn't attract attention unless the government was already monitoring for anomalies, and their swift response proved it. They're not just watching for doomsday posts, they're hunting for people with special abilities. Last night, he had heard the answer he dreaded, but had expected. A terrifying answer. Song Linen's voice dropped to a whisper. So now the government is watching us. What if they discover Xiaoxin? Song Linwei shook his head. They shouldn't. There's no evidence linking him. I only reveal the existence of special abilities, not Xiaoxin specifically. In the car, Hao Jingji asked, Sister Shine, who do you think it is? Shang Yan's finger hovered over a name on her screen. Her expression was calm, her tone unwavering. Like Qin, Song Linwei's nephew. It was a guess. It was a certainty. Back at the Song residence, Song's mother fretted. That post of yours was too specific. It exposed Xiaoxin's abilities. It's dangerous. We need to keep him hidden from now on, make sure the government doesn't find him. Lei Tin's father, Lei Yue, shook his head. The government is looking for people with abilities. Xiaoxin might not need to hide forever. If the apocalypse was truly coming, wouldn't those with abilities stand a better chance than ordinary people? Song Linwei agreed. Exactly. That's why I hinted at Xiaoxin's abilities in my post. If the apocalypse is inevitable, Xiaoxin might not be the most unique, but is certainly significant. He glanced toward the closed door of Xiaoxin's room, his face grave. We can use this to negotiate with the government, but only before they discover Xiaoxin. I need to gauge their stance toward people like him. Time was running out. 19 days left. Song Lin in sight, her worry evident. You're doing all this for Xiaoxin, but that boy is so unruly. He never listens. Song Linwei's gaze hardened. I have to secure his rights. Xiaoxin is special, that much is clear. If I'm not mistaken, Shang Yan said, her voice cutting through the quiet hum of the car, Song Linwei exposed his nephew's metal-based abilities to negotiate with us, to secure privileges for him. And that makes things easier, Hao Jingji said, adjusting his glasses. If it's just a negotiation, we can. Shang Yan interrupted him with a cold laugh. No negotiations. Hao Jingji blinked, startled. Her voice turned icy, her words laced with disdain. This anomaly wants to negotiate. That one wants to negotiate. Do they think we have time for such nonsense? If they enter my department, they follow my rules, period. She tapped the steering wheel lightly, her gaze distant, but resolute. Let's go. We'll check on Xiaoya's progress tonight. Tomorrow, we capture the so-called Iron Man who believes in the light. Sure. Hao Jingji's eyes widened in shock. It was the first time had heard Shang Yan use that word. By the time they returned to camp, the clock had already struck midnight. Not long after, Jian Yu stumbled back into the dormitory, her steps unsteady, swaying as though she were a ghost drifting through the night. The exhaustion of the day's lessons clung to her like an invisible weight. The dormitories, for the anomalies, were all located on the same floor, a series of one-bedroom hotel-style suites equipped with fully automated smart systems. While not luxurious, they were comfortable enough to make the place feel less like a prison. Shang Yan and Hao Jingji had also moved into this building, their presence lending the space a semblance of camaraderie. You finally came back. Jin Yu greeted them, with a deadpan expression, her eyes lifeless like those of a gutted fish. Hao Jingji jumped, startled by her ghostly demeanor. What's with you? Jin Yu offered a faint, humorless smile. Aren't it? Hao Jingji's face twisted in confusion. Is it really that bad? It's just studying, isn't it? She turned her head away, unwilling to engage further. What was the point of talking to someone who excelled at everything? Come here, Shang Yan called from the couch, her voice steady yet commanding. Jin Yu shuffled over obediently, like a child summoned by an unyielding parent. How's it going? Can you figure out how to transplant the seeds before the apocalypse hits? And what about the test fields? Are they coming along? Shang Yan's tone was casual, but her gaze was sharp, dissecting. Jin Yu sighed, her voice barely above a whisper. I don't know. We transplanted one batch today. Old Zhao and the others are still mapping out the test fields. Once I get the hang of the farming equipment, we'll start planting properly. She raked her fingers through her hair, crazy from 2 days without washing, her frustration bubbling over. Shang Jai, I can't take it anymore. Farming is just too exhausting, and there's so much work. Her voice cracked with despair. In just 2 days, she felt as though her soul had been wrung dry. This was the glorious rebirth she had imagined. Jane Yu clutched her head, her voice rising into a manic wail. I have been going crazy. Don't anyone dare interrupt me while I lose my mind. As if summoned by her outburst, a deep, resonant voice suddenly filled the room. Comrade Jiang, your hard work for the nation does not go unnoticed. With great power comes great responsibility. Rest assured, the country will not let your efforts go unrewarded. Jane Yu froze, the voice slicing through her hysteria like a blade. Her eyes darted around the room in confusion until her gaze dropped. There, on the coffee table in front of Sheng Yin, sat a laptop. The screen flickered, shadows moving across it. Curiosity overtook her. She leaned in, trying to make out the figures on the screen. And then, she found herself face to face with a group of elderly men, whose faces were all too familiar. She had seen them countless times on television. The nation's leaders. Her heart stopped. Jane Yu blinked, her mind racing. Her pupils dilated in shock, her face a mask of horror. She had washed her hair. On the screen, one of the older men hesitated before speaking. Sheng Yin, perhaps we should send over a few professional psychologists. Comrade Jiang seems under considerable stress. It was the first time the seasoned leader had witnessed a young person unraveling so dramatically in real time. He couldn't help but question her mental state. Jane Yu stood there, her mind blank, her soul seemingly leaving her body. Then, as if her very essence had been shattered, she let out a guttural howl and bolted back into her room. What just happened to Comrade Jiang? The leader named Old Sing asked, his brow furrowed in genuine bewilderment. Sheng Yin waved a hand dismissively. Ignore her, she'll be fine in a bit. If you say so, we trust your judgment. Before Jiang Yi's dramatic exit, Sheng Yin had been in the middle of a discussion with the leaders about the Special Operations Division's plans for the apocalypse. Old Zhang rubbed his temples, fatigue etched into his features. When the apocalypse arrives, the number of ability users will increase, but none will be as crucial as the anomalies we have now. Sheng Yin nodded. Understood. Every additional ability user they could recruit before the apocalypse struck would mean one more pair of hands to safeguard resources, protect civilians, and preserve what little humanity might remain. There are only 19 days left, Old Zeng continued, his voice heavy. Do everything you can to recruit more talent. The weight of the countdown pressed on them all. None of them, neither the leaders nor the anomalies, had slept well in days. Time was slipping through their fingers like sand in an hourglass. After a few more logistical discussions, the video call ended. Jane Yu emerged from her room, her hair damp from a hurried wash. She peeked into the living room, only to see Sheng Yin closing the laptop. It's over, she asked, incredulous. Sheng Yin glanced at her freshly washed hair and nodded. It's over. Jane Yu clutched her head in frustration. Damn it. Once again, she had appeared on camera with crazy hair. And now, after finally washing it, the leaders weren't even there to see. Her mood plummeted. Late night snacks ready, Hao Jinji called from the door. A catering cart rolled in, laden with the makings of a luxurious hot pot feast. Plates of fresh, expensive ingredients gleamed under the fluorescent lights. Jane Yu blinked, puzzled. Why are we eating so well tonight? They usually ate well, but this spread was extravagant even by their standards. The camp's cafeteria typically leaned toward healthy, balanced meals. This indulgent hot pot clearly came from an outside vendor. Sheng Yin found a seat and settled in. Hao Jinji grinned as he grabbed a pair of chopsticks. Courtesy of our future teammate, as she tipped us 15,000. It was a hefty broker's fee extracted from Li Wenyan, who had insisted on paying, lest she feel like a freeloader. Jane Yi's jaw dropped. She's that rich. Sheng Yin had already started eating. Hao Jinji, between bites, added casually, she's worth 5 billion, and with the government's 50 billion allocation, she's managing a total of 100 billion. Jane Yu froze, her chopsticks suspended midair. Her voice dripped with envy. Why does the government give her 50 billion? That's not fair. Shannon didn't even look up. She's procuring supplies for the nation. Why when yin thanks. Jane Yu, and in farming for the nation. She chewed on a piece of beef, her mood sinking further. Farming did exactly scream glamorous contribution. In telling you my space ability is useless, she muttered. Compared to other spatial ability users, mine's a joke. It can stockpile supplies, mine just grows crops. The mere thought of farming made her temples throb. She sighed, glancing at another anomaly with spatial abilities. That person was out there, living the high life, managing billions. And here she was, wielding a hoe in the dirt, being scolded by old Zhao for her subpar dating skills. Comparison was the thief of joy. Shannon suddenly looked up, a sly smile playing on her lips. Who said your space ability is useless? I've told you before it's more valuable than any spatial ability user's space. Jinya's eyes widened, her curiosity piqued. Shannon continued, her tone light as she swirled a piece of meat in the bubbling broth. There are earth ability users and plant ability users. If your space could accommodate people. Jinya's eyes lit up. Hao Jinji chimed in, his voice matter-of-fact. Then you could bring them in. Earth users could till the soil, plant users could enhance the crops, and water users could irrigate. Jinya's excitement grew with every word. Why had she thought of this before? Shannon noticed her enthusiasm and smirked. If that happens, your space could churn out crops in batches. You need trucks to haul the harvest. It wouldn't just be an experimental field, it could sustain an entire base. Jinya's face flushed with exhilaration, her eyes sparkling like stars. Shannon and Hao Jinji exchanged a knowing glance. Shannon sighed theatrically. Too bad your space can't let others in. Jane Yu instinctively began to respond, it can. She stopped herself mid-sentence. Shannon raised an eyebrow, her expression expectant. Jane Yu gripped her chopsticks tightly. Now, she could reveal her secret. This was her golden ticket, her ace in the hole. If they found out, what was stopping them from sidelining her and taking over her space? Absolutely not. She had to keep this to herself. Shannon tilted her head, her voice deceptively sweet. What were you about to say? Jane Yu buried her face in her food, her voice muffled. I was going to say it's such a pity. If only earth and plant users could enter my space. Shannon smiled faintly. Indeed, such a pity. Without them, that vast black soil can only be cultivated bit by bit, planted bit by bit, and harvested bit by by you. Jinya's hands trembled. Her legs felt weak. Tears pricked her eyes. Hao Jinji frowned. Why are you crying? Jane Yu looked up, her face streaked with tears. After a long pause, she choked out two words. Ceci. Shannon and Hao Jinji exchanged a glance. Hao Jinji, should we push her a bit more? Shannon, expressionless, let's see how long she can hold out. After all, plant ability users hadn't appeared yet. There was no rush. At night, Jane Yu cried her way through an entire pot of hot pot. It was the show of resilience. It was simply that farming was backbreaking work. Countdown to the apocalypse, 85 days. Another early morning. Before heading out, Shannon didn't forget to drag Jane Yu out of bed. Jane Yu, her eyes shadowed with dark circles, shuffled along like a ghost, her steps unsteady and dreamlike. Hao Jinji glanced at her, puzzled. Why do you look like you haven't slept? You should have had 6.5 hours of sleep last night, right? That was already considered generous. Jinya's eyes, dull and lifeless, flickered up at him. You don't scroll through your phone when you're lying in bed. Hao Jinji blinked, visibly taken aback. No. Jinyu. Instinctively, she turned to Shannon for confirmation. Shannon's expression was as placid as a frozen lake, but her lips curved faintly. I didn't either. None of them, it seemed, shared the modern affliction of phone addiction. Their devices were tools for work, not entertainment. In fact, their phones weren't even the same as ordinary when Siege was a military grade, custom-built device with impenetrable security. Jin Yu stood there, speechless. A group of devils, every last one of them. The next moment, Shang Yin handed Jin Yu off to a commission Zhao and his team, then left with Hao Jingji and Tao. As they walked, Hao Jingji's brow furrowed slightly. What's happened to team leader Caillou and the others? Why haven't we seen a single one of them these past few days? Shang Yin was scrolling through feedback on her phone and didn't even bother looking up. Her tone was calm, almost indifferent. They've likely found some extraordinary ability users in other regions, perhaps more than one. Hao Jingji's face tightened, his expression caught between frustration and unease. What's team leader Kai planning to do? Shang Yan's lips curved slightly, her voice tinged with a subtle irony. She may seem gentle, but in truth, she is proud to the point of arrogance, especially when it comes to me. So yes, your guess is correct. She is preparing some grand move, something dramatic enough to overshadow us the moment she reappears. Shang Jai, aren't you worried? Hao Jingji's voice betrayed his growing anxiety. Shang Yin didn't even glance at him. Not at all. She continued scrolling through the interface on her phone with the same unhurried composure. Hao Jingji opened his mouth to say more, but, upon seeing her serene expression, swallowed his words. It was like watching a unit fret while the emperor remained utterly unconcerned. Preparations are complete, Shang Yin said, slipping her phone into her pocket. The special police have already surrounded Fuan residential complex. Let's go meet the self-proclaimed Iron Man who believes in the light. Last night, she had issued the mission orders. At 5 in the morning, the other departments had coordinated with the Apocalypse Special Affairs Division to finalize the arrangements. At 7, the special police said quietly encircled the residential complex. Everything was in place. Hao Jingji straightened immediately, his demeanor shifting into a professional mode. Understood, Shang Jai. I've already had the metal element interrogation room assembled. Once we bring Leixin back, it'll be ready for use. Shang Yin nodded in approval and stepped into the car. The low-profile black vehicle glided silently toward Fuan residential complex. By 8 o'clock, they had arrived at the entrance. Shang Yin joined the special police and took the case they handed her. When Hao Jingji saw what was inside, his expression grew complicated. Shang Jai, Leixin is supposed to be our future teammate. The Song family seems cooperative too. Do we really need to resort to such forceful measures? He couldn't help but worry about damaging their team dynamics before they even formed. Shang Yin understood his concerns. She offered him a faint smile, her voice laced with quiet pragmatism. Do you really think a 15-year-old boy, who calls himself Iron Man and believes in the light, is going to obediently cooperate with us after gaining superpowers? Truth be told, Shang Yin would have preferred if the middle element ability had manifested in Song Linwei or even Leixin's father. At least those two were rational individuals who could be reasoned with. But Leixin, a teenager steeped in the throes of a hero complex. He was the most unpredictable and uncontrollable of them all. Who knew what bizarre notions were swirling around in his head? If the metal element ability weren't so valuable, Shang Yin would have gladly ignored this anomaly altogether. The thought of a metal element user who once fought a child over an Ultraman action figure was enough to give her a headache. Hao Jingji sighed in resignation. Understood. Meanwhile, at the Song household within Fuan residential complex, Leixin had returned home, and Song Linwei had stayed as well, choosing not to return to Hue residential complex. Instead, he remained with his parents. Song Linlin and her family were there too. Career's job soul of it seemed trivial in the face of the looming apocalypse. After a day of cooling off and deliberation, the family reconvened early this morning to continue their discussions. Song Mother glanced toward the hallway. Is Xiaoxin still not up? Song Linlin shook her head. No, he always sleeps until 11 during holidays. Just let him be. Song Father turned to Song Linwei. When do we negotiate with the government? Song Linwei's tone was measured. Let's wait a couple more days and gather more information. We'll reach out to someone in the government, That Shannon seems to have significant authority. I kept her assistant's number just in case. Before he could finish, a loud bang shattered the room's stillness. The door to Leixin's room burst open. Everyone turned sharply, startled. The metal doorknob had melted, and from the room emerged a young boy, brimming with energy. He was clad entirely in gold. His arms were shimmering mechanical limbs, his face obscured by a metallic mask, and atop his head rested a gleaming helmet. Clearly, he had gone out of his way to craft this look, making it impossible to discern his true features. At first glance, he resembled a metal man. But the voice that emerged was unmistakably adolescent. Why bother negotiating with the government? I refuse to be studied or controlled. The apocalypse is coming, and as the chosen one, I will rule the world and reign over the end times. His declaration was as over the top as it was absurd, dripping with the melodrama of a teenager lost in his own fantasies. The Song family collectively froze. Song Linwei rubbed his temples, his voice tinged with exasperation. Seok-sen, why are you like this again? Didn't I tell you not to use your powers so recklessly? What if the government finds out? You will address me as Iron Man. Leixin slammed his mechanical hand onto the table, shattering it into a spray of splinters and dust. Cuff cuff. Leixin had anticipated the debris and choked on the dust, his bravado faltering for a moment. But his thick skin quickly reasserted itself. He straightened, puffed out his chest, and declared with renewed arrogance, let them find out, the apocalypse is coming anyway. Besides, a superhero fears no government. He thumped his metallic chest with a resounding clang clang, the sound echoing in the room. It no longer the Leixin of the past. I am Iron Man Leixin, a superhero with invincible powers. Not even bullets can penetrate my indestructible body. Beneath the mask, his face was alight with smug pride. Even though his expression was hidden, the sheer arrogance in his voice painted a vivid picture of his self-satisfaction. Song Linlin felt a dull throb in her temples. Lai Yue's hand twitched, itching to grab something, anything to knock some sense into the boy. Oblivious, Leixin flexed his mechanical arms, his voice ringing with self-assured grandeur. Don't worry, from now on, I'll protect all of you. But remember, a superhero belongs to the world, not just his family. With that, he turned on his heel and strode toward the window. Leixin, what are you doing? Lai Yue couldn't hold back any longer and roared. Leixin paused at the window, casting a dramatic glance over his shoulder. A cocky smile crept across his lips. Saving the world. And with that, the window flew open, and he leapt out. Truth be told, had been itching to do this for days. The day after awakening his powers, he had skipped school to show off to his uncle, even making a detour to a neighbor's house to flaunt his abilities. His uncle had found out and forced him back to school, but not before promising to verify whether the meteorite truly heralded the apocalypse. Leixin had reluctantly agreed. Now the truth was out. The government had confirmed it. The apocalypse was real. And yet the authorities were still keeping it from the public. He wouldn't hide anymore. It was time to save the world. Song Linlin let out a sharp scream, hurling herself toward the window. The faces of the Song family paled in unison. Leixin, get back here. Song Linwei roared, his voice trembling, his complexion ashen. But it was futile. Leixin had already leapt out of the window. Mother Song staggered, her vision going dark, nearly fainting on the spot. Song Linwei lunged toward the window, peering down in desperation. He knew Leixin's abilities well. Jumping out of a window was a death sentence for him. The metal safety bars lining the exterior of the building provided him with an easy descent, like a lizard skittering down a wall. Where there was metal, Leixin had control. And where he had control, he feared nothing. Even if he were to plummet straight down from the 17th floor, his impervious, unyielding, indestructible body would ensure he walked away unscathed. The scene was terrifying to behold, but the risk was minimal. The problem, however. This was broad daylight. The goddamn apocalypse hadn't even started yet. Song Linwei felt his sanity fraying at the edges. Below, The golden figure of Leixin clung to the building's facade like a jackal, twisting and turning as he descended further, becoming smaller and smaller in the distance. Song Linlin clutched at his sleeve, her hands trembling uncontrollably. What do we do, Linwei? What do we do? Song Linwei drew in a shaky breath, his face still drained of color. We go after him. Jumping out of a window in the middle of the day was bound to attract attention. Leixin claimed he wanted to save the world, but who knew what kind of chaos he might stir up next? Without another word, Song Linwei bolted for the door. Leixin lives on the 17th floor of Building 9. Since yesterday, his family has left their apartment except for a few trips to stock up on supplies, Hao Jingji said as he walked briskly down the street, his tone clipped and efficient. Beside him, Shengyan kept pace, a steel case swinging lightly in her hand. The Song family was already aware of the impending apocalypse. For ordinary people, there was little they could do in the face of such a revelation. Hoarding food and supplies was the most basic, instinctual response. They didn't have much storage space, so they hadn't bought much. As if struck by a sudden thought, Shengyan quickened her steps. We need to hurry. The night before last, Song Linwei learned about the apocalypse. Yesterday, he informed his family. Since then, Leixin's been cooped up for an entire day. He is bound to act out at any moment. On the surface, the Song family appeared to be a harmonious unit. The grandparents were highly educated intellectuals, both still teaching at a university. The parents were formidable business people, commanding respect in the corporate world. Even the uncle was a prominent scientist, his days consumed by work. But a family like this often overlooked the needs of its children. When it was confirmed yesterday that Leixin was a metal element ability user, Shengyan had reviewed his background in detail. There wasn't much to note except his abysmal academic record. With relatives so dazzlingly accomplished, the pressure he faced was unimaginable. And pressure often bred rebellion. They needed to intercept him before he caused a scene. Hao Jingji's expression grew grave at her words, and he immediately picked up his pace. But then, a scream split the air. Simultaneously, a loud bang echoed through the street. A golden, gleaming figure dropped from above, landing just 5 steps in front of Shengyan. She came to an abrupt halt. The golden figure crouched on one knee, one hand pressed dramatically to the ground. The moment was almost cinematic in its perfection. Hey, who can stop me? The boy's voice rang out, brimming with arrogance and exhilaration, his chest swelling with the heady rush of adrenaline. He lifted his head, locking eyes with Shengyan from across the short distance. Shengyan stood utterly still, her gaze fixed on him. Leixin grinned broadly, straightening up under her unflinching stare. In that moment, he felt himself towering, his presence magnified, his very being transformed into something heroic and indomitable, more radiant than any superhero in the movies. Was this woman captivated by him? But no scream came. No gasp of amazement. No barrage of questions. The young woman standing before him simply raised a hand to rub her temple, her expression caught somewhere between exasperation and resignation. Her eyes, as they rested on him, were a tangle of emotions too complex to unravel. This reaction. Leixin froze, bewildered. You are not afraid. Shengyan inhaled deeply, her gaze steady, her voice calm and deliberate. Leixin, what are you doing up so early in the morning? I'd be too late. The boy had risen far earlier than usual today. But fortunately, not too late to intervene. Leixin blinked. The question struck him as odd, almost nonsensical. And yet, you know who I am? He asked, his voice tinged with suspicion. He glanced down at himself, taking in the gleaming, metallic sheen that encased his body like a second skin. Even his uncle had recognized him at first glance when he looked like this. How could this woman possibly know? And who was she anyway? Who are you? He demanded. Shengyan smiled faintly. Your future boss. Even through the shimmering mask of gold, the confusion and disbelief on Leixin's face were unmistakable. For a 16-year-old boy, who had just acquired a formidable superpower. This was the age of invincibility, the world's hierarchy rearranged with him at the summit. And now, out of nowhere, this woman had appeared, calmly declaring herself his superior. Wei Qin's first instinct was to repeat the 3 words circling in his head. "Who are you?" The first time, it had been curiosity. This time, it was defiance and irritation. Clearly, this woman was out of her mind. He dismissed her with a scornful snort, turning to leave. Shannon stepped into his path. At 16, Lexin was already tall, his frame accentuated by the gleaming armor and helmet he wore, making him appear even more imposing. Yet Shannon, standing in his way, seemed entirely unfazed. If anything, her presence radiated an authority that demanded respect. She reached into her pocket and pulled out a badge, holding it aloft. Her voice was calm, but unyielding. Shannon, team leader of the Doomsday Special Affairs Division. Lighton blinked, momentarily taken aback, before comprehension dawned. Ah, so she was with the government. And so what? "Don't block my way, lady. Move aside," he said dismissively, his tone dripping with disdain. Hao Jingji's lips twitched involuntarily. Shannon remained unperturbed, her gaze steady. "Lexin, come with us." She took a sheet of paper from Hao Jingji's hand, holding it up for Lexin to see. "This is your arrest warrant." Lexin stared, incredulous. Then he laughed, the sound sharp and derisive. "Arrest me, in your dreams. You don't have what it takes." With that, he bent his knees and sprang upward, latching onto the building's exterior like a spider scaling its web. From below, gasps rose from onlookers. Lexin glanced down at Shannon, his expression hidden behind his mask, but his voice rang out, brimming with smug defiance. "Ah, come on, catch me if you can." Shannon did move, her gaze following him steadily. Just as Lexin was beginning to believe she was powerless to stop him, the perimeter came alive with motion. Special Forces officers emerged, their weapons trained on him, forming a tight cordon around buildings 9 and 10. The black barrels of their guns gleamed ominously, each one aimed squarely at him. Lexin's heart skipped a beat. But the momentary flicker of unease was quickly replaced by a surge of exhilaration. "You think guns can scare me? Ha, I'm invincible." Without hesitation, he resumed his climb, scaling the metal safety bars with the ease of a gecko, taunting them with his every move. "You're wasting your time, in the indestructible Iron Man. Your weapons are useless against me. You pathetic humans, stop getting in the way of my mission to save the world." Bullets ricocheted harmlessly off the metal bars around him, the sharp crack of impact reverberating in the air. He was untouchable. Hao Jingji's expression grew grim. No wonder the boy was so arrogant, had the skills to back it up. But Shannon's face remained impassive, as if she had anticipated this all along. Her gaze narrowed slightly, and she reached into her case, pulling out a sleek, unassuming device. By now Lexin had reached the 10th floor. He was reveling in his newfound power, basking in the futility of their efforts to stop him. At that moment, Lexin's confidence surged to an intoxicating crescendo. The nation's most advanced weaponry couldn't touch him. He was invincibly superhero, the ultimate force of this world. Who had dreamt of being a hero? And he, Lexin, was heaven's chosen son, destiny's favored child. He could indulge in his fantasies, unrestrained, carving out his heroic legacy. Ah! His latter rang out, sharp and manic, slicing through the tension like a blade. Hao Jingji glanced anxiously at Shannon, his voice urgent. "Sister Shane." But Shannon remained composed, her movements deliberate as she loaded the sleek handgun in her hands. She raised it, her aim steady, her voice calm and measured. "Lexin, the concept of an indestructible body comes from Buddhist scriptures. Iron Man, on the other hand, is a Western comic book hero, and makes culture sit only makes you look more ignorant." The words barely left her lips before she pulled the trigger. This time, there was no metallic clang of bullets deflecting off his body. Instead, a different sound filled the air. Tin let out a blood-curdling scream, like a pig being slaughtered. The next moment, his body plummeted from the heights, crashing to the ground with a deafening thud. Boom. Shen Yan took a step back, her expression as serene as ever. Tin writhed on the ground, clutching his arm in agony. A gaping hole marred his metallic limb, sizzling and hissing as if some corrosive force were eating away at it. Tears streamed down his face, his cries raw and guttural. "What is this? What did you do to me?" Shen Yan crouched beside him, her gaze cold and unyielding as she looked down at his contorted figure. Her lips curled into a slow, radiant smile, her tone almost languid. "If I were you, I'd activate my powers right now and sever that metal arm before it's too late." At her words, the helmet encasing Sin's head and the mask obscuring his face vanished. The golden sheen enveloping his body dissipated in an instant. The mechanical arm detached, reverting to flesh and blood. Only then did he manage to catch his breath. And for the first time, Shen Yan saw him for who he truly was, a 16-year-old boy, his features sharp yet still tinged with the softness of youth. His defiant eyes, wide with rage, glared at her from beneath a fringe of slightly overgrown hair. He wore a set of cartoonish bear-patterned pajamas. Sin panted heavily, his chest heaving as he prepared to speak. But before he could, the cold barrel of Shen Yan's gun pressed against his forehead. Above him, Shen Yan smiled faintly, a predator savoring her prey. Tin froze, his body rigid, his breath caught in his throat. A heartbeat passed, then another. Slowly, the spot beneath the gun's aim transformed back into metal. He was just about to fight back when Shen Yan's voice, soft yet laced with steel, cut through his thoughts. "If it's flesh, this gun might not work, but if you turn to metal, then this weapon becomes very effective." Tin's body stiffened. A moment later, the metallic sheen vanished, replaced once more by vulnerable human skin. In the end, fear of pain, of death went out. Around them, the tactical police had encircled the scene, their weapons trained on Sin. In this moment, whether he turned to metal or not, he was utterly at their mercy. Grinding his teeth, his voice a venomous snarl, Sin spat, "What kind of gun is that? How could it hurt him? It wasn't possible. He was supposed to be invincible, impervious to bullets and blades." Shen Yan's tone was almost conversational. "Metal element ability users can manipulate metals, even transform their bodies into metal. You've essentially become a walking mess of metallic elements. Judging by the color of your transformation, your composition is primarily copper and gold. Copper is easy to handle, gold a bit trickier, and given your confidence in being bulletproof, I guess your metal contains other elements to increase its hardness." Tin blinked, his mind struggling to keep up. "What?" Shen Yan continued, unperturbed. "But that's irrelevant. Your education level is what it is, so the metals you produce are likely common elements. Common metals aren't hard to deal with. The bullets I used are infused with a chemical mixture I prepared myself, concentrated nitric acid and hydroxychloric acid in a ratio, commonly known as aqua regia." Tin's eyes glazed over, his expression blank. She might as well have been speaking an alien language. He had no evidence, but he was certain she was mocking him. Shen Yan's smile deepened. "Aqua regia can dissolve most metals. Your outer shell, composed of copper and gold, was particularly easy to handle. If you managed to incorporate some rare elements, that might have been a challenge. I might have even needed to call in a chemist." Tin's head spun. He stared at her, dumbfounded, his thoughts a chaotic mess. With a slight tilt of her head, Shen Yan tapped his forehead lightly with the gun's muzzle. "So, kid, maybe crack open a book or two before you try playing superhero again." Tin's mouth opened, then closed. His face turned an alarming shade of red. Was she mocking him? His mind buzzed, a cacophony of disbelief and humiliation. He had thought himself invincible, a chosen one destined for greatness. Yet Shen Yan had dismantled him with nothing more than high school level chemistry. Copper, gold, nitric acid, hydroxychloric acid, the terms swirled in his head, painfully familiar. Before him, Shen Yan crouched, her gun still trained on his forehead. Around them, The tactical police stood ready, their presence suffocating. There was no escape. Grinding his teeth, Like Sin growled, "I won't cooperate with you. If you've got the guts, just kill me." Defeated, but not broken, the boy clung to his anger, his last shred of defiance. Shane Yan's smile was unshaken. "Oh, is that so? You won't cooperate? Then I suppose you'll have to ask your parents and family for their assistance." Her gaze shifted toward the apartment building's entrance. Lai Tin's heart lurched as he followed her line of sight. The elevator had been secured by the tactical police, but his family, they were standing at the entrance, their faces pale with fear. Song Linwei felt his head might explode. They had witnessed everything: the boy's arrogance, Shane Yan's ruthless precision. Had the situation been less dire, he would have already marched over to give Lai Xin the beating of his life. Of course, no one was angrier than Song Linlin and Lai Yue. "You're threatening me." Lai Qin's eyes burned crimson with rage. If it had been just Shane Yan, he might fought back, might even considered silencing the villain. But with the tactical team present, his family was vulnerable. Shane Yan's tone remained even. "You can think of it that way. I prefer to call it laying out the facts." Lai Qin's fists clenched tightly, his voice trembling with fury. "Shane Yan, you're despicable." At that moment, she seemed the very embodiment of the villain standing in the hero's way. Shane Yan's response was unflinching. I am despicable." Her smile widened. "And what about you, stealing Ultraman figurines from little kids?" Lai Qin froze, a flicker of guilt flashing across his face. Shane Yan rose to her feet, her demeanor warm and approachable as she addressed the Song family. "Children shouldn't be indulged too much, otherwise, they'll grow up reckless, causing trouble like this." Just now, he was quite literally tearing the roof off the place. From the 17th floor to the 11th, Lai Xin had climbed, taunting Shane Yan all the while, his antics witnessed by everyone. Lai Yue's breath came fast and heavy. Before coming down, he had grabbed a broom on his way out. Now, unable to hold back any longer, he stormed forward, broom in hand. "Lai Qin, if I don't beat you today, I'm not your father." Lai Qin's scream echoed as the broom came down. In his shock, he even forgot to transform into metal. Why are you hitting me?" It's them stopping me from saving the world." "Oh, stop, that hurts." Shane Yan calmly holstered her gun, turning away from the scene of familial discipline. She looked at Hao Jingyi and issued a brief command. "I'll take him in. You handle the aftermath." Hao Jingyi nodded silently, already calculating the myriad ways to clean up the mess. The commotion today had been significant. The fallout wouldn't be easy to manage. All thanks to this wall-climbing, attention-seeking adolescent. Watching Lai Yue thresh Lai Xin, Hao Jingyi allowed himself a small, satisfied smile. "Want to be a superhero? Better ask your dad first." After a thorough beating, Lai Xin, now thoroughly dejected, was led away by Shane Yan. The Song family followed, flanked by tactical officers. Hao Jingyi stayed behind to manage the scene. And so, the dream of Lai Xin, the metal element ability user, to become a superhero, was shattered before he even left the neighborhood. After getting into the car, Shane Yan was busy replying to messages, her fingers gliding over the screen with unhurried precision. The members of the Song family sat in tense silence, their faces pale with unease, as though any sound might shatter the fragile calm. Lai Tin, fidgeting in his seat, couldn't hold back. He opened his mouth to speak, but before he could get a word out, Lai Yue shot him a glare so sharp it could have pierced steel. That was enough. Lai Qin deflated immediately, slumping in his seat like a wilted flower. Song Linwei pressed a hand to his temple, a dull itch beginning to throb. Finally, he broke the silence, addressing Shane Yan with a voice that carried more trepidation than curiosity. "Will there be trouble cleaning this up? Could this cause issues for society?" Now that, Shane Yan thought, was the reaction of someone with their head screwed on straight. Here was a man who understood the precariousness of their situation. After all, a family suddenly harboring a superpower individual wasn't exactly ordinary, especially after the commotion they'd caused. And they still had to live in this neighborhood. If the fallout was too severe, the government wouldn't hesitate to act decisively. Shinin glanced up from her phone, one brow arched in faint approval. Not bad, she said, her tone as casual as if they were discussing the weather. You've got a good sense of the bigger picture. Then, with a flicker of a smile, she added, don't worry. Well, just say it was a film shoot. The information department will handle any videos that surface online. Her nonchalance was almost unnerving. And yet, she was wrong. This was their first radio. Lai Tin had had the chance to stir up anything too catastrophic before they'd apprehended him. Even if someone had managed to upload footage, the information department had plenty of experience dealing with such matters. But even if we use the filming excuse, Song's mother interjected, her voice trembling, won't the neighbors still speculate? I mean, there were so many witnesses today, someone must seen something clearly. Without looking up, Shinin continued typing, her tone unfazed. Let them speculate. It doesn't matter. The government will have to inform the public about the apocalypse sooner or later. It's not like we can hide it forever. Her words hung in the air like a thunderclap. The apocalypse only 85 days away. There was no point in keeping it under wraps much longer. Lai Tin's head snapped up, his voice rising in disbelief. What? The government is going to tell people? He had always assumed they'd keep it a secret. That was why he had taken it upon himself to save the world, to warn everyone because the end was coming. And now they were telling him, the government already had plans to inform the masses. Shinin sighed, finally deigning to look at him. Her expression was blank, her voice cold. Why would the government hide it? Do you think it benefits them if everyone dies? Of course they'll issue an emergency notice, make arrangements, do whatever they can to save as many people as possible. Kid, stop making up nonsense in your head. Lai Tin's mouth opened and closed like a fish out of water. He had no retort. Song Linwei shot him a withering glare, and Lai Xin shrank back into his seat, cowed. Then, turning to Shinin, Song Linwei hesitated before speaking again. Why were you here today? Why did you already suspect that Lai Xin was the so-called Iron Man? Shinin's lips curled into a faint, knowing smile. Wasn't it obvious? Someone as smart as you, going to such lengths to cover for someone it could only be for family. And your whole family is full of sharp minds, except for Lai Xin, is the only one who'd do something as ridiculous as stealing a kid's Ultraman figurine. She paused, letting her words sink in. If we had been here today, who knows what kind of mess he would have caused. It's a good thing we arrived in time. Song Linwei fell silent, his expression a mix of frustration and resignation. He had thought he'd hidden it well, but clearly, Shinin had seen through him from the start. And of course, it was all Lai Xin's fault. Song Linwei, unable to contain her shock, turned to Lai Xin. Wait, what? You stole a kid's Ultraman. When did this happen? Lai Xin hunched his shoulders, mumbling under his breath. He didn't believe in the light, so I had to teach him a little lesson. Lai Yue reached for the broom again, his face dark with fury, but Song Linwei held him back, massaging his temples as if the act might stave off a migraine. After I found out he'd been to someone else's house, I was worried his powers might be exposed. That's why I decided to post online and beta response. The mention of the meteor had already stirred up apocalyptic rumors, and Lai Xin was one of the loudest voices among them. He'd even refused to go to school, which had earned him a beating from Lei Yue before being sent back to class. But then Lai Xin had awakened his abilities. And with that, his conviction that the end was nigh and that he was destined to save the world only deepened. Song Linwei had been sure what to do, so had chosen to fish for answers. He had expected to catch anything. And yet, here they were with a shark that could swallow them whole. He shot a cautious glance at Shinin, testing the waters. So what happens now? What are you planning to do with Lai Xin? Shinin's gaze flicked to Lai Xin, her smile sharp as a blade. He wants to save the world, doesn't he? Then he can join us in saving it. Her tone was light, almost teasing, as she addressed him directly. So kid, how about it? Want to join us and save the world? Lai Xin tilted his chin up, defiance blazing in his eyes. You think he'll just agree, and not that easy too. Chen Yan cut him off with a smile that did reach her eyes. I'm not asking, I'm telling you. Wei Qin stared at her, dumbfounded. What, hey lady, I'm Iron Man, a superhero, you can just... Chen Yan's eyes narrowed, her voice laced with mockery. Let me guess, you think you're special, right? That you're the chosen one destined for greatness, because of your powers. Wei Qin did reply, but his chin jutted higher. The Song family tugged at his sleeve, but he refused to back down. He was special. He knew it. And if the government wanted his help, they should be treating him like a king, not ordering him around. Chen Yan's smile widened, sharp as broken glass. Oh, you poor thing. You really think you're unique. You are just a middle element ability user. When a meteor hits, there'll be countless people with powers like yours. Metal, wood, water, fire, earth, none of them are the strongest. There are ancestral abilities, mutations, even space and healing types, and let's not forget the dark element. Wei Qin's confidence faltered, but he clung to his pride. So what? They're not here yet, and no one with powers now. Chen Yan's case was almost pitying. Wu said they're not here. What do you think the Apocalypse Special Affairs Division is for? There are already water users, fire users, and plenty more. Wei Qin clenched his fists, his last shred of defiance slipping through his fingers. They're not stronger than me. Chen Yan's voice was soft, almost gentle. There are also reborn individuals. Wei Qin blinked, his bravado cracking. What? Oh yes, Chen Yan continued, her tone almost amused. One of our new recruits, Jiang Yu, was reborn from a year into the apocalypse. She has a space ability, a massive one, filled with fertile black soil for farming. Wei Qin's jaw dropped. What? And another recruit, Lei Wenyan, is a reborn space user. Not only does she have an enormous space, but she also started with 50 billion yuan. She has been helping the government stockpile supplies at an insane rate. And then there are the unknown, powerful ability users. We had to send an entire team to deal with one of them. A faint cracking sound broke the silence. It was the sound of a boy's fragile pride, shattering into irreparable pieces. On the way back to camp, Lei Qin sat slumped in his seat, deflated and sullen, like a balloon slowly leaking air. There was even a trace of grievance in his expression, a flicker of disbelief that refused to be extinguished. How could this happen? He was Iron Man, invincible and indomitable, a superhero destined to be the protagonist of every story. And yet, how could there suddenly be a whole crowd of reincarnators? If reincarnators came in droves, then who, pray tell, was the true protagonist of this world? Lei Qin was deeply, profoundly disappointed. Song's mother cast him a worried glance, but Song's father remained unmoved, his tone calm yet cutting. Good, he needed a reality check, otherwise, he'll think he's untouchable. That boy's been overdue for some discipline. In the past, when they only saw him occasionally, Lei Qin could still put on a front. But now, with his newfound abilities, his juvenile arrogance was laid bare for all to see, like a child parading around in a superhero cape, oblivious to the absurdity of it all. Turning to Song Lemon and Lei Yue, Song's father continued his tirade, and you two, how can you call yourselves parents? Do you even know how to raise a child properly? Always busy with who knows what, leaving him to run wild. The couple opened their mouths to protest, but quickly thought better of it, wilting under his gaze. Lei Yue shot a glare at Lei Qin, his frustration barely concealed. Chen Yan, who had been silently observing, nodded in agreement. He does need some serious education. If you can't handle it, hand him over to the state, problem solved. Now, handing him over to the state would be a noble act of service to the nation. But if he ever stepped out of line, well, then handing him over would mean something entirely different. Lei Qin bristled, his mouth opening to retort, but the collective glare of the Song family silenced him. He swallowed his indignation, though his eyes burned with defiance. Quietly, he turned his gaze toward Chen Yan, his teeth grinding audibly. It was clear he still found her insufferable. Chen Yan, unperturbed, acted as though she had noticed. The vehicle rolled into the camp, its tires crunching over the gravel. Shannon stepped out, her movements brisk and purposeful, leading the group directly to the interrogation room. This wasn't just any interrogation room. It was a special chamber, hastily modified the night before under Jinji's orders. A peculiar space, tailored for unique circumstances. The timing was perfect. It was ready, and so were they. Shannon pushed the heavy door open. At first glance, the room appeared starkly empty, void of nothingness. But a closer look revealed its strangeness. From the walls to the floor, everything about it felt off. She gestured toward the room. Wei Qin stepped inside. I need to have a word with your family. I'll come back for you later. Wei Qin's face twisted in protest. Why should I stay in there alone? Shannon smiled faintly, her expression almost benign. Because I said so. Before he could argue further, her hand shot out, shoving him inside with an ease that belied her slender frame. Wei Qin, outraged, tried to resist, but Shannon's strength was unyielding. With a loud bang, she sent him sprawling into the room like a wrecked doll. Hey, he shouted, his voice echoing off the walls. What's with your freakish strength, you crazy woman? Ignoring his outburst, Shannon shut the door with a decisive click. From inside came the sound of muffled curses, and a pained howl. Damn it, how is she this strong? Shannon didn't bother responding. She turned on her heel, leading the Song family down the corridor. They exchanged uneasy glances, but ultimately said nothing. After all, even they had to admit Lei Xin did need some tough love. Inside the interrogation room, Lei Xin groaned, rubbing his sore limbs. His eyes roamed the space, taking in its barren expanse. There wasn't even a light on, just the oppressive darkness pressing in from all sides. The door was sealed tight, its thickness evident at a glance. Escape seemed unlikely. But Lei Xin smirked, a glint of cunning sparking in his eyes. You think locking me up will stop me? Sure, had realized he wasn't as special as had once believed. But still, he wasn't just anyone. The state wouldn't dare kill him yet anyway. He was certain of that much. And so, he wouldn't stay put. To do so would be to admit defeat, to let that insufferable woman win. No way. His body shimmered, transforming into gleaming metal. He lunged toward the door, ready to break through. In. The lights flickered on. And then, with a sudden, magnetic pull, Lei Xin found himself yanked off his feet, slammed against the wall with a force that left him breathless. He struggled, writhing and twisting, but his body wouldn't budge. It was as though the wall had claimed him, holding him in place like a bug pinned to a collector's board. What the hell, he shouted, his voice tinged with panic. I'm not made of iron. How can I be stuck to a magnet? From the corners of the room, hidden speakers crackled to life. Shannon's voice drifted in, cool and mocking. Who said anything about magnets? This is science, boy. You wouldn't understand. Maybe crack open a book sometime. Lei Qin's face burned with humiliation. Damn it, she's mocking me again. Here he is. He shifted back to his human form, falling to the ground with a painful thud. He howled, clutching his bruised backside. His face twisted in agony. For a moment, he lay there defeated. But soon his stubbornness returned, and he rose to his feet, glaring at the door. This time, he transformed his hands into massive metal hammers, swinging them toward the barrier with all his might. But before the blow could land, he was wrenched upward, his body plastered to the ceiling. Suspended 3 meters above the ground, Lei Xin stared down at the unforgiving floor below. If he fell, had be done for. Panic set in. Shannon, let me down, he shouted at the cameras. The cameras remained silent. In another room, Shannon allowed herself a small, satisfied smile. What is it? Sun Linwei asked, noticing her expression. Nothing, Shannon replied, clearing her throat. Let's continue. Back in the interrogation room, Lei Xin's patience wore thin. You think you can keep me here forever, he bellowed. Come on, fight me fair and square, stop with these tricks. Minutes turned into hours. At first, his rage sustained him. He hurled insults and threats, his voice booming through the empty room. But as time dragged on, his bravado began to wane. By the second hour, desperation crept in. Okay, let's talk. Just let me down. By the third hour, he was pleading. Xingyan, please, I give up. By the fourth, his voice was hoarse, barely above a whisper. I was wrong, Sister Sheng, my dear sister. Meanwhile, Xingyan and the Song family were enjoying a leisurely dinner. Her demeanor was warm, almost hospitable, as she invited them to share the meal. The Song family, sensing her sincerity, exchanged relieved glances. Her attitude was reassuring. It suggested that the state's intentions toward Lai Xin were amicable, even protective. Afterward, Xingyan arranged for them to tour the camp, showcasing the training grounds, dormitories, and mess halls. She even had someone explain the nation's grand plans, painting a picture of purpose and unity. It was a calculated move, a subtle but effective way to win their trust. By the time evening fell, Xingyan had all but won them over. As they finished their meal, she dabbed at the corners of her mouth with a napkin, her smile serene. Shall we, she said, rising gracefully. Let's go check on our Iron Man. When Xingyan opened the door, Lai Tin felt as though he was on the verge of death. 6 hours. 6 excruciating hours. No food, no water, no restroom. It was a small mercy he had drunk anything beforehand. His body, now transformed into metal, had spared him the humiliation of wetting himself during this ordeal. The room had been empty, silent as a tomb, with not so much as a whisper of acknowledgement from Xingyan. Lai Tin's patience had shattered into jagged pieces. He felt hollow, a shell of himself, as though his very existence had been erased. When Xingyan finally entered, Lai Xin hung there, motionless, silent as a marionette abandoned mid-performance. Like a corpse. Is he dead? Hao Jingji murmured, lowering his voice. Xingyan's face remained impassive. If he is, drag him out and bury him. Wait. Lai Tin's head snapped up, his eyes white and frantic. Still alive, not dead. Bury me. Xingyan didn't even blink. Of course, he wasn't surprised. This kid was an anomaly, after all, a metal-based ability user. Death would come so easily to him. Lai Tin's voice was hoarse with frustration. This is too much. Isn't the government supposed to be recruiting me? Why are you treating me like this? He could wrap his mind around it. Xingyan corrected him, her tone clinical. The term is consolidate, not recruit. The distinction was deliberate, precise. To consolidate was together, to control. Recruitment implied persuasion, a softness the state machine did not possess. Xingyan's mission had always been clear, to consolidate these so-called aberrations under one banner, not to court them. Lai Tin ground his teeth, his eyes dark with resentment. Xingyan tilted her head, her voice calm but cutting. What, don't feel like coming down? Lai Tin fell silent. There's an old saying, a wise man submits to the circumstances. He opened his mouth, his tone begrudging. Xingjai, I was wrong. Hunger gnawed at his stomach, thirst parched his throat. He was at his breaking point. Xingyan nodded, satisfied. Good, come down then. Lai Tin gawped at her, incredulous. You're telling me to just come down, no caution or anything. If it had been that simple, I'd have done it hours ago. He wasn't just hanging there, he was suspended horizontally, flattened against the wall. If he reverted back to flesh, head plummet face first to the ground. I'll catch you, Xingyan said flatly. Lai Tin's skeptical gaze swept over her slender arms and legs. Xingyan sighed, exasperated. Or, you could just revert your legs first, then your upper body. The logic was so painfully obvious, it left Lai Xin stunned. 2 words echoed in his mind, holy shit. How had he not thought of that sooner? In that moment, he wanted to strangle Xingyan. Or maybe himself. If he'd figured this out earlier, he wouldn't have spent 6 miserable hours as a human wall ornament. Clenching his teeth, he focused his ability, carefully reverting his legs back to flesh. Gravity took over, and his feet naturally found the floor, soles flat. Then, with a deep breath, he shifted the rest of his body. The transition was jarring. His muscles, stiff from hours of immobility, screamed in protest as he dropped. He yelped instinctively. Weak and disoriented, he nearly crumpled on impact. But Shannon caught him, her grip steady, preventing him from hitting the ground. Lycan's feet found solid ground, his body leaning heavily against hers, his breath coming in like gasps. For a fleeting moment, he felt something unexpected. Williams. Shanyan, the unyielding enigma, suddenly seemed dependable. A strange warmth flickered in his chest, unbidden. Can you stand on your own now? Shanyan's voice cut through his thoughts, cold and detached. Lycan swallowed his embarrassment and straightened up, muttering Hao Jinji observed the scene, nodding approvingly. Lycan, now that you're back on your feet, can we proceed with some tests? Defeated, Lycan slumped his shoulders, saying nothing. Shanyan's sharp gaze landed on him, and he felt a sharp pain of discomfort. It hurt. Everywhere. Raising his hands in surrender, he relented. Fine, I'll cooperate. Janya's spatial abilities, derived from her bracelet, had been relatively straightforward to analyze. Lycan, however, was an entirely different story. The examinations were exhaustive, invasive. Blood samples and vials, at least. X-rays, mistress, metallurgical studies. Every conceivable test, repeated again and again. The process stretched over days, each result leading to more questions, more experiments. And it wasn't just Lycan. The water and fire ability users they captured earlier were subjected to the same scrutiny. What's the situation? Shanyan asked, her voice steady. In the lab ahead, Lycan was being instructed to manipulate metal, morphing it into mechanical limbs. His irritation was palpable, his patience fraying. Every time he seemed on the verge of snapping, Shanyan's icy stare through the observation glass reeled him back in. This woman's a devil, he thought, suppressing a shudder. Oh, by my time. Nearby Dar, Yan's face was a storm of emotions, his brows furrowed as he flipped through a thick stack of data. Strange, he muttered finally. How so? Hao Jinji leaned in, curious. Shanyan's gaze sharpened. Yan's voice was grave as he explained. Like the water and fire users, Lycan's body contains an unknown substance and anomaly embedded in his blood and tissue. While the composition varies slightly between the three, the substance is undeniably linked to their abilities. It's this material that allows them to manipulate elements, but Lycan is different. The others can control water or fire externally. Lycan, however, can transform his entire body into metal, merging it seamlessly with his physical form. Shanyan and Hao Jinji exchanged a glance, their expressions heavy. Shanjie. Hao Jinji hesitated. Shanyan inhaled deeply, her voice calm but resolute. Continue. Yan nodded, flipping to another page. We've compared scans of Lycan in his metal form and his normal state. The transformation appears to be facilitated entirely by this substance, but the findings were a labyrinth of confusion, conclusions elusive. Even the brightest minds on the team were baffled. Yan spoke at length, his tone tinged with frustration. Finally he sighed. We'll need more samples, more data. I have already requested additional personnel to assist. Shanyan nodded, her agreement immediate. Approved, Lycan and the others will cooperate. Yan returned to his work, leaving Shanyan and Hao Jinji in silence. Something feels off, Hao Jinji said after a long pause. Shanyan's gaze lingered on Lycan, her voice low. Is newly awakened, but exceptionally gifted. The scans confirmed as much. Lycan's control over metal was far beyond what should have been possible for someone so inexperienced. It's as though he's already mastered his abilities, Shanyan said, her words deliberate. Hao Jinji scratched his head, perplexed. But his body doesn't show any more of the substance than the others. How could he be so advanced? Exactly, Shang Yan murmured. It's as if he has already reached a level of proficiency that should take years to achieve. If he owned his understanding of metals' properties, his potential would be limitless. This wasn't just a man of steel. This was alchemy incarnate, the infinite possibilities of metal made flesh. Hao Jingji's breath hitched, his voice tinged with awe. Could he be the chosen one? Shang Yan's expression did waver. The chosen one. Jin Yu, Le Wenyan, and now Leixin. Whether incarnations or something else, they were undeniably extraordinary. Jin Yu's vast spatial domain. Leixin's unparalleled command over metal. More symbols. They needed more. Shang Yan's eyes narrowed, her thoughts dark and labyrinthine. 17 days until the end of the world. In the interrogation room, Leixin huddled in a corner, his hands hidden in his sleeves, his expression pitiful. He didn't dare shift into his metal form, his posture radiating misery. Shannon stood before him, her face a mask of indifference. Just then, Song Linwei stumbled in, still groggy from sleep. What's going on? Did something happen? Shang Yan's face remained an impenetrable mask, her voice calm and devoid of inflection, as though she were commenting on the weather rather than delivering a damning report. It's nothing much, she began, her tone as smooth and unyielding as glass. He just managed to break every single piece of equipment used for the tests, nearly injured one of the researchers in the process. Song Linwei inhaled sharply, the sound cutting through the room like a blade. On the floor, Leixin crouched, his posture a portrait of wounded indignation. It's not my fault, he protested, his voice climbing in pitch, though it faltered under Shang Yan's unrelenting gaze. That guy in the lab coat told me to reach in and manipulate the metal elements. They kept shouting instructions to this, do that. I slipped up okay. The elements went haywire, and the machines just broke. He sounded pitiful, almost convincing, but his voice grew smaller and more uncertain as Shang Yan's eyes stayed fixed on him, steady and unblinking, like the weight of a storm about to break. Leixin averted his gaze instinctively, his bravado crumbling under the silence. Song Linwei, watching the exchange, needed no further explanation. He knew Leixin too well. The boy had been run-ragged, poked and prodded by researchers since yesterday without a moment's rest. Irritation had no doubt festered into rebellion the moment Shang Yan had stepped out of sight. This was Leixin, after Aleverson's awakening his abilities, had declared himself the chosen one, a hero destined to save the world. Arrogance seeped from his every pore, as though he were a star burning too brightly for anyone else to see. Breaking machines. Nearly injuring people. It was all par for the course. Song Linwei shot him a glare, sharp as a whip crack. And, as it happened, his suspicions were entirely correct. Leixin had spent the sleepless night coiled in frustration, only to be dumped in the interrogation room like a discarded object. Now, with his back pressed against the cold, unyielding wall, his irritation simmered dangerously close to boiling over. Add to that a twinge of guilt, gnawing at the edges of his pride, and he was ready to lash out at anything in reach. Fine, fine, he snapped, his tone petulant, defiant. I already apologize, didn't I? What more do you want? So I broke a few machines, big deal. I'll pay for them if it's such a problem. The words were flung out carelessly, but the moment they left his mouth, Song Linwei felt his stomach drop. Shang Yan, however, smiled. It was a slow, deliberate thing, her lips curving upward as though she were savoring the taste of some private amusement. Her voice, when she spoke, was light, almost playful. Oh, you'll pay, very well, let's calculate the damages. Beside her, Hao Jingji was already scrolling through his tablet with practiced efficiency. It took only a moment before he adjusted his glasses and delivered his verdict. Leixin, he announced, his tone clinical, the machines you destroyed were state-of-the-art laboratory equipment, custom-built and unavailable on the open market, factoring in their base cost. The total comes to 97 million yuan. How would you like to settle the payment? Leixin's jaw dropped. He sprang to his feet as though he had been struck by lightning. What, 97 million? Are you kidding me? Those things weren't worth that much. What did you expect? Shen Yan replied, her voice as cool and unyielding as steel. Actions have consequences. Deliberate damage requires compensation. Of course, you are still a minor, so we'll have to contact your guardians. At this, Xin truly panicked. His parents, though well-off, were hardly capable of covering such an astronomical sum. The thought of bankrupting his family over a moment of rash defiance filled him with a dread he couldn't quite mask. No way, he protested, his voice rising again. Why should I have to pay? I was cooperating with your research. If anything went wrong, it's your fault, not mine. Shen Yan's gaze pinned him in place, her expression unchanging. If the damage had been accidental, we would hold you accountable, but this... She gestured vaguely, as though the wreckage of the machines were laid out before them. This was deliberate. You nearly injured someone. The severity of your actions speaks for itself. I didn't know they break so easily, he shot back, his voice tinged with desperation. I just pulled the metal out of them. Shen Yan's brow arched slightly, her voice taking on a faintly mocking edge. So you admit it was intentional. In that case, we can send the bill to the Song family. Shen Yan, you. Lycan sputtered, his face flushing with indignation. How do I know you're not inflating the cost? What proof do you have? Don't worry, Shen Yan interrupted smoothly. We'll provide an itemized invoice when it's time to pay. Lycan ground his teeth, his frustration boiling over. The end of the world is coming. Who cares about money when everything's about to be destroyed? Ah, Shen Yan replied, her tone maddeningly calm. But it hasn't happened yet, has it? Lycan fell silent, his fists clenched so tightly his knuckles turned white. He wanted to scream, to fight, to lash out at the woman whose every word seemed designed to corner him. Yet no matter how he struggled, he couldn't shake the weight of her logic or the quiet menace in her gaze. Lycan, Shen Yan said finally, her voice cutting through his spiraling thoughts like a blade. You need to understand, every action has consequences. His shoulders sagged, the fight draining out of him. He slumped back against the wall, his head bowed low. Fine, he muttered, his voice muffled. Don't go after my parents. I'll pay it back myself. Shen Yan's smile returned, faint, but unmistakable. And how do you plan to do that? Lycan hesitated, his mind racing. What could he do? At 16, he was practically penniless. Even a few thousand yuan he received during Lunar New Year vanished quickly, spent on trivial indulgences. 97 million. He might as well try to pluck stars from the sky. After a long silence, he blurted out, "I'll write an IO." The words hung in the air, absurd and desperate. Lycan's eyes lit up, as though he'd stumbled upon a brilliant solution. After all, with the apocalypse looming, who would bother collecting on a debt? Then money would be meaningless. Shen Yan's smile widened, though it didn't quite reach her eyes. Lycan, she said softly, do you think him that gullible? The light in his eyes dimmed, his fleeting hope snuffed out like a candle in the wind. 3 months, Shen Yan said suddenly, her voice steady and measured. What? Lycan blinked, confused. She stepped forward, her movements unhurried, deliberate. Crouching down so they were eye level, she spoke again, her tone almost hypnotic. Work for the state for 3 months. At the end of that time, the 97 million will be considered repaid. What do you think? Her words were calm, but her gaze was sharp, piercing. Lycan stared at her, his mind struggling to process her offer. 3 months. It sounded too good to be true. Shen Yan's voice dropped to a near whisper, her tone laced with a subtle, dangerous allure. Think about it. That's 30 million a month. We'll provide food, shelter, clothing. Even Iron Man wouldn't get a deal this good. Still not interested? Lycan hesitated, suspicion flickering in his eyes. Just 3 months, no strings attached. You're not going to force me to join your organization. Shen Yan's smile was serene, almost maternal. She nodded, her expression radiating reassurance. Behind her, Hao Jinji took an instinctive step back, a chill running down his spine. He had seen a smile before. It always preceded something sinister. Wei Qin's eyes darted back and forth as he weighed his options. Finally he sighed. Fine, I'll do it, but I have one condition. Before he could finish, Shen Yan straightened, her expression turning cold. Song Linwei, she said, her voice clipped, let's proceed with the compensation arrangements. Wei. Wei Qin grabbed the hem of her coat, his defiance crumbling into petulance. Alright, you'll do it okay, you win. Shen Yan glanced down at his hand, her gaze icy. And let go. Wei Qin recoiled, his face flushing with embarrassment. Song Linwei watched the exchange with a mixture of exasperation and pity. The boy was hopelessly naive. 5 days. That was all that remained before the apocalypse. Those 3 months Shen Yan had so generously offered. They would encompass the most chaotic, most perilous days humanity had ever known. And Shen Yan had timed it perfectly. Song Linwei shook his head, a wry smile tugging at his lips. The boy had no idea what he had just signed up for. Wei Qin. Hao Jinji and Song Linwei. So this is how they plan to corner Leixin. The thought had barely crossed their minds when Leixin erupted, his voice like a sudden crack of thunder. You are ruthless, absolutely ruthless. This woman had struck precisely where it hurt most. Clearly, this threat was no trivial matter for him. To deal with someone drowning in their own delusions of grandeur, you needed a method equally absurd. Empty curses about meeting a bat and wouldn't even register with Leixin. They'd left them off. But for someone aspiring to be a superhero, a self-styled Iron Man, public humiliation was the one thing utterly intolerable. Shen Yan tilted her head slightly, her expression calm, almost indifferent. So, will you sign? Wei Qin's face twisted, colors shifting like an unsettled sea green one moment, white the next. Finally his fists clenched tight, and through gritted teeth, he spat out a single word, fine. The agreement was finalized, 2 identical copies laid out. As he picked up the pen, poised to sign, Leixin suddenly froze. His brows furrowed, suspicion flashing in his eyes as he looked at Shen Yan. Wait a second, you did plan this, did you? You knew it'd break the equipment all along. Hao Jinji at last, his catching on. Song Linwei, maybe there's hope for this kid after all. Shen Yan blinked, her face a picture of innocence. How could I possibly know that? You're the one who smashed the equipment, aren't you? How could I have orchestrated that? You're overthinking it. Really? Really? Shen Yan spread her hands, her expression guileless. Wei Qin snorted, lifting his chin defiantly. Oh, you're right, and not that easy to manipulate. And with that, he signed his name with an exaggerated flourish, the kind of dramatic flair one might expect from a hero sealing his destiny. A labor contract, not a soul-binding pact. Or so he thought. Shen Yan's lips curled into a faint smile as she watched. This delusional, self-proclaimed savior wouldn't be easy to tame. Threats could only take her so far, they wouldn't hold him forever. He wouldn't listen to reason, nor could he be swayed by logic. Better to dig a pit and let him fall right in. He probably thought it was just 3 months a short stint he could endure. But once aboard this ship, there'd be no getting off. She kept watch all night, she knew his patience had worn thin. Satisfied, Shen Yan tucked away the contract. With this, her team had gained another member, albeit a juvenile, metal affinity ability user with a flair for dramatics. But still, someone with potential. Wei Qin leaned back in his chair, one leg crossed over the other, his posture brimming with arrogance. So, what do you want me to do? Let me make this clear, my powers are unparalleled, and bother me with trivial tasks. I won't waste my talents on anything that lacks a real challenge. His face was a portrait of smug self-importance, as though he were waiting for them to beg. Shen Yan, unimpressed, barely spared him a glance. Your matters can wait. With that, she turned to Song Linwei. Song Linwei blinked, confused, meeting her gaze. Shen Yan's voice was calm, deliberate. Now let's discuss the terms of your joining us, Mr. Song. Song Linwei froze, caught off guard. Wei Qin. He looked utterly bewildered. What do you mean? You want my uncle to join the Special Operations Division. Xingyan tapped her fingers lightly against the table, her tone as casual as if she were discussing the weather. That's right, in inviting Mr. Song to join our Doomsday Special Operations Division as a member of Team B. She acted as though she had just dropped a bombshell. Even Hao Jinji looked a little startled. Song Linwei stared at her, stunned. I am not one of the others. I don't have any special abilities. I'm not reborn. Xingyan shook her head, her gaze steady and sincere. The Doomsday Special Operations Division exists to gather the others, yes. But our ultimate goal is to confront the apocalypse. That requires more than just abilities, it requires people who can contribute in other ways. You're a smart man. Your mind is your greatest asset. The value of a reborn lies in their memories. Ability users are still rare now, but when the apocalypse comes, there will be countless more. Smart people, though they are much harder to come by, and you, Mr. Song, are one of them. Xingyan didn't know where these others came from, but the ones she had met so far were all eccentric, each more peculiar than the last. Throwing them together was a recipe for chaos. Without clear-headed individuals, even the most extraordinary abilities would go to waste. She needed people who could bring out the best in them. Hao Jinji was one. Song Linwei was another. Song Linwei fell silent, his thoughts a whirl. Wei Qin's expression twisted into something almost comical. Leaning forward, he couldn't help but interject, "Hey, don't think that just because you're recruiting my uncle, it'll go along with this." Xingyan turned to him, her face devoid of emotion. "Oh, I never intended to recruit you. You're just a contractor. Your uncle is the one I want as a permanent member. So, dear boy, could you kindly quiet down?" Wei Xin. He was spiraling into an existential crisis. Wait, she wasn't recruiting him. She was after his uncle all along. Was he that worthless? Xingyan's gaze returned to Song Linwei, her focus unyielding. "So, Mr. Song, will you join us?" Song Linwei's mind was a blur. It was clear Xingyan valued him not because of his nephew, but for his own merits. He could feel it. And yet, it was hard to process. The apocalypse was looming, and here he was, being sought after. It was a strange, bittersweet feeling. When he first learned of the apocalypse, of the wave of ability users it would bring, had felt a deep unease. Would he, an ordinary man, become irrelevant? Now, Xingyan was telling him. Even without abilities, he was still valuable. That kind of recognition was rare. And deeply moving. Would he accept? There wasn't much to agonize over. It wasn't just about Xingyan's trust. The Doomsday Special Operations Division was no ordinary organization. It was a high-level entity established by the state, directly under its highest authority. When the apocalypse came, it would be one of the nation's core pillars. Following the state's lead was the surest way to survive. It was the best choice. And besides, being part of such a unique team, fighting on the front lines of the apocalypse with someone like Xingyan was that something to look forward to. Song Linwei's breath hitched, his voice hoarse. "All right, I'll join." Xingyan smiled, extending her hand. "Welcome, teammate." Song Linwei reached out, his hand meeting hers in midair. His voice was soft, almost reverent. "Thank you, Leader Shang." Their handshake lingered, carrying an inexplicable sense of ceremony. Wei Qin stared, utterly dumbfounded. This self-proclaimed chosen one, this would-be superhero, was completely at a loss. So his Iron Man status didn't even measure up to his ordinary uncle. His uncle was a full-fledged member, while he was just a contractor. Holding his 3-month labor contract, Wei Qin felt an unprecedented wave of confusion. What happened to being Iron Man? What happened to saving the world? Why wasn't it anything like he'd imagined? Xingyan turned to Song Linwei. "How about we arrange jobs for your parents, your sister, and your brother-in-law? Consider it a perk of your joining us." Her smile was enigmatic, layered with unspoken meaning. Song Linwei froze again. Then, meeting her gaze, realization dawned. He smiled. All right. A perk for him, perhaps. But not just for him. With just a few words, his grandparents, parents, and uncle all had secure roles in the post-apocalyptic world. Meanwhile, like Sin, their self-proclaimed Iron Man, sat dumbly to the side, clutching his 3-month contract. Panic flared in him, and he blurted out, "What about me? What am I supposed to do?" Shannon finally turned her attention to him, her smile faint. "You start with classes." Lycan. What? Lycan suspected he had misheard. Ever since awakening his powers, his first thought had been drop out of school. When his uncle forcibly sent him back, he barely lasted 2 days before taking immediate leave upon receiving confirmation of the news. The end of the world was coming. From that moment on, he had firmly believed that studying had nothing to do with him anymore. The apocalypse was imminent. Who in their right mind would still bother with school? Lycan bristled on the spot, his voice sharp and incredulous. "Hey, Shanyan, are you serious? The apocalypse is coming. The end of the world, global annihilation." Study. Study what? For someone who had always been a mediocre student, the mere mention of studying was intolerable. Song Linwei frowned, his voice stern as he rebuked him. "Lycan, watch your tone. Haven't you been taught any manners? Address her as Leader Shang." Lycan curled his lip, clearly unimpressed. Shang Yan, however, seemed unbothered by the issue of titles. She simply regarded him with a faint smile. "Do you think that just because you've awakened your powers, you can stop studying?" Lycan didn't reply, but his expression made it obvious that's exactly what he thought. Shang Yan's voice was calm, her words deliberate. "Do you believe that studying is pointless? Isn't it?" Lycan's face, defiant and unyielding, carried an air of disdain. "The stuff we learn is useless in daily life to begin with. Now that the apocalypse is coming, what's the point? Isn't it just a waste of time? Besides, when the world ends, what school would even be left?" Shang Yan stroked her chin thoughtfully, nodding as if in agreement. You make a valid point." Lycan's eyes gleamed with triumph, his confidence swelling until her smile deepened, and she added, "But that applies to others. For them, the apocalypse might mean a temporary reprieve from studying. You, however, are an exception." "Why?" Lycan's eyes widened in disbelief. Shang Yan raised an eyebrow, her voice unhurried as she spoke. "Because you're a metal element ability user." Lycan. "Being a metal element ability user means I have to study. The Research Institute has already issued a report on you. I assume you're aware that you can manipulate metals and even transform your body into metallic elements, like when you turned into that little golden statue." Shannon slid a thick stack of reports across the table toward him and continued, "But due to your limited knowledge and lack of understanding of elemental properties, you can currently only manipulate existing metals or transform into the most basic metallic elements. This severely limits the effectiveness of your powers, leaving a significant gap in your combat potential. In other words, you must quickly learn and master the properties of all metallic elements." Shang Yan's gaze bore into him, steady and unwavering. Lycan listened, his mind a chaotic swirl of confusion. He felt both baffled and as though he were beginning to grasp something. He muttered to himself, "I just transformed directly." He had always relied on direct transformation. What did knowledge or understanding of metallic elements have to do with it? And why exactly did he need to master them? Unable to hold back, Hao Jinji rolled his eyes and interjected, "Let me put it this way, do you know why the metals in your transformed body primarily consist of copper, gold, and traces of iron?" Lycan instinctively shook his head. "Because those are the only common elements you're familiar with." Hao Jinji spread his hands in exasperation. "There's no such thing as direct transformation. Every change is rooted in an understanding of material properties. Your body's elemental composition allows you to manipulate all surrounding metals, but to transform your own body into metal rather than merely using external metals as armor, you need to understand the elements." Leaning forward slightly, Shang Yan locked eyes with him. "Are you really unwilling to learn? Once you've mastered it, you'll be able to shift seamlessly between various metallic states, adopting different colors and forms in different environments. Wei Qin's eyes lit up. Holy crap, wouldn't that mean he could be both Iron Man and a chameleon? Shang Yin's tone turned even more enticing. Beyond that, you could leverage specific metal properties to adapt to different combat scenarios, sometimes soft as clay, other times harder than the toughest steel. You could even take to the skies. Wei Qin was stunned, his voice trembling with disbelief. He could fly. Yes, fly. Some metals are incredibly light. With the help of magnetic fields and your teammates, you could minimize gravitational effects and soar through the air. Shang Yin paused, her voice dropping to a deliberate, almost taunting cadence. Of course, you could also thwart your enemies by altering your metallic composition on the fly. For instance, if you shifted to tantalum or iridium yesterday when I attacked you with a core regia, I wouldn't have been able to touch you. Wei Qin's eyes now shone as brightly as twin beacons. He held his breath, leaning forward eagerly. Really? Really? Wei Qin edged closer, their faces mere inches apart, his voice filled with anticipation as he gulped. You'll really teach me how to transform and fly? Flying. It was the ultimate dream of every teenager with a flair for the dramatic or a love of martial arts fantasies. And besides, the last time this woman had captured him so effortlessly, the experience had left a lingering psychological scar. If he could achieve the transformations she described, wouldn't that make him invincible? Invincible. What a beautiful word. Wei Qin's eyes sparkled so brightly, they seemed to glow. Shang Yin smiled, her voice a velvety thread of temptation. Of course, even though you're only a contract worker, during the contract period, the state will design a personalized learning plan for you, helping you enhance your abilities. You'll also become a model for future metal element ability users. Wei Qin's heart pounded wildly in his chest. He even thought to himself that if this woman had told him all this earlier, he might have considered pledging allegiance to the state long ago. He'll learn, he'll study. Wei Qin's voice was resolute, his determination unshakable. Shang nodded in satisfaction. Then, as though conjuring it from thin air, she accepted a stack of papers from Hou Jingyi and laid them out before Wei Qin. You'll need to focus on 3 core subjects: mathematics, physics, and chemistry. Math is the foundation, essential for understanding the other 2. Physics will help you maximize your abilities, while chemistry, of course, is key to understanding the elements. These are the books you'll need to study. Wei Qin glanced at the list. The sheer number of titles, densely packed and overwhelming, made his head throb at first sight. He had to study all of this. For the first time, Wei Qin felt a flicker of doubt. Oh, and many of these topics are typically covered in university, graduate school, or even doctoral programs. But don't worry, you'll have a professional teaching team to fast-track your learning and focus on the essentials. Shang Yin placed another sheet in front of him, this one listing a series of names. These are professors and leading experts in their fields. They'll all be your instructors, tailoring their lessons specifically to you. Wei Qin. He stared blankly at the names, his mind reeling. Before he could fully process the implications, Shang Yin produced yet another sheet and placed it on top of the growing pile. Her smile was faint, but carried a hint of amusement. This is your current schedule: classes in the morning, medical evaluations at noon, training in the afternoon, followed by more classes in the evening. Your teaching team will adjust the next day's curriculum based on your daily reports and progress. And you, she added, her tone almost reverent, will become the prototype for future metal element ability users. Wei Qin. He glanced at the schedule. It only covered the first 3 days, but each day began at 5 in the morning and ended at midnight. Total rest time, excluding meals, amounted to less than 30 minutes. A schedule so grueling even a dog would weep at the sight of it. Shang Yin continued, her expression calm and matter-of-fact. Since this is about establishing a template for the evolution of metal element ability users, your time is limited, and the curriculum is necessarily intensive. But don't worry, your instructors are seasoned experts, highly skilled and experienced. They'll ensure you stay focused in class. I can. He blinked, his expression dazed. One-on-one instruction. Multiple teachers for just one student. Would he even have the chance to daydream or doze off in class? Shannon added, almost as an afterthought, oh, and your grandparents will also be among your instructors. One specializes in mathematics, the other in chemistry. It's quite convenient. Your uncle can even double as one of your physics teachers. I can. So his grandparents' sole job would be to teach him. Shannon pressed on, her tone as composed as ever. If you're still dissatisfied, we can even assemble a 100-person teaching team dedicated solely to you. I can. 100-person teaching team. No thank you. And your parents will also be stationed at the camp, keeping an eye on your physical and mental health as well as your academic progress. I can. In his mind, he could already picture the terrifying scene of his parents hovering over him, monitoring his every move as he studied. Shannon's voice softened, carrying a trace of mock sympathy. The apocalypse is coming, so you won't be able to experience senior year, but your workload won't be any lighter than that of a senior high school student. Stay strong, young man. You can do it. I believe in you. At her words, Lexin's vision darkened, and he collapsed backward. Shannon's face remained impassive as she instructed, quick, call the doctors. No need to send him to the hospital or waste time. He has class in half an hour. I can. This time, he truly blacked out. Midnight. Lykton had spent the entire afternoon in class, his head spinning, his stomach churning with a nausea so profound it felt like it might consume him. After all, he was, in every sense of the word, an academic failure. In the past, he had been a master of evasion. With classrooms teeming with students, he could afford to zone out, to doodle in the margins of his notebook, or even doze off entirely, secure in the knowledge that the teacher's gaze would rarely settle on him amidst the sea of faces. But now it was different. Now there were only a dozen pairs of eyes, all fixed on him, unrelenting and merciless. Once, being called on to answer a question had been a rarity, a stroke of bad luck in a game of random selection. Now every question, every probing inquiry, was directed solely at him. Once, the pace of the lessons had been considerate, tailored to the collective rhythm of the class. The teacher spoke slowly, carefully, allowing even the most inattentive student to grasp the gist of the material if they chose to listen. But now the tempo was brutal, the information relentless, leaving no room for distraction, no mercy for a wandering mind. Lykton was losing it. This wasn't just as bad as the grueling days of senior year in high school. No, this was 100 times worse, a hellish existence that made even the most nightmarish exam prep seem like a leisurely stroll. His grandparents, once the epitome of doting affection, had transformed into something unrecognizable. His grandmother, who used to call him her precious boy, her little treasure, now wielded her sharp tongue like a blade. 10 minutes into a lesson, she had gone from the warm, loving matriarch to a fearsome crone, her voice the whip lashing against his fragile ego. Look at my grandson, so bright, so promising, she used to say, pride lighting up her face. Now what's wrong with your brain? I've explained it 3 times, and you still don't get it. Are you sure you're my grandson? And his grandfather, oh, his grandfather was worse. Lykton finally understood why his grandfather's students had dubbed him one of the 4 horsemen of academic doom. The man's teaching methods were nothing short of terrifying, a force of nature best avoided at all costs. Then there were the so-called experts and researchers, armed with their self-authored textbooks, who subjected him to a relentless barrage of intellectual torment. It was like being trapped in a waking nightmare. Lykton could comprehend how his life had spiraled into this abyss. Every moment, he teetered on the edge of giving up. His parents loomed in the background like twin specters, their presence as constant as it was oppressive. They were his testmasters, their occasional check-ins a reminder that rebellion would be swiftly and decisively crushed. Strength and flight dangled before him like carrots on a stick, tantalizing and just out of reach, while his parents drove him forward with the unyielding force of a pair of cudgels. He was the mule, caught in the middle, plodding onward under the weight of their expectations, unable to escape the torment. There were moments when he thought, fleetingly, that perhaps it wouldn't have been so bad if he had never wakened his abilities at all. Dragging his weary body back to the dormitory, his eyes shadowed with exhaustion, he looked less like a teenager and more like a specter, a ghost haunting the hallways. The teachers had urged him to get some rest, and he was beyond ready to collapse into bed. But he couldn't. Not yet. He had someone to meet. Jing Yu, another member of the Doomsday Special Operations Unit, Team B. And who was Jing Yu? A rare-born wielder of spatial abilities, no less. Even Like Sin, self-proclaimed child of destiny, couldn't deny the sheer weight of her presence. She was, by all accounts, a heroine ripped straight from the pages of a novel rebirth, spatial manipulation, the ability to cultivate plants. She was the epitome of extraordinary. Though he would never admit it aloud, Like Sin was equal parts envious and awestruck. He couldn't wait to meet her, to stand in the presence of someone so undeniably legendary. Meanwhile, Jing Yu was trudging back from the fields, her body coated in a fine layer of dirt and dust after a long day spent driving tractors and seeders. Her mind buzzed with the agricultural knowledge the researchers had crammed into her skull. She was bone-tired, her vision swimming, her limbs itching. All she wanted was to collapse into bed and surrender to oblivion. But she couldn't. She had to meet the newcomer, Like Sin. Forcing her heavy eyelids open, she willed herself to stay awake, to stay alert. She didn't want to miss a single detail. After all, this was a metal affinity ability user they were talking about. Over lunch, she had already synced up with the outside world and the Special Operations Unit's latest updates. When Chengyan and the others had returned the previous night, she had immediately inquired about the new recruit and learned of Like Sin's existence. In her previous life, Jing Yu had been an ordinary person, painfully aware of the towering superiority of ability users. Metal affinity users, in particular, were a rare breed, their powers almost godlike in their versatility and strength. And Like Sin, he wasn't just any metal affinity user. He was an anomaly, someone who had awakened his abilities before the apocalypse had even begun. Rumor had it he could already transform his body into pure metal, a feat reserved for the most advanced ability users. What kind of power would he wield once the apocalypse began in earnest, once the meteor fragments rained down upon the earth? Surely, he would be nothing less than a force of nature, a true child of destiny. Jing Yu quickened her pace, eager to meet the one who might very well shape the future. They collided in the corridor, two ghost-like figures, both dazed and desperate to reach their destinations. Jing Yu barely had time to register the impact before the boy she had bumped into raised his voice, his tone sharp with irritation. "What's wrong with you? Can't you watch where you're going?" She had been about to apologize, but his words made her bristle. With a cold snort, she retorted, "You're the one who wasn't looking where you were going. Who even are you, running around here like some wild kid?" Like Sin, anxious to find Jing Yu before it was too late, felt his temper flare at her words. "Wild kid," he repeated, his voice rising. "Who are you calling a kid, and what's with you looking like you just crawled out of a trash heap? You stink." Jing Yu's eyes widened in disbelief. "Excuse me, who do you think you are? What, are you some staff member's brat sneaking around where you don't belong? If you don't leave right now, I'll have someone throw you out." She wasn't bluffing. The state might have forced her into grueling study sessions, but they had also granted her certain privileges. If she wanted someone removed, she could make it happen. "Throw me out." Lycan laughed, the sound harsh and mocking. "Go ahead and try. I'm an important member of this facility. If anyone's getting thrown out, it's you." "Oh really, and who's backing you, huh? I've got the state behind me. Let's see who gets thrown out first." They stood toe to toe, their gazes locked in a babble of wolves, neither willing to back down. "The state backs me too," Like Sin shot back. "And a member of the Special Operations Unit, and I'm not going anywhere." "Ah, so am I," Jing Yu countered. And am an anomaly, personally recruited by Schengen herself. Well, so am I. Like Kinsnap. The words hung in the air, their implications sinking in. Anomaly. Special Operations Unit. Personally recruited by Schengen. Both of them froze, their eyes widening as realization dawned. Jing Yes' voice softened, tinged with uncertainty. What kind of anomaly? Wai Tin hesitated, his tone lowering to a near whisper. Metal Affinity Ability User, you. Spatial Rebirth, Jiang Yu replied. Silence. Then, in perfect unison, they exclaimed, You're Jiang Yu Leixin. For a moment, the world seemed to hold its breath.